will be no different, you know.
I can't wait, boys. You go back, get ready. Good to see you guys. Couple of Rotary legends here, of course. Georgie and Sam. They'll be getting back in their cars a little bit later on. We're back into Street 289, back up to the tower, boys.
Boys.
And girls.
Boys.
Thanks,
Boy and
Diggs.
girl.
Mohammed Salima about to move forward. Of course, this is the RX-7, the Tuner's Edge, South Coast Rotary. Beside him, Sandy Pietro, the Datsun 1200 Ute.
That's a burnout. That is a burnout. Mohammed Salame, that's full credit where credit's due. Sensational skid there. And Sandy DiPietro just waiting patiently. I don't think Sandy tends to do the big skids. Tends to keep it a little bit more under control. But let's be honest, if you're going to come out and do some skids, you may as well make them big ones.
That's right. Put on a show.
Yeah.
Do it for the fans.
Apologies to everybody watching on the live stream. We did have a little bit of an issue with the interwebs. The mouse stopped running on the little wheel, and as a result, we had to replace the mouse.
The gremlins ate the mouse.
We've taken the mouse out the back and shot it.
Yeah,
so we've got a new mouse, and the new mouse is scared, and so it's running fast. So we should be right now.
We're good to go.
Yep, exactly. I'm taking the mouse home to feed it to my dog. Rock and roll. So Mohammed Salame, the Tuner's Edge 84 RX-7 South Coast Rotary Power Plus Racing Fuels and Power Seal on board. Sandy DiPietro, a little bit more of a trimmed down sponsor list. Mixed Motorsport on board for the Datsun 1200. Welcome back, Goran Ivanisevic. Goran Diggles.
The forehand good today. Make my shots sometimes not so good. So good to be back. FJ20 for Sandy DiPietro.
FJ20, you like it?
Oh, it looks like Salama's rolled the beam down there.
I think he rolled back.
I think he might have rolled back as it's up on the trans brake there. So DiPietro rolls out of the throttle, and that's not going to be any kind of representative run in Street 289 here. Whoa!
Wasn't going to be the best run by the looks of that anyway. But you know what? I've seen Blowy go through that before, like when he'll drive through the small tyre, still shift gears if the thing's still straight. Like he can still be a representative runner. Remember, this guy's been at the pointy end of Street 289 for a long time. Not been always the quickest, but just that run, it'll just have to put on the scrap heap.
And if he keeps putting on a show like what he did, he might be at the pointy end for best burnout as well.
Yeah, well, Janie, thanks for reminding us that we've got all of that to judge. We always like to say that you can get our attention during qualifying, but it's what you do in racing that really gets us to write down. Dib Taul is back. I've not said that name for years.
I love this car. This is such a great car.
Steve Dymack beside. Of course, we've had Steve with us before, but Dib's been a few years out of the seat, and I knew he had this car. I think this was an ex-Massport car from years ago. And of course, how's that for news? Of course, Massport news. We had Gina over there running in Orlando, and looks like they're bringing back a bit of excess baggage.
I see Gina down there at the moment.
Is Gina down there? Yeah.
She is with Billy.
And there's Billy there. Oh, Billy looks like he's just
got it out of bed like he does.
Fresh.
Looking fresh, he does.
They're forever young, these two. They're forever young. But yeah, of course, Gina over there running in Orlando and getting a PB over there too into the 30s.
So good.
And now, of course, bringing back an RX2 as well. So good to see Dib back and Billy down there with Gina.
RX2 and RX7.
RX7. I thought it was the Series 2 RX7, wasn't it?
Yeah, you said RX2.
Did I?
That's all right.
Series 2
You had me
RX7.
confused.
Yeah, RX7 2. Series 2
Series 2.
RX7.
Anyway.
FC, what do you call that one? I call them Series 2. Steve Dymack now, RX2 13B. Dib, that RX7 20B on board. Why do you people go, why are the different engine combos? Doesn't matter. It's a 28x9 tyre on the back.
That's the level playing field here.
Because we can.
Because we can. All right, here they are. They're in. Of course, we get the full tree.
Good lot for Dymack. Oh, that's a very nice run, straight as you like it.
Yeah, back on the saddle. 787 at 172 and an 885 for the RX2 for Steve Dymack. So this field, Shane Crichton 785, Dib 787, Stephen 885, Sandy DiPietro 1157, and they all go down from there. Continue on. And look at this. It's not often we get our four-wheel drive or our Evos in, but we sure do have them out there now, and good to see. That's Ali Batsi. I don't know, Chris, if Payne's racing, Jason Payne. We'll have to see once Pro Turbo comes out. Steve McGurr beside the Cruise and Fabrication from Oak Flats.
Doesn't look like he's on the entry list here.
It's a fair trip to come down from Bundy. Ali Batsi from Rockdale, the Evo 8, 2.3. Where's he going? Steve McGurr. All right, Evo time. Still spins the tyres, these Evos. Like, I mean, one thing about them, when they're on a mission, they're on a mission, but the upside to them, they make so much horsepower. The downside to them is they make too much horsepower. Everything else on them, there's going to be some there in that drive line that it can be compromised in an instant. And there, look, it was a bit of wheel spin. This guy's back as well. But it's so good to see him. It's so hard to get really quick four-wheel drive race cars and especially drag strips now.
Yep.
They're all roll racing. A lot of these Evos now, they're all roll racing because you've got that, you would assume, less stress on the drive line because you're rolling
just
up at 80
takes a load
now.
off. Yeah.
You come here and try and run 1,000 horsepower through your four-wheel drive system, you better slip that clutch and pray for the best. All right, modified compact, here we go. Jimmy Pexon, the Hilux 2.7, you would assume is the 3RZ. Scotty Cousins, wow, that car been around for ages. 2JZ. From Blacktown, just up the road, probably drove it in.
Such a cool car, this, and super consistent as well. Usually runs bang around that high 7, mid to high 7s. Every single run there you go, 792, 182 miles per hour. Been around forever. And yeah, 792. Pexon goes through for 904 at 150 in the Hilux.
Still no slouch, don't mind that at all.
No.
It's not a dirty old farm truck, is it? Goes right that Hilux.
There we go. So a few people watching on the Real Street live stream. Reckon the live stream's coming through absolute corker. Yes, it is hard to read the time boards during the day, and they reckon the green LED that turns up, they need the rest of them to be that. Well,
that's
are
the
happening.
plan.
Yes, that is happening. Oh, today or no, just happening. Yeah. It's like the Brisbane Olympics. They keep telling us it's going to happen, but they haven't built anything yet. Well, it's working. But yeah, we're going to keep the numbers coming through so you can hear the ETs. May not see them until tonight. Cameron Pease out there, 2.5 litre Corolla. I think it could be a 1J. Andrew Rankin, it's another 3RZ in the Corona. Have a listen. Yeah, 3RZs, they just sound like they're working hard, the big 2.7s. And they do a great job. Look at this for Rankin. Streetcar too, 853, 160 mile an hour. Cameron Pease, 913. We've got no slowies here. This is Jamboree. We haven't had slowies in a long time. You just bring anything you want, especially a modified compact. It's almost like our street compact fades off and our modified compact gets stronger. It's just about more power. Don't have to have them registered per se in modified compact, even though, look, even now, Michael Osborne, another 3RZ in the Hilux, and Mr. Wheelstand himself, Ben Clark. Like, he'd have that many photos of wheelstands out of the VL, it's not funny. Benny, hold it together, son. Just one run without drama, right? Here we go. That was good, Benny. No, I remember wheelstands from years ago with this car, and he always did them in qualifying, so we could never get him that sky's the limit trophy. 10, there we go, what's that? 1018, 117, and 984 there for Benny Clark. Nice little field so far in modified compact. Who's our sponsor there for modified compact? I thought we saw that in there.
Modified compact is brought to you by nobody. It's available.
Jamboree, brought by Jamboree.
Yeah.
It's available. Here we go. Check this next one out. Randall Graham. And again, for those people watching live wherever you are around the world, this is an XD Falcon, so a Ford product from 1981. Of course, we remember over here, of course, Dick Johnson in what they call them supercars now, but back then Australian Touring Car Championship. 351 Cleveland is what he had. They had a 250 Crossflow Ford in them back then as well. This has still got the DNA, but it's a Barra. And Marcus Dillman, this is a BRZ with a 13B in it. It's one of our, well, I know Nicky Hepburn had nearly the first ever Toyota 86 or BRZ-based drag car in Australia.
So it's a Toyota that's a Subaru, the Rotary. Yeah, right. Okay.
We don't mind a bit of in vitro fertilisation. We'll put 3 different things in the Petri dish. We don't mind. There we go. 897 for Randall in that XD and 920 for Marcus Dillman. I honestly thought it was that Hyundai that's going around for sale. There's a full tube Hyundai for sale up in Queensland. You seen that thing? Yeah, Hyundai, Tiburon. That Russell, not Russell Schaefer, Plumber's Toy.
Steve Swinscoe.
Swinscoe was running that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was up for sale. All right, Damon Guard, the 13B Turbo Mazda 1300. Hope that these cars will live forever as long as they're garaged. Martin Whelan, another black track car, Barra-powered Falcon. So again, for people watching at home, you saw that XD Falcon, 1981. This thing's 2004. The Ford Falcon's been produced in Australia for 50-odd years. Of course, they don't make them anymore. Some people say the last one they made was probably nearly the best one they ever made. That last one, the last evolution of the Barra, was also the first time they got that EcoBoost. Thank God they stopped when they did. Even though they reckon those EcoBoost Falcons still ran high 14s, which was no slouch. And of course, that was the engine that got into the base model Mustang, which still no slouch. All right, Damon's got a solo here from Mount Pleasant. Geez, Blake old Mount Pleasant up with this thing.
100%.
Mind you, she's a little sleeper except for the parachute.
It's got the Venetian blinds in the back window, and that's always giveaway. It's got Venetian blinds, it's fast.
Yeah, be wary of the Australian Venetian blind. We're a hot country. The sun will definitely ruin the inside of your vehicle, and the old Aussie sun visors. You know what we don't see anymore? The old Oranger. Remember the old Oranger louver, which was the plastic louver on the outside? Of course, I think we banned them in drag racing very early in the piece.
Yeah, they had a tendency to fly off.
Remember, you could buy the little mounting kits, double-sided tape and a little plastic Zeus. Pretty much was the way you held them on. I remember seeing one come off at a drag strip once. Quite spectacular.
And they never come off in one piece either, do they?
But that was strong plastic. Like I remember for years those things. I suppose maybe it is global warming. Maybe those Oranger louvers melt now before they were able to handle 20 years of the Aussie sun. As long as you armour all them, you see.
That's right. The armour all is very important.
Armour all is very, very important. All right, here we go. Modified 10.5. And this guy, well, he's been in 28.9 before, but now he's in 10.5, Mr. Po Tung. This is sponsored by Mainline Smart Dyno Technology. And this is where you've got to run that 10.5-inch tyre, slick. Another small tyre class. And, hang on a sec. Jambo's been on the small tyre thing for ages.
Yeah.
Before small tyres were a thing.
Before small tyres were cool.
Well, I know that, of course, there was, remember the worldwide Outlaw 10.5? Remember there used to be, was it the old ADRL?
Yeah.
Remember it was 8 Mile, all the V8s, and then Titan came in with their 2J, Gary White, the Scion. Used to be the only six-cylinder, but used to be the only import that would stick it to the V8s in 10.5.
Made it work.
This is a guy that's travelled down from central Queensland. He's from Glenella in Queensland, Rob Cady. And normally when What Up G is racing, or the boys from Boost Works, he'll be there as well, because this is the before What Up G, this was Dodsy's first sort of rotary drag car. Mind you, the man has a collection of rotaries, I tell you.
He does.
He's on WhatsApp for some reason. Again, that's another thing that's dodged. I shouldn't say technology, but it's like, hang on, what's the other one? Oh, yeah, what's the one you hook up all your different businesses? What's that one called? LinkedIn. Yeah, so Dodsy's on WhatsApp. So he sends me WhatsApp videos, so I've got to go into WhatsApp. I don't know. Old captain out of date over here. So he gets me WhatsApp videos, and here he is walking around the What Up G, mansion, and it's just RX-7, RX-2, Impala lowrider. But he's got Sup G now, which is different to What Up G. You'll see that soon. Po-Tung 2JZ for gas, beside. First run with a small tyre on today's hot track. I hope to think what track temp is already out there. It is definitely hot out there today, folks. Not taking the headband off. 817 at 166 for Katie. That's not a bad run to start up. He has been into the 7s with that car. Poe, well, he knows you can run 6s with this damn thing.
Might be a challenge today, though. Might be a challenge today.
I was almost going to use Poe's previous fame, as seen on Street Outlaws, because a lot of guys are using that as their reference.
That's true. Put it on a T-shirt.
That memory will pop up forever that they did that. And here's everyone thinking they were coming back every year. That was a once-in-a-lifetime. I don't think they'll ever come back. All that's changed again over there, what they're doing. They've pulled back everything over there by the sound of it. Nilsson Popplewell. well. Hello, Nilsson, from Rosewater, South Australia.
Very regal name, isn't
Very much, very much. Goes to the top of my list. You're all right with me, Nilsson Popplewell.
it? Needs to be Lord Nilsson Popplewell.
Well, we used to have, I remember a gentleman with a hyphenated surname before that. I took his number down. It was quite the one, but this was that's out there. I'm going to get that one. Thank you, Nilsson. I'm going to go and meet you.
He's going to take on Jason Scott in
But
the EL.
Jason, but even Jason, the way Jason spelled, Jayson, very regal. He's from Richmond in Queensland, the EL. Now, I think he's got the licence plate. This is a little dig at Holden's if you read the licence plate on it.
I can't read it.
I think it's HSV this or something, I think the plate says. It is HS... SS this, that's right. SS this, that's right. Barra-powered, one would assume, in the EL. Of course, that's a Falcon from 1997.
Used to have one of these.
Hopefully by... Yeah, did you?
Yeah, they were a great car. I liked them.
We've got one in the Diggles fleet. My 18-year-old's got an EL wagon, 4 on the tree, auto, taxi pack,
Sensational.
6-seater. He wants to put a Barra in it. And I said, mate, you're preaching the converted, mate. Yes, we will. If you're a good enough boy. All right, Nilsson, he's in. I don't think he's ever done a Jambo before. Here he is in Sydney. Oh, Nilsson! Go, son. 10.5.
He understands the ethos of Jambo. Just lick the stamp and send it. Smack the wheelie bars hard down there. 946, only 105 miles per hour. Rolled out of it by about half track. But that thing just hit the bars hard. Jason Scott goes 10.16. He never really got up and moving down there. I like that car at Nilsson Popplewell's.
He did speak the Jambo language,
He
didn't it?
does.
Side step, two-step, bloody...
It's a universal language.
gears.
It's not a regional dialect. It's universal.
And I would assume once we get to Jambo at the Bend again, that's his home track, so Nilsson, we can expect to see him down there. Here's Alex Whitehead, another one of our Barra-powered cars from East Munter in South Australia. Isn't it funny? We had one Jambo down there a couple of years ago. The bug bites. It's like our Kendo. Yeah. We had a Kendo down there. The bug's biting. We're seeing the South Aussies starting to get the taste for, hang on a sec, competitive drag racing, actually find somewhere to run. And he's come up. Now, that's a 3.8, so that's telling us it's been de-stroked, which is a bit of a trend. So some guys are taking a bit of leg out of these things. I've heard that there's some even 4.2, 4.4 stroker cranks as well for the Barra, but there's a lot of 3.8s out there. And check this out, Kareem Amraz, pretty much new car, first choice Civil Group from Werrington Downs, 13B RX8. And yeah, small tyre, modified 10.5. So good to see we're getting these new cars, these new names out there. As we said earlier on, right at the beginning, the barometer. This is the measurement of how well we're doing. If you keep seeing new cars and you keep seeing new names, you know we're moving forward and more people are getting the bug. Finally reaching that dream.
Of course, modified 10.5 brought to us by Mainline Smart Dyno Technology. And Amraz with the Black Track performance sticker on the back wing as well. So obviously know how to make this thing go.
All right, absolutely awesome to see. Now again, Kareem, first hit at it. Looking for gears for Kareem. Zing of the tyres for Alex Whitehead. Spun those 10.5s a little bit. 914 out the back. 162 mile an hour. Kareem did not want to shift gears, whether or not that's a broken transmission or the thing just... I do think it is a clutchless in that car, but it did not want to shift. Couple of stories from yesterday, guys, with gearboxes that wouldn't shift. Alan Dodd's Sup G, the new RX-7. First, second yesterday on an absolute mission, would not go to third. Does not have the lightning rod or, you know, the Liberty long shifter in it. It's actually got paddle shift, and it's all shifted through the ECU, and they can't quite figure out what happened. All right, man, well.
Now, have you heard about the match race that's going down?
Is that right?
A little bit later on this morning. Before the second round of Factory Extreme qualifying, this man, Anthony Matuk, is throwing down $2,500 for the chance to take on Zoran Gajic in the gas BMW, who's also throwing down $2,500. Now, usually it'd be winner take all. That's not the case. They're actually giving the money to the Children's Hospital.
Is that right?
How good's that? But they just want the bragging rights. They want the chance for this car, which is obviously a Pro Turbo car, to be taking on a factory extreme car in the form of Zoran Kajic. So those guys want to race. They've run pretty close to each other in terms of their best ETs. RB2J, I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Look, I love it too. And look, you know, he's got to. I mean, it's shoulder to the grindstone for Anthony Matuk. I mean, you know, you can get on social media and make the biggest fuss you ever want. Anthony doesn't do that. I mean, he's always let the ETs kind of be the advertisement. He's almost the king of the roll racing over here with all the customers' cars and the GTRs.
It's in the slogan, mate. No stories.
The results speak for themselves. But then when this thing goes 2,700 to the hubs during the week, VL God's out to try and run a 5 in Pro Turbo.
Now, I want to talk about Eddie Howich as well down at the PDRC round. He actually brought this car down to do some laps down there at the bend. 6:24. Thank you very much. PB by over 1/10 of a second. Coming into the event, the best this car had ever run was like a 6:44. By the end of the weekend, he was 2/10 better.
I think that bend, like the bend, can be quick. I mean, it's nice and flat. It's drier air down there.
It's at sea level as well.
Yeah. And Eddie, well, I'll tell you what, I'm sure we got a whole new legion of fans once SA saw it. There we go. Pro Turbo. He's got the clutch to bring in. Oh, Eddie's trying to get it in. Anthony's trying to bring it in. Oh, it's timed him out. Timed him out. It was a 7-second. Once that second bulb's on, he's got 7 seconds to get that thing into stage. 6:47, 2:21 there for Eddie. And for Anthony, like again, whether or not too much front, you know, sometimes with the line lock, you get a bit of front brake pressure and then you got to pull that clutch in. You got to sort of then start to let that clutch out a bit to creep it into stage. The thing did not want to move. And of course, with most of our timing systems around the world, especially CompuLink, as we talk about here, 7-second timeout between the second bulb going on. When you both engage the top bulb, that's basically an intention to stage and run. Eddie then starts his procedure, and you could hear how long the 7-second procedure is. I mean, remember, it used to be 20. Remember, it used to be 20. Forever. Can you imagine what 20 would be if we still had that old 20-second rule from years ago? I mean, these things would be molten metal and plastic on the start line before too long. So look, the 7-second rule is not there to be unfair. It's there to be completely fair. That is enough time for most of our competitors to get that thing into stage. Anthony was trying. I'm sure he was trying. He knows. He's learnt before.
And he's not a guy who tries to hang you out.
No, he's not trying.
He's not that kind of racer.
And he's the clutch guy. Like, if anything, like, you know, the clutch guys, as we heard that interview with George before, you know, it's basically, it's his left leg. He can push the clutch down a bit further or pull it out a bit more to move that car. But Anthony's thing did not want to move through probably no fault of his own, other than he might have had plenty of front brake pressure on the line lock.
I couldn't even hear it. Was it up on the revs?
I couldn't hear. Eddie's thing was on kill. And I'd love to know what trans temperature is happening in Eddie's car, because that's what it's all about. As we always talk about this, and I only speculate how many degrees increase. If it's a few hundred degrees increase in temperature over 7 seconds, I wouldn't be surprised, purely because it's like, man, that is a lot of stress in that gearbox.
It's a lot of temp.
It's not like these things are making 700 foot-pound of torque. These things are making 2,000 foot-pound of torque. These things are basically converter and gearbox melters if you thrash them too much. So that 7-second rule is not only there to make it fair for racers to stage, but just to try and be easy on the equipment. So look, that's just a little drama. I'm sure that's the least little drama that's going to happen to us by the end of the day. It's Jambo. We've got more plots, turns and twists than any Married at First Sight episode you've ever seen. And these are real people, not actors. These are the real folk with real power and no stories. It's just all about that. And isn't it funny? I was watching the other day, you know, TXK25, they crow about new GTR record. And you read it and it's like, wow, a GTR record. And it says 648. And it's like, ooh, that doesn't sound right. And then, of course, a few people in the comments go, well, isn't it in Australia, 637?
Yeah, I saw that.
And then you go, oh, that's right. The world record for a GTR is 637 here in Australia, not in America.
Not in America.
With an R35, for heaven's sake. If you're going to say GTR world record, just remember, they made more than the R35. The Americans tend to sometimes forget that the 32, I mean, we saw the 30 first.
We did.
If anything, we saw the GC210 first. We saw, like, our original 240K variants, then that first GC210 Skyline, had one of them, had a 240K, tick, tick, tick. I've had an R31, tick. The DR30, which I called back to that Australian Touring Car Championship. Nissan came in with that, with the RB20.
Yep.
Even before that, the FJ20 in that, Glen Seaton. So Nissan basically went from Turbo Bluebird, Turbo Skyline 4-cylinder, Turbo Skyline 6-cylinder. Then they got that R32 Skyline, smash Ford and Holden out of the park. So much so that the manufacturers basically said, "I'm throwing all my toys out of the cot." But just imagine during that time, and think of the boardroom here in Holden in the 1980s, and they're trying to make a VL Group A Commodore. They got this Turbo RB30 in the Commodore, thinking, "Oh, what if they build a touring car with a Turbo RB30 all those years ago? That could have been a Godzilla killer."
They could have flipped the script.
I almost love to do, if everyone had the time and the creative nous, to go, if we could put Peter Brock in that at that time with an RB30. So that car would be lighter, so much lighter than the V8.
Yeah.
It could have been just one of those weapons that marketing got in the way. So, no, we're selling V8s. We're not selling the 6-cylinders. But I tell you what, didn't every highway patrol car, wasn't that an RB30 turbo? The BT1s? I do remember the early days of that.
I think you're right. So we're just waiting for the fire-up signal down here. I can see Ben Slaughter, I believe, will be the next car up. I think he's going to be going on a solo pass in the Supra, the new car.
Yes.
For Ben.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
Does.
Just a quick reminder, not only have we got the kids' rides going on up there, I can see the jumping castle's getting a fair workout. There's either 10 kids in there or 100-kilo bloke in there. I can't tell from here. There's a lot of bouncing going on in there.
I can go up and test it if you want.
I'd like to have a bouncing castle session, put a couple of big blokes in there. It's like those magic slides.
No helmets, no pads.
Well, the slides with the Hessian bags. I'd love to see 600-kilo blokes go down there once. Yeah, just a bit, a little bit of gravity. Like gravity can be your friend. Now, look, the Shannon Show and Shine is going off. I can see a few cars up there on display and a bit further along. So get up and check all that out. We've got plenty of signies that sort of guide you around the place.
Free face painting for the kids.
Free face painting for the kids. Thanks for that, Janie. I don't know. I've seen kids walking around. I suppose, do they just start painting, or do you say, "What do you want to be?" and they'll tell you? I want to be Batman. All right, we'll paint you as Batman.
I want to be Chris Diggles when I grow up.
Well, you better start putting those wrinkles in.
I've got the grey beard,
you just need a black pen and just do the wrinkles first.
Right.
And then how do we draw 3 chins? You're like, how do you get depth on that? That is a real
It's all about shading.
That's a real gatey, by the way. Getting greyer every minute.
How tough does this thing look for Ben Slaughter?
I think that MA70... The MA70 style Supra, not many done this way. Of course, that JZA 80 shape, the Po-Tung shape that we just saw there before. But yeah, not many people get to do the MA series. Of course, these things factory had like 7 MGTEs in them. This is in Pro Turbo. Benny's been working on 2Js for probably almost a decade. I think
longer. With the dragster, remember?
He had the dragster, and then didn't him and the old boy have one in a land speed car as well? Yeah. I thought they'd done a 2J in a land speed car. So he's done a lot of that. But here he is. He's from Queensland. It has not yet quite hit all its potential as we know it will have.
Nice new sponsorship deal with Valenhold as well for Benny, the mining company Valenhold. So
yes.
Great to have them on board.
Well, that would make sense that if he's been doing a little bit of work out there, I suppose, especially in central Queensland. As we know, in most places, even WA, the same deal. We do have that whole mining industry out there, and it's untapped in some ways because we've got various companies doing well, and it's good that he's got a little bit of that from Valenhold. Lots of other ones there, Worldwide Rolo Shipping, Ayrton Industries, Haltech, of course, on board, GCG as well.
Gulf Western Oil.
Gulf Western as well, I can see on the back. I just love that square shot. That was him, right?
No, I think that might have been
this one.
This little yellow machine.
No, that's a 30. Yeah, that's just a 13B starting. Don't be alarmed.
I was going to say, if that was Ben, that's not a good sign.
Don't be alarmed. Yeah, no, that's a 13B starting.
That's just a bit too much of the aerosol.
Yeah, here comes Eddie back. Great drive from Eddie. But yeah, I just love it. I think the square-shaped cars, they're never going to go away. That slab side nugget sort of look. I don't think the nugget's ever going to go away.
No.
All right, Benny. Pro Turbo. Brought to us by Long Boost. Oh, Benny, no power off the line. No power off the line.
Another car still very much in the development stage for Benny.
Yeah, just did not leave with any intent. 12.44 and 160. Gets the ET, though, 12.44. But, yeah, bogged that thing. It caught a whole lot of start line. No power on the hit. But here we go. All right, so a bit of Pro Turbo going on. Pro Compact, thanks to McKern and Associates coming up, you would assume. A couple of 13Bs in here. Now, it's like sometimes, you know, when we talk about the golden days of Thatcher Extreme or whatever.
Yep.
Classes come and go as far as their depth
Their
of the field.
popularity,
A couple that always seem to never disappoint. 28.9, Pro Compact, Pro Turbo comes in. There's various categories that always just rise to the top at a Jamboree. It doesn't always have to be the one. It's going to be other ones.
Absolutely. You've got Peter Rahayan taking on Terry Waterman now.
So Pack taking on Boost Works.
Yeah.
That's got a different note to it, that car, doesn't it?
Yeah, there is something about 13Bs. And again, if you watch as much as I do when you get onto Pal Febru TV, which is another great YouTuber from Puerto Rico, and you listen to all their 13Bs, you do get different sounds. And I don't know whether it's exhaust manifold design, is it port placement, you know what I mean, port timing. There's a variety of different aspects that you think must relate to the engine note on these cars. A lot of times the inlet manifolds, when you have a look at a 13B, there's not a lot you can do there. A lot of them still kind of now use like Pro J style intakes with a 4-barrel throttle body. There's guys that still go to a traditional plenum with a 115 plus millimetre throttle body. There's a lot of those still use that sort of bully hat style on the 4-barrel style. So I just don't know. But mind you, have a look at the letters on the back of Terry Waterman's car, LMCT plus. It's like, hello. Is Adrian hanging around here too, Jambo? Tell you what, he might just get the Jambo bug. Who knows? There we go, Pro Compact, first pairing. Bit of a pedal there to Terry, but I think that's Pete Rahayan down there. Is that Junior?
Yep.
That's El.
Indeed it is. 7:08, 191 miles per hour. 7:08 for Peter Rahayan. Terry goes through for a 7:40 at 194 miles per hour. Not a bad run from Waterman either. Good side-by-side race to kick things off this morning.
Yeah, El Chebo, not a bad run there. You can see Uncle George coming back, Dad Rocky coming back, the whole team, Uncle Rodney. Absolutely chuffed with the first hit of the day, considering that we call this, well, we're going to call it let's just call it what it is. These 3 sessions today are going to be hot weather sessions.
Yeah.
You know.
Tony Gooder and now the Angry Bee.
Yeah.
In the Suzuki Swift.
Is he still calling it El Squirrel?
El Squirrel.
Remember
El Squirrel.
Because he gave it that name, because he's another one that gave it to the Street Outlaws guys, and they couldn't believe it when they go, who have we got to race? What's this thing? And there was one run there where he nearly...
Kai Kelly.
He nearly get him.
Yeah, hit him to the tree, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, he treed Kai Kelly and nearly binned it to win it, and then Kai just got him.
This car is so short, it can almost go lock to lock in one rotation.
Well, I think if Tony were to lie down beside it, Tony would actually be taller.
Well, I reckon it's a calibrated door. The door is the length of the wheelbase on this car.
Tony's 6'1". He's a big bloke. He can bench, like honestly, if you ever seen any of his Facebook stuff, the guy can bench press probably more than most of us, right?
Yep.
Probably bench press you and me together. But they're about 80-inch wheelbase, these things. So these are the shortest wheelbase thing you can get. The only other thing that would be as short would be Phil Penny's Honda.
Yep.
Right? But this is...
maybe Nathan Cowie's Mighty Boy as well.
Well, actually, I'll have to measure that wheelbase.
Yeah,
and see what
that'd be pretty close.
Well, mine's 79, so a Sierra's 79, so this is 80. So there must be something about 80-inch wheelbase cars. But yeah, you'd have to measure that Mighty Boy next time, run the tape over it and just center to center. But yeah, the El Squirrel, I don't think he's cracked a 7. It's normally a low 8-second car. It's only got like a 26, 10.5 on it. Like, it doesn't have a lot of tyre on it.
I spoke to Tony this morning. He's busted to crack that 7.
No,
So he's gone low, 8-0. So close, so close.
Simon Ione beside as well. Now he's been deep into the 6s.
Yeah.
So it is... we've just had a complaint on the live stream. Yes. Been watching for 10 minutes and still no Bump City yet, Devo.
All right, Matty, I'll wait for 2 cars that actually are autos.
We need Bump City.
Oh, good run for Simon. Yeah. 100 to the 60. Half track, 436 all the way to the finish line. Oh, yes. 684, 198. And the Squirrel,
yes.
795.
795
for the little Suzuki. 795, I think it's got to be his PB. 684
100%.
for Simon. There we go. Pro Compact dishing it up.
El Squirrel.
El Squirrel. A lot of nuts. A lot of nuts in that one.
Great passes there.
Oh, I like this.
right, that is the Sup G, not What Up G, Sup G. That's Dodsy's new ride.
I like that.
Look, you can trace the DNA of this car. I don't know. Look, I heard there could be the Abel Amara K&N Rotomaster.
I thought that was Eddie's car.
Or is that Eddie's? But you know what I mean? There's RX7 shape. You remember, like, there's about 5 different RX7 shapes.
Yeah.
For that
I may be wrong on that.
Like the FD shape. This is one of these. I call them like the RX7 Pro Mod. I call these like the Pro Mod body because they are super swoopy, a lot of tub area. So you're like on a traditional. Remember Billy Nabbins? He'd have to put the tub into the back hatch. You see here, it doesn't have the tub coming out of the body. So it's got the fat quarters on it. Beside him, I called him the OG. One of the OGs, Anthony DeQuino.
Yep.
DeQuino, one of the OGs, he's back out there, hasn't forgotten how to do this thing. Dodsy absolutely hooked. There's his wife Jen out the front there. She's been getting a little bit of action in her RX3, Miss Rhoda, I think's the one.
Wheelie bars are super low for Dodsy down there. Like, they're almost dragging on the ground.
Let's hope he can shift all the gears here. He had problems yesterday. Pro Compact for Kern and Associates. Dodsy, he's grabbing gears, and look, normal Dodsy behaviour, 794 at 160 mile an hour and a 913 for DeQuino. Now, you know what? Start line's got teeth. Now, whether or not this hot weather is sapping them of horsepower or the the track's super grippy, as you just saw then, I actually think what we're seeing is a bit of an illusion. There's horsepower's being sapped out of these cars because of the heat.
Anthony, a bit smoky all through the deep end there.
Oh, yeah, is that what you're saying? I thought you were looking at us on the second camera.
Try not to look at myself.
Me neither. Me neither. But I can honestly tell you, I think at the moment, yes, the track's got plenty of teeth, as we know, but I honestly think it's got to do that, it's quite hot outside. I think it's just sapped for horsepower at the moment. So all these cars like the 13Bs, you might give them 60 PSI on the hit. They're down on horsepower. They're a couple of hundred horsepower down probably on launch power than what they're probably expecting. I just think this hot weather's going to really be hard to find that horsepower in the middle of the day. But here he is, Mr. 7095. It is Marcus.
Marcus Pepe. It's interesting. This is a BoostWorks car as well. It's got that same note. The BoostWorks cars just sound that little bit different when they get up in the rev range. It's very, very interesting to hear just the different approaches at different shops.
We all know they do it a bit different down in South Australia.
Everyone does it a bit different, don't they? Like it's very cool. You've got all the same gear, but different end result. I like it.
They do sound a little bit different. They certainly do. Of course, here's another South Australian here. Where's the cow? Oh, there. Hello, Uncle Chop Chop here. All right, here we go. Marcus. Back to the screen. Thank you. Marcus, 100 to the 60. So, look, that was the same as Simon's 60-foot, 100 to the 60. So, on paper, they're getting that launch RPM, they're getting that horsepower out of the hole. Now, look, when you saw Simon go down 100, he's obviously on times like this, you think, well, you know what, we can give it another 10 PSI on the hit. We're just not making that horsepower at the same boost level. And I'm sure it's not like every time they go and put these things on the dyno, they go, okay, well, let's give it a hot, let's make the dyno cell super hot and humid. That's not the way to make horsepower. And you're certainly not going out of your way to try and make less horsepower on hot weather. You just know that when weather like this comes in, your horsepower is going to be a little less. And that's what we're seeing on a couple of these cars, but not for Simon Ionu. 684 at 198, 708 at 191. Who was the 708? Of course, that was El Chebo. That was Pete. 740, 194. Dodsy, 794 with a big bog off the start line. 795, 913, and a 1571. So far in our Pro Compacts. Now, isn't that interesting that our entry list, no four bangers, no Tater, no Kyprios, no Queenslanders, no 3RZs.
We got Tony, he's a Queenslander.
Oh, Tony's Queens, yeah, but I mean four-cylinder Queenslanders. Of course, that Pro Compact class, for those people watching on the Real Street live stream right across the world, is for two-rotor and four-cylinder cars. Predominantly here in Australia, we seem to see a lot of 13B action in there, as you would expect. But yeah, we do have the occasional 4-cylinder fly in the ointments, like Kip from Queensland with the 3RZ Starlet. Of course, Tater, the quickest 3RZ
He's
in the world.
probably fishing.
Tatey.
Yeah.
Is he in that mood? He's either in that mood, he's either in the mood to work on the car. And I remember for plenty of time on social media, Tatey would show you doing all this work on the car. Got it to the same stage as we'd seen before. Like I remember the early days, Scott Porter had done the same thing. You know, they'd run 3 runs with the billet Nissan V6. And instead of rebuilding the engine overnight, they just started doing complete power plant changeovers. Tater was getting towards that as well with that 3RZ, having a complete engine deal, ready to basically just take out the power plant,
bolt out,
everything,
bolt in.
manifolds, so hot side, plenums, everything basically duplicated, and you're changing a whole power system. And I remember here years ago, to bring back a bit of Jambo history, back in the days when Scott Porter was absolutely hooked on Factory Extreme with that billet V6 Nissan, is that they were doing it as an experiment during testing, doing an engine swap. So they had that whole deal set up, 26 minutes for a changeover. That was, I'll never forget that. That was a sub 30-minute engine changeover. But that was, I mean, the whole thing was wired, you know what I mean? Like, it was everything. It's not like taking wiring looms off. It was having a whole front engine wiring loom. It was like basically unbolt and plug and play. And I don't know whether any of that's been duplicated anywhere in the world.
No, look,
that's quite an achievement to have done it.
Well, I do want to say thank you to McKernan Associates for supporting Pro Compact. We are moving now into Factory Extreme, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. And, well, if you're going to talk Factory Extreme, you have to talk the Rahayem, you have to talk gas racing, and why not start with those two? Pack Performance, gas racing, George Rahayem, Paul Mahayat, RX9 versus Celica, probably two of the most iconic Factory Extreme cars that we've got in the country. And they're coming out to play on this very, very warm Sydney day.
All right, so what do you do on the first run today? Now, this is not anything to do with the match race.
Send it.
Yeah, this is Paul Mahayat. Of course, Paul been to the States a few times this year, been, of course, not only through Proline and, of course, his own elite business as far as race car prep, of course, helped Johnny Ricker get to not only an RVW final, but then into qualify one of the quickest Pro Mod fields in the world, in the World Series of Pro Mod. Gets to drive the gas. And I don't know whether Joe's fully retired or not. I know Joe, I mean, he's done that many laps. I mean, Joe Signorelli, back in the day, was the world's quickest import racer at a 20. I remember he ran that 20 up there at Willowbank. That was the world's quickest. Titan had that at 6:40 forever. And I remember the day it went 26. I remember that. I can't remember that. Just can't believe that just popped into the head, but it did. He ran a 26 on that day. We all couldn't believe it, but he'd set the world record with that car. Mind you, he'd also had a baptism of fire here in Sydney. He'd been this thing before. Like, he's crashed as well. The pointy end. You don't get to greatness sometimes without climbing a few Mount Everests and falling off the other side of it. Georgie, the same. Like Georgie, I mean, he had the beautiful pack flagship. He told me, obviously, he showed me pictures of this thing, because they crashed the other flagship here at a test day down the deep end at 200 mile an hour, and then they built this, the first ever RX9. Well, it's identifying as an RX9 for all those people watching all over the world. This is the first ever RX9. Remember, Mazda did it as a concept car. I think it was a hydrogen rotary as the concept car. So this is a version of that. Paul Mahayat, 2JZ on board, of course, gas racing, running the 3-speed auto on board. So he goes to Bump City a little bit here, but hey, Georgie got the clutch back in it. He said, we're not here to muck around. Quickest rotaries in the world are not auto, and he acknowledges he's got to get that clutch out of that thing every day.
It's not stage straight down here. He's pointing at the 330 foot mark.
Oh, Georgie, that's all right, Georgie, that's all right. Can we get back? Can we get back?
No, you won't get back.
Try the red. Can we just get him back? All right. All right, boys. It's one of those what would you do moments. If Georgie didn't just give it that second clutch pump, I, myself, being a fair and equitable person, would have said, all right, boys, just quickly come back. You ain't seen nothing. But they both... Can we put him at the back? I don't know. I know we like to play by the rules on most big serious days like this, but you and me the same, Janie would be the same. We'd all just say, had he not just given that second clutch pump, if he'd quickly grabbed reverse and pulled back, I'm sure Paul would have been the same. They're not going to say,
We've had a preemptive Bump City. Maddie has gone, yes, it's Bump City finally. Well, no, it's not.
Maddie,
They've got the clutch back in the car now.
I did that as some people were already... As I try to explain to anyone that's ever heard Bump City before, I created that when two turbo cars bump in against each other. Not one. It can't be
No,
one. It's got to be two.
No.
It's a city comprises of numerous citizens, not one. That's just a bump street.
And they've got to be autos too, don't they?
Hey?
They've got to be autos
They've got to be autos. I mean, you've got to use a bump box,
You've got to have a bump box. That's
you've got
where
to
the
have
bump comes from.
Yeah, you've got to have a bump box to do it. You can't just bring it in on a clutch. You're never going to bump it in. We had this argument the other night on Gordito Tuesday about what constitutes a bump. And I said, oh, one day, Diggs, you'll go and bump. I said, I've got a manual, mate. I can't do it.
No.
You've got to use a bump box button, and you've got to literally be engaged with another citizen, and then you are in the city. Just to clear that up there for Matty. Okay. You said it. He can go outside now. He's waiting for it. He's going back outside. Back to your live, citizens. All right, so Paul Mahayat's going to get a solo here. I'm going to let this 2J sing. Let's just have a listen. Oh, low 6, high 5, 641, 229, 102 to the 60-foot, half track 425, 176 mile an hour, and a 41. 641 at 229 mile an hour. I just imagine there was a tiny little bit of overflow out of the vent of the fuel tank.
Yeah, I was going to say it was only fuel because it was dry by the time he got to half track.
That's how hot it is outside.
Yeah, it's warm.
Like this stuff is evaporating in front of us.
It is warm, that is for sure. Jerry Keel now pulling up to the line, and it looks like he's going to be taking on Zeus. You got to say it like that.
Zeus. 100%. It's of course the Croydon car, SCF race cars built. R35, the world's quickest Nissan-powered drag car. I think 62 or 67, this is run a 560. Running the new CRD billet cylinder head. So I only sort of read about that this week. So they are, of course, the billet block's been around a little while. And again, here we are in Australia, one of the largest producers of aluminum, as Trump would know it as. We use aluminium over here, slightly different makeup. But
it doesn't have the tariff on it.
Yeah, we don't have a tariff on it over here. So, of course, Robert could have probably bought, like a few guys have done, you buy a Camaro, do a bit of airbrush, next thing you know it's a Nissan or a Toyota. But Rob's taken an R35 to SCF, to Burnsy. Burnsy has built it. He said it was actually an absolute dream to build this car because it's got that much, such a big car, that much room for tubs and tyres. The next 4 or 5 that he's building, they've taken 250 mil out of the centre of the car. So the next 4 or 5 35s are a little bit narrower. So if you ever line them up in the future, the ones that he's building will be a little bit narrower than this. But there's plenty of R35s, and guess what? As we said, we're going to have the Aussie billet RBs in them and the CRD billet heads on them. So again, you can almost thank Jamboree Ray Box from the early days for creating this environment for workshops to see, you know what, I'm going to build an empire out of racing. Jerry, of course, Mr. Clutch. Early in the run for margin, 119 in the 60-foot, but he's going to let it sing out the other end. 634 at 240. Jerry, 722 at 189. 108 in the 60 for him, but margin, 119. Now, there's no chatter marks there for margin, so I'd say that has been, well, a lot of power taken out of that car early.
I think that was just a banker, just to get it down the racetrack.
And hats off to the racers that are going to do exactly that. They're going to race and set up to what they see out there on the track. And you know what? Standing out the front there right now is a man that's also going to probably help them here today, Mr. Eric Lazinski, of course, from Easy Motorsports. Of course, Titan. He's the man that's been in the clutch can for Titan for 20-odd years. And they've got Lazinski over here. Good to see Luz here again. I call him Luzza. And one of the most polite professional blokes, mate. What that guy has seen in his career, especially in of course, Saudi Arabia as well, helping E-Canoe and all of those guys. Oh, come on, Zoran. Put your hands together for Zoran. The big guy loves a big skid. And he just love to see something with a 5-second on the time slip today because he hasn't quite cracked the 5. Here he is, Georgie.
Georgie Jasewski now. This is a cool car as well. There are so many cool cars. Started out as a Camaro. Is now the Nissan.
Oh, yes, sorry.
No, we can say it.
I know.
And I mean, one of the most interesting things was the Moitz Racing storybook that they put together as to how they actually changed the front end of this, because they did do a lot of work to make it look right. And just a very, very cool looking thing. George
Jasewski from Mundura in Victoria. He's, of course, one of his VL street cars with the billet CRD RB in it. I think 40s, that thing's gone 640s at 220 mile an hour in the street VL. Mind you, it's no longer street car. That thing is full race car. How about this one? It says here it's a Nissan RD35, and I'll believe him. It's 2018. It is swoopy. It stops, like honestly, stops you dead in its tracks when you see it towing back. You watch when you see it come back, folks. It is... Folks, you get your price of admission just by being in the aura of these cars and these teams. As I said, these guys, like Georgie builds caravans for a living. He's got Lotus Caravans. Zoran Gadget, well, he's a builder by trade. These guys, that's what they do. But what they do for recreation is race. But what you're seeing is professionalism like you've never seen before. And we're lucky to have this here in Australia on this scale. And for people watching all over the world, they're going to say, geez, that guy raves on about Australia a lot. And it's like, well, we've seen it rise, haven't we, from where it was to where it is. And we have not stood still for 1 year with this stuff. So here we go, Zoran and George. Now, they both want the same thing, bottom sixes, high fives. Georgie basically just shaken this car down recently. Zoran's driven this thing forever. He's got Lazinski in his corner and all the gas guys too. So let's have a look what transpires. One with a clutch, one with the auto.
No one's going in. No one is moving down here. Round one of qualifying for factory extreme.
Zoran, what a drive job. 107 to a 102. Georgie, 635, 192 offered early. Half track 409 at 184. It was on a mission. 901 for Zoran. He drove that thing. We know how well that guy can drive his Pro Mod. 901 will do for now. In the clutch, I didn't quite catch the 60 then in the clutch. Did we see it? It was
no,
a 109,
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
It looked fairly smooth, though. It wasn't loaded for bear. You could tell that.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, that was about as far out of the groove as you want to drive one of those cars.
What do you reckon, Janie? You got your mic on too. I know we're rabbiting on over here. Janie's just happy to be here. That's right. Yeah.
I think she's just enjoying the best seat in the house. So it is the Don now. Anthony Matuk. And he's going to be taking on Jay Sadek in the RX-8. 20B rotor on board, so good old-fashioned rotor versus RB battle now.
Yeah, of course, Anthony Matuk for Mount Vernon here. We saw him in VL God already. So if VL God makes 2,700 to the hubs, well, the Don, as they call this car, has got to have all of that and maybe a bit more. Mind you, this is, I think, the ex-Major League car, been redone as an R35 odd Skyline. It's got a bit of GDR about it, but it certainly looks Camaro-ish from the back. Jay Sadek, well, again, that's a Mazda. What do they call that? An RX-8. Kind of got a bit of GDO about it, you know what I mean? It's what we do. I mean, for years ago, we were very strict on body styles and everything like that, but then we obviously had to embrace that you can get yourself state-of-the-art cars already built, bring them over, do them up the way you want, and then in a world where you can identify as anything you want, you might as well. So we're pretty broad-minded and open.
We're very open-minded.
We're very open-minded.
Yes.
I'm loving that.
Camaros can choose any pronouns they want.
They can. It's a GDR pronoun on the Camaro, and it's an RX-8 pronoun on the GDO. So yes, it's anything you want out there. Although that is Jay Sadek and Anthony Matuk, and they won't be changing anytime soon. They're going to be going for it here. Well, again, Anthony, I think he's got an auto back in the Don here. So here we go. Bit of Bump City for those people watching at home.
Jay Sadek's staged up crooked again down here. It's not the first time we've seen it today. Sometimes it's on purpose, but not sure about this time.
Oh, Anthony seems to sing. Just sing, broke something on. I don't know what happened there. Oh, it came out 109, both sides. Jay off the throttle, 710 at 156. It was not bad, 434 at 169 to half track for Jay. 109 both sides of the racetrack to the 60 foot, 783 to half track for Anthony. But yeah, look, we know what happens sometimes. You can test for a day or two, get some good baseline, and then you come to race day and a little gremlin kicks in, and we see guys sometimes struggle. And remember, this is only the first session of everything so far. But you see them struggle early, and then you notice the cream rises to the top. Second session, third session. Sometimes people don't find that mark until round one of racing. Of course, we run Chicago Shootout in a lot of these categories. You might find after one session of racing, they find their mark, and then they're unstoppable to the finish. But who knows? We've got another couple here, tell you what. if you
They
want
just
to
keep coming, don't they?
if you want to know about the barometer of the of sport compact drag racing, have a look at the 2 Toyota Camrys, Camry pronouns, Nathan Hagenson and a 5th McHale.
I like the new look
How
on Hagenson.
Yeah, loving the new look on Hagenson.
Yeah.
Had a moment in this car, what, about 12 months ago, was it?
Yes. I think it might have been Sydney Jando last year, wasn't it?
During the test day, maybe? Oh, yeah, great to see Hagenson back running, of course, for Custom Bodyworks, GCG Turbos, MPW Performance, Plasman, and, of course, Dandy Engines and Al's Race Glides.
A 5th McHale, gorgeous looking car as well. It's just top quality builds across the board every time they roll out here. Hagenson has run some very, very stout low 6-second times, but he's on a bit of the return to the sport after, as he touched on, that little incident last year, which resulted in a little bit of a rebuild needed on this car. He's got Frank Marchese doing the engines on this car, which is, it's not the kind of engine that you usually associate with Frank Marchese, but that being said, he can make pretty much anything go fast these days. A 5th McHale, I should say, from Belmore, just down the road here in New South Wales. Hasn't exactly been a session where the cars have lived up to their potential, but we've seen plenty of low 6-second runs in Factory Extreme this time out. What will these two deliver? And I think we're going to be moving into Pro Mod in the not too distant future. So we will round out Factory Extreme this time around, I believe, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine. Hagenson in the right lane. Left of screen, as you look at it on the live stream, if you are watching on the Real Street Performance.com live stream. And of course, 5th McHale, the blue car.
All right, here we go. Sorry, I just... I'm just...
The voice of God behind me.
Hello. All right, so a double 2J bump in coming here. A bit of Bump City here in a sec.
This is Bump City?
Yeah.
Make sure you tell Matt.
Beautiful cars. No, he's gone outside.
Okay.
All right, here we go, boys. He's hoping something out of the front of Hagenson's car, on and off the throttle of 5th McHale. He's going to get this through the finish line. Hey, 666, but 225 mile an hour. And for Nathan, yeah, something was sort of, with a bit of fuel or something coming out. Have a look at Georgie Jezewski's car coming back here, folks. You cannot tell me this stuff ain't swoopy, this stuff ain't cool. It is so good to see. And Georgie, good steering to start off the day.
Chatter marks for a 5th McHale. That thing was absolutely shaking its brains out down there, and he did a great job to recover it, actually.
Yeah.
It was over near the wall, drove it a long way out of the groove.
102 to 60 foot. What's that, Janie? Are you pointing at something? Use your words, darling. What is it? No, you just... she's pointing at what she's miming. I can see what he's doing down there. Yeah, he's with the mop guy. Yeah, so 102 to the 60 foot. 450. 450 to half track, 173 mile an hour. So 4500, 173 to half track, 102 to the 60 there for Rafif. So it was going out nice. Nathan, though, like straight off the bat, like he bumped that thing in, and just as it left, it was like I saw something come out the left-hand wheel arch.
There was like a puff of vapour.
It was something.
Yeah, there was definitely something weird.
So he's hot lapped that back. He's back in the burnout area, ready to be towed back. So, and oh my God, sometimes you need 2 minutes to just decompress after a run. You get all this drama, and when it works well, you're still coming down off that energy, even when it's not quite right. By the time you go and reassess what you've seen, it's like, whoa. Oh, here we go.
I'm very excited about this because this car is, I've only seen photos of it. This is the first time I've seen it in person. Steve Smith, the C5 Corvette, absolutely stunning piece of kit. Just a gorgeous looking car, this one. Taking on Jeff Brad, the 59 prize of Saratoga. Usually competes in top door slammer.
Yes, we have a couple of what identified as top door slammers.
But today they identify as Pro Mods.
They're using a Pro Mod pronoun today.
Yes,
and here's the new car, of course, for Driven Energy Drink, KPM Performance, RCE, Mike's Fabworks, Stephen Smith from Queensland. This brand new Corvette for him. He's already got, of course, the Mustang Fastback Pro mod that he runs on a small tyre as well. But Smithy blew us away earlier in the year when he said, I've got this other car that I'm going to try and debut. Now, it was supposed to be at one of, last weekend, I think Growl Racing was going to have an expo. I think at the Exhibition Showgrounds, of course, this little tiny cyclone came through. Yeah, it was a little cyclone. I don't know whether you knew.
Where, North Queensland? Or?
You know what? We had no warning it was coming, really. Like a week. Flaming heck.
2 days off work.
Yeah, I know. I had 3 days off work. Thanks, Alf. You've just now made life harder for me because now we're picking it. And I know what I've got to do when I get home eventually. Do my backyard. You should see it. My God. Every tree should not drop a leaf now for a month. Let me put it that way. It's blowing every tree, every stick, every branch. I think we've got 4 birds' nests in the backyard. A couple of little chicks still don't know where their mums are. The cat ate those. Stephen Smith. He's going pro line, so it's a pro line on board for this. And beside him, Jeff Graddon, he's got that Brad Anderson. I think he's got the big auto in this, the converter, so he'll him go to the chip.
Oh, I think he might still have a clutch in
He
his
might
car.
have a clutch. Let's have a listen. I love him. I still love it, one with a clutch in him. I love him with a clutch in him.
I might be wrong on that, but
Yeah, I think he's on the button here. Let's have a listen.
Door come open there for Steve Smith. Bit of shake.
geez, that's a good run in the conditions. 6:08 for Jeff Graddon at 245 miles per hour. 6:95 for Steve Smith. And I think he was grabbing the door as well. It was definitely coming open down there. A little bit of tyre shake off the hip, but 6:95 at 179 miles per hour. Still just trying to shake the bugs out of that car, aren't they?
It rattled,
literally.
It rattled the tyre yesterday and did the door yesterday at the same time. I remember the door coming open yesterday watching the stream. Yeah, that thing's just shook hard. It had I think 102 in the 60. It was sharper. Graddon's was like a 109. And came out of the hole nice. Didn't get the 660 time for Graddon, but it was a nice march for him. The question will still remain by the end of the day, though, folks. Is it going to be a black belt that wins Pro Mod, or is it going to be a turbo? Because we've got a couple of turbo cars in there. That's one thing I loved about when we included Pro Mod, and it took a long time here at Jambo before we even would consider having something quicker than Factory Extreme running here. And on any good day, the Factory Extreme cars can be quicker than the Pro Mods. This is about the only place in Australia at Jambo that you let the Pro Mods eat. Basically, no 585, none of that, which of course there'll be in other forms of Pro Mod in Australia. We don't have a fixed index. If you could run quicker, and I think we saw Joe run in the past a 559 here, I think, from memory, in his car before he's had an off in that thing, unfortunately, as well. So these things can bite when they're not quite... not quite straight, or you have any sort of little mishap. So many things when you think about it that you have to get right. And that's why you appreciate them when they run well. But then you can see little things go wrong with these cars, and then it's it's not fun as a recreation when things go wrong. But I suppose the trade-off is when everything goes right, you do not get an adrenaline rush bigger than that. I mean, Janie gets one when she finishes a park run, but I just don't know whether it's the same level of adrenaline, Like, how do you get your adrenaline? What's your biggest kick? Rusty?
If I wake up in the morning, that's usually a pretty good shot.
It's pretty good. You
arm.
get that shot of adrenaline.
Yeah.
A couple of wheat bixies away.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a fussy kind of man.
Isn't it amazing? Like, I just can't get enough of, obviously, the sport of drag racing, and lucky enough in the other side of the world, whether it's the United States or Puerto Rico, they're getting into quite the season for it. So whether it's World Series of Pro Mod or the radial stuff or any event that's happening at Salinas, I'm definitely all over that. That gives me the adrenaline. And then when we get to see it for real in Australia, well, I can live all this stuff for months. And then you look forward to the next Jambo in Brisbane, and then the next one at the Bend. And here's another guy. Talk about make the trip.
Yeah.
The trip, bro, from Masterton to New Zealand. Steve Carlson, that Ford Falcon, coming here to run Jambo. And Paul Trabotto from Victoria. Oh, give it some chop, bro.
Give it some jindal.
Give it some chop. He really hopped the chop. He hopped the chop so hard, it's not funny, bro. And of course, we love having fun with our Kiwi brothers because we love a laugh. Paul Trabotto, well, again, he's the underdog. 347 cubic inches and the EB Falcon. So for all those people watching at home, this is the 1992 Falcon.
Single turbo.
Single turbo Windsor.
Big single turbo.
And no, they did not come in two doors. If people see it and go, wow, Falcon two-door, I don't mind that. No. We did not have EB. There was not one Falcon except the hard top back in the day. And for people that don't know what I'm talking about, think of Mad Max.
Yep.
That's the hard top. That was the last time we ever had a two-door Falcon.
Yep.
Oh, every Falcon uses a two-door, but that's the ute.
That's a different.
Yeah, it's a different two-door.
Well, and you do have the XP Falcons as well.
Well, they were, yes, they were.
They were a two-door Falcon.
No,
Funnily enough, one in the other way.
Correctly. There it is. Well, that's and again, we never quite got the sprint here that you would assume.
No.
But yeah, I watched Sea West Garage, which is a New Zealand YouTuber.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the Kiwis are drag racing nuts. Their door slammer over there is going off the charts. Their Wild Bunch, they really have embraced the Wild Bunch over there. They've got a great Group 2 system over there, so you see a lot of comp eliminator style stuff over there, a lot of rotorers in there as well. But here's Carlson. I'd love to see him get some PBs.
Yeah, it'd be good to see.
I think he's on Chicken Hawk Motorsport. Just checked it out. Chicken Hawk Motorsport. All right, Paulie, bump it in. Paulie going for the walk. Half track 433 for the Falcon, 653 at 224. Paulie 706 at 198 mile an hour, 115 in the 60. But yeah, nice run side by side. And we've got to let those things go. Just, you know, there is room enough in everyone's heart for a blowing Hemi. All right, we can never get rid of that. Yes, I'll have a screaming 2J, a wailing 20B or 13B. Screaming full banger, but you still got to have a bit of blowing Hemi in your life once in a while, I think.
You do. You got to have room for Hemi.
You got to have that bit of blowing Hemi in your life once in a while. And it's so good we can do that at Jambo. You get every single noise of horsepower just about. And it's so good to see that we're still only in the first session of everything. And just goes to prove, look, I think we had about 110 odd entries in all the categories, so we've yet to nearly see all of them. We've still got a couple more. And again, as I said, a couple of turbo underdogs in here. At the end of the day, can the black belts prevail? On paper, they seem to be making a bit more power than our turbo guys. They've seemed to have got their start line sorted. But guys like Kid Hunter love this thing. Like, this is just one of those sweet cars that when you see it, you just go, man, I remember this car. 412 cubes, turbocharged VL. Ronnie Palumbo, well, the Fab out of the AC Delco, Morris Fabietti race team. And isn't it nice that he's coming to grace us with... I know he ran a couple of years ago. He ran in one of their first ever Pro Mod races here. So Ronnie might be the guy odds on. You never know with Ronnie Palumbo and the Fab team. They just play the long game here.
I went into a drive off before he went in at burnout there for Ronnie Palumbo. Kid Hunter, a pretty short, sharp burnout down there, pulls it up before the beams. I want to say a big thank you to Manly Performance Products for supporting Pro Mod here this weekend. They are part of the Race Winning Brands family, and we are excited to have them on board in 2025. They've got an extensive range of rods, pistons, valves, valve spring kits, valve train components, cylinder head components, and much, much more. Thank you to Manly Performance Products.
Oh yeah, worldwide. I've seen the ad, of course, on the live stream for Manly. You can hear that in the cans, right?
I can hear you fine.
I thought I'd turn it off.
You're doing a good job with it. I've got to be honest, Eagles.
Yeah,
fantastic job
I like
there.
this deal. I realise there's a chair to sit on and I can't sit down. I've just got to stand up.
You're just that excited.
I am.
Just trying to get your steps in.
You can move forward if you want.
Oh, no, I'll move forward then. When you two.
Come and cuddle up next to us.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Between my brother and sister. All right. Look at Smithy coming back here with the... I called that Kermit the Frog, the ultimate Kermit the Frog fantasy. If Kermit the Frog could have a pro mod, it'll be Kermit. Just Picky guiding him back. All right. That's in Kermit's world anyway. But yeah, how good is that to see our first Corvette pro mod, I think, in Australia of that shape. I'm pretty sure that's about right. I said to him, where'd you get that RX-9 body from? All right, Kid Hunter. Pretty much looks like a street car, not a pro mod.
Red light on the tree, but it doesn't matter in qualifying for Palumbo. Rolls out of the throttle at the 1,000-foot mark down there. Still goes through for a 6:34 at 165, but didn't look like it was moving around too much. I think that might have been a planned shut-off down there for Ronnie Palumbo and the Fabietti team.
100 to the 60, 385 to half track.
Yeah.
So that had all the potential to be quicker than Jeff Graddon's 608, but a nice stout 385 to 660.
Just working on their hot weather tune-up, I think.
Oh, that'll do.
Yeah.
That'll do it. I don't know whether we can get any hotter than what we are. I know that, traditionally in Australia, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock's about the maximum amount of heat sink that we seem to get on a surface if it's been exposed directly to the sunlight. I was kind of hoping in a way we were going to keep that cloud cover all day, but it ain't happening. We've got that Aussie sun out there, and I would imagine if you were to stick a thermometer out there on that, even on the concrete barrier, it'll show 50 in the sun.
It'd be hot.
Yeah. I've
hot.
In my new role as a climate control appliance installer, I've never used my thermometer.
Jeez,
I've never used my
make air
thermometer
conditioning
more,
sound
mate.
fancy.
I just put in aircon. But I've never used my thermometer more than I have in my new job, mate. So I'm measuring temp several times a day, and even when we're working, geez, it's a hot day. I just put the thermometer down. It's 50. If it's direct sunlight, it'll show 50 on your thermometer. So you feel what we're standing in sometimes. For all those people that have to work in the sun, you know why slip, slop, slap is so important in this country. Here's the guy that might. If you're going to put a captain in as for black belt, it would be Burnsy, because he just loves shoving it to the turbo guys. He really does.
Yeah, short wheelbase. Almost factory wheelbase. It's only 1 inch longer than factory, this car. It was originally built as a radial car, but he's put the gumboots on it. He's doing all right. It'll be good one day.
Steel roof and quarters, like it's got, like Birdsey, honestly, he's one of the most humble chassis builder guys I think I've ever met.
Yep.
Like he could just be that bloke standing next to you, sort of on the start line. You wouldn't know that him and his boys just produced some of the best door slammers we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And we've got a history of that, of course, even in the early days. Murray Anderson, world famous for building door slammers. Victor Bray, Scotty Cannon built that one for Scotty.
Yeah.
Burnsy's come through. SCF's been around a long time. And Burnsy says none of his client base comes from traditional forms of drag racing. He said, I can't remember the last time I built a door slammer a top door slammer for anyone. He's building pro import cars, he's built pro mods, but he has not built any top door slammer cars. None of his business.
Not for a long time anyway.
And a lot of chassis builders that I know in this country are not building for mainstream. They're building for things like Jambo, Radial, Drag and Drive.
And he's a guy who's right on the cutting edge of shock technology as well with Mensa Motorsports. And
he can scale these things, he can set these things up, and this car's probably the most legal car for more categories than any other pro mod out there.
Yeah.
And Burnsy, watch what the first run is here for him. Oh, no, folks. 007 on the tree, 968 to the short time.
Yeah, just couldn't stick it. That's just went up into tyre shake. It was pretty vicious tyre shake, actually. That thing, looked like the door might have even popped open on the left side of it. But 007, he's obviously had his wheat bix this morning. Shelley's giving him the coffee, and he's off to the races.
007, and he is the reigning. It says he is the reigning Pro Mod champion as well. Oh, there we go. So a bit of word from the pits there. Ashley Bagdonis, that gazelle. Ashley said he only owned a brother's S12 for 4 weeks. I thought he owned it longer than that. Cooler pipe failure came out of on boost in the burnout box. So people are having problems. There we go. There we go. Godzilla Motorsport does the body, the R35 bodies. Malcolm Glass, it's the old Hurricane car. There we go. All the history's coming through. Someone's getting free parking by the look of that there. And Kip's watching, by the way, there. So that's a couple of messages come through. That's what happens when you leave your phone in your pocket. You miss all these messages. So I've got some of this stuff. Dave Reed says it's 117 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature.
That's warm.
That is warm. So
that's warm.
That's the word coming from down on the start line. 968 for Burnsy on
that's great,
hit. And remember, that thing's still an auto-style car, so I think you get some of that grid starting to come in, some of that timing starting to apply that power. Had that launch program sorted, but here comes the power and straight away rattles the big tyre. All right, speaking of the opposite of big tyres, it's the small tyres. J275 coming out for its second session. Buddy Nasser there from 5 Dock. It is from Hurstville Towing. It's a 5.3 LS. He went 8.62 on his first quali. Graham Horner from Lewiston in South Aussie, 400 cube Dart LS in the VH Commodore.
And a big thanks to Boostline for bringing J275 to us here this weekend at the Jamboree. They are the first purpose-built quad rods for power outer applications. So big thanks to Boostline.
They've hit the number right there. Now the track, there you go, 200 mile an hour for the VH Commodore, 714 for Horner, and I think 7164 in the earlier 714, and Buddy into the 860s there as well. So I'm just for something, not that it's, I'm not wishing anything bad for anyone, but you just assume with track temp like that,
yeah,
especially on radials, we're going to see guys zing the tyres if they haven't addressed the elephant in the room, which is 117-degree track temp.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think that sometimes might save some of these combos, if they haven't changed it, is they're sapped for power. Obviously, the more cylinders you have, the less it affects you. But if you do not address what you're doing in the short times with this hot temp, and yes, the heat itself, the UV, as we've touched on before, that Rusty mentioned before, that stuff knocks you around at this time of the day.
Next up is Palantonrello. The El Pepe, this one. Nitrous car, one of the only nitrous cars in the field with the big block sheep taking on Keith Hards. Keithy in the Fair XW, the car that was iconic for so long in the hands of Frank Marchese. Keith now does the driving.
Keithy cleaned them all up at our last Kender of the year at the Bend. And would you believe, got this thing, because it was over the 660, this thing, he managed to get the thing into the 430s in the 8. Like, to move a car of this weight, 4,000 odd pounds on a leaf spring, on a 275, to go 430s in the 8. I didn't believe it when I saw it when I was 439. It's like, man, how do you make the XW go 430s in the short? He was running a 70. He ran a 470 on the previous run here today. So he's not pushing it over the short time. The quarter mile is a different thing, and I know quarter mile is deep in Frankie's heart. There we go. So Justin said 138 was the track temp at Kender and Feb. So Justin Simpson's rating this as a moderate track temp at 117.
He told me it was 140 something.
Well, he's rounded it.
Oh, he's rounded it
up
now.
He probably said nearly 140, I think. So here we go. Keithy, he's going to just try and, well, let's watch his short times here to 660. But Harlow, like, he's got a combo that should just go down every run if he doesn't get greedy on the NOS on the hit. The head is going out, 122 in the 60, 143 to Keith, half track, 526 for Keith, 487 for El Pepe, 753 for Parlo, 781 for Keith, and that's still not bad for 4,000 pounds of XW.
Yeah.
So they both improved. How about that? They've improved.
Frank doesn't look happy, though. I've got to be honest, looking down there, he does not have a smile on his face.
He's just tired. It's hard to get the smiles out of Frankie on race day. It's just like hard yakka. It's not the only car he's working on either. I think we saw he's obviously helping Hagenson as well. Yep. We've got all the boys. Mate, it's hard work, and especially because of the temp. I think because it's hot as well. That's why no one's smiling out there.
It is very, that's for sure. As we see, Peter Finiano's now taking on Brent Coles, battle of the RX-8, slightly different power plants.
I do love both combos, I really do. Peter Finanos, of course, has got that RX-8. I think Kevin Awood had this car before. It is one of our quickest, it might be one of the world's quickest rotary radial cars. I know we've been talking about, and remember Nicky Hepburn in the early days, as we used to, when we finally brought in a record called the import radial record, someone had to run quick to say that it's the quickest sort of import on radials. Now White Rice has taken that into the 620, so let's talk about an import radial record. Let's talk about rotary radial records. Well, I guess it's got to be one of the quickest rotary radial cars in the world.
I'm sure there's not many of them running.
There's not many of them. Brent Coles, the only LSA-powered RX-8 I think I've ever seen. And, of course, tribute to Spot On Performance. Of course, Andy is Brent's brother. Brent's a builder. Coldwood Homes. I think they said they belted out. They nearly get to between 40 and 60 houses a year. That's the first time we've seen Brent slip up there, actually hit the tyre and zinged them that time. Every other run down the middle. Look at that, 780. Now he's on a march. Finonos 780, earlier 784. That's the slowest one for Colsey so far, 1002. So that's the first one to really sort of slip up from the first run today. But I tell you what, look at the bunch though, like Cam Riley, Graham Horner, A.N. Setney, the pointy end.
You got Andy Cole's way up on top there.
And actually, I wish that was... I know it's up to us to do the relaying of the information, but once in a while, wouldn't it be good if we could screenshot that qualifying list and put it to the big screen for everyone to watch at home? We're just going to have to relay that to them as quick as we can per run. Ian Turkovic is back, the 1200 Dado. Yeah, V10 Viper from what I understand. I know one was getting billed and they is this the 1200? Is this the 1200? When it says 8 litre, it's got to be that.
Safe assumption.
It's got to be that Viper V10. Ahan Setney, as he said, Kebab House, Wetherill Park. Every time he runs this car, I want a kebab.
Yeah.
Like, every time.
Good kebabs too.
Oh, my goodness.
Good garlic sauce.
Oh.
Kebab is all about the garlic sauce.
Yep.
You get the garlic sauce right, you're halfway there.
You're not doing me any favours, Rusty. You're not.
Pretty hungry, hey?
Stop talking about it. I need a mop and bucket to the commentary boxes. I'm salivating like my dog does every time it's time for feeding time. It'll just drool on the floor. You've just mentioned kebabs and garlic sauce, and I can't keep it in my mouth.
And then finish it off with some acai.
Yeah, well, is that what it is? Is it a chai or a
Acai.
Is it
Acai. We looked it up.
It is?
Yeah,
It's acai.
we did look it up one
And they do have a trade stall here this weekend. So you can go,
do they?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it should be... Well, can we get that to the commentary box, please? I need samples. That's what I need.
Acai samples to the commentary.
Okay, 717 earlier on for the Supra, 851 for the Datsun 1200. King 2J, I'm not going to argue with that. He's had some success. I think he went in Brisbane Jambo and cleaned them up, or runner-up. I can't remember what AR did up there, but he raced pretty well. He did blow cooling out last run, so hopefully that might have just been a catch can thing or something.
Shoots
out.
Well, out comes that prematurely. Happens to be once in a while. 715 at 201 mile an hour. Shoots out.
It can't take you anywhere.
715 at 201. That is an improvement, but yeah, that's not going to help Ian Turkovic at all. Because, you know, when you're packing those things, you've got to make sure that inner cable that does come out, 15, 20 mil. If it's less than that, it can just rattle out like that. So
it's amazing the difference 15 or 20 mil can make.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, I mean, you've got to push hard to get that thing. And I've seen him, like the other night, where the brother was packing the parachute for the first time on his Gazelle. And just how hard it is, and he goes, "Oh, these things are tough." And I go, "Yeah, that's why I never pulled the chute on my car ever, because I packed it once."
That's why I don't build a car fast enough to need
That's
one.
why I don't want a fast car. I don't want to pack chutes. That's what it is. As soon as I do a drag strip with 5Ks of runoff, mate, I'm there, right? I'll build a fast car then. I just don't like packing parachutes. I do think Simpsons have got a new cartridge deal, which looks like it gets easier. Danny Busbridge now, Matt White. Here we go to Bump City. I don't mind. LS and small block. So small block in the LJ. Just having a listen. Oh, that's all the way to the finish line.
Yeah,
718, 193. Matt Whiting from Holmview. Is that Matt Whiting?
Is that the same Matt
Whiting? That might be
Whiting
Dennis Whiting's son, yeah.
Well,
811, 177. I know we've had Matt dip in for a bit of radial action, I think, in the past from memory. And there could be very much Dennis's boy. Could be.
I remember a Matt Whiting that used to have a white ute, white Commodore ute.
And we even have, I think, Rogan's son running a Camaro in radial as well in Brisbane. Dave Rogan's son. So
Disco Dean Ferris now, the 71 Escort panel van, taking on Danny Lansdowne. J275 action. You have a look at this qualifying list for J275. Yep. You've got Colesy out in front by a country mile, and then everyone else is like a 711 something.
Yes.
710, 715. It's just so tight.
You almost want to split seed the field and give our bottom runners a chance to battle each other.
Yeah.
Because it can be a bit one-sided. You come in with a mid-8 second, low 8 second car, and you're running guys running 7-1s. It's like, you know, that you can only really hope for maybe one win out of 3 tonight. But 2J versus Barra, Bump City, both sides. Nice one, good light. Danny Lansdowne, 0402 and 085 for Disco. Half track, 474 to 540. Danny, 722 at 195. 871 for Disco Dean. He's off the throttle again at like 1,000-odd foot. He's not punching it all the way to the finish line. He does love his 660 racing, though. At every kender, he's always there. So maybe Disco doesn't want the quarter. I don't want to drive a Mark 1 Escort at 180 mile an hour, thanks very much either, really.
I don't think they were designed to do that.
Well, he's actually more famous than ever, Disco D, because another YouTuber, Mark 1 Kieran from the UK, of course, he's all about Ford Escorts in Malta. That's pretty much their national car, the Mark 1. So, of course, Disco's now known as the world's quickest escort panel van, and he's getting more and more fans from all over the world knowing who Disco Dean is, just through some of these great YouTubers. And again, like Mark 1 Kieran is not a million subscriber YouTuber, but he's there nearly 100,000 odd. He's just got enough fans. He goes to Malta, watches the drag racing, puts it on. Every event at Santa Pod, he's always there as well. Big shout out to Mark 1 Kieran as well. So one day we might even get him down under here, but he's busier than ever with the drag racing. Another, just to go again to show you, the scene in the UK, the scene in Malta has been booming. We're trying to get this VL to work here. Peter Budzewski, and it's not happy.
Yeah. We've just been trying to bring it up on the revs and get it to do a burnout for whatever reason. It's just not playing the game down there.
Same thing happened in Q1 as well.
It sounded pretty healthy to me, but it's obviously something with the driveline that's not playing the game. Anthony Karofsky just bombs the tire right as the hit down there. And I think the longer this day goes on, the more we're going to see that happen.
Well, you know what? I was going to say the same thing, but who knows? Again,
well,
we're losing horsepower out of the combos because of the heat.
There's smarter people than me out there.
Yeah, and you know what? By the end of the day, as we said at our drivers' briefing this morning, whoever wins these Billet J trophies today are truly going to deserve them. Because it's one thing to just go out and be a spectator like all you folks, ride in the shade, and hopefully as the sun goes further around, we're going to get more and more people down a bit closer. Everyone's staying in the shade, which is very smart. But you know what? It's hard enough as a spectator to be here, let alone try and race something like this. Because they're in the fire suits, they're in the pits.
There's no aircon in these cars.
They're trying to keep cool.
I think this car used to have aircon at one point. No longer.
Oh, das is Glimmel Technica. So Guy Hall, the only J315er here. So he's just got the 315 radial on it. I don't know by default whether we give him a Billet J for being the only guy. I mean, it's not like it's a Bradbury. He's going to win any which way, I guess. And we're not going to knock the guy back. Hey, I want to bring my blowing big block Mercedes to the track. We're not going to knock him back. Have a look at our Aussie radial variety. 20B RX8, Barra-powered escort panel van from the world-famous Disco Dean. Viper V10 powered Datto 1200. Yeah, you don't even get that anywhere else in the world. So I hear how soft that was off the hit, and it still hassled the tyre a little bit there for Guy Hall.
Definitely not picking up the wheels like he did 3 weeks ago.
Oh, he's cleaned them up already this year. He's had a good start to the year, has Guy, but made the trick down with the rest of our boys from Spot On. And yeah, Diesel Australia is his business. He does have a soft spot for the Mercedeses. He's got this other cool cruiser, I think, another 69 that he cruises with. But
the diesel one?
Yeah, the diesel one.
I often see that at diesel assaults.
Well, I tell you what, and let's just quickly tell the folks here about something that happens up there, Janie. And I know it's happening a little bit more slowly around Australia, but at Willowbank, Diesel Assault, like Dave's telling me about the nights, thousands of people turn up to watch the diesels.
And
how many
massive.
diesels do we get?
Oh, 150 at least.
150 diesels racing each other, and there's not too many slow diesels there.
No, there's quick ones, there's slow ones, there's all sorts. But it's all about the vibe at diesel assaults.
And 4,000 plus people come and watch
it's insane.
diesels race, for heaven's sake. And you know what, I've been hassling the captain for a few years. I'd love to go to Thailand, grab a couple of those quick D-Maxes over there, and I reckon it'd blow everyone's socks off if we saw them at a Jambo one year. Imagine if we had a J Diesel class. hey, we got to talk about the future, not that Diesel's the future. Hello.
Well, talking about the future of Matt Coates is not looking good.
Stop that car, stop that car.
Matty Coates, the Mazda 6, not good. Might have been a CV or something.
There's
14.
a trail.
Is there?
You can see a trail going right up the guts until the car pulls over, so...
Not good. Michael Crouch, he goes 14.47 in the Hyundai i30N. And Matty Coates, like the Mazda 6 MPS. So that's probably the one that's the 2.5 litre. So just when you think that there couldn't be a hot version of that, there is, for people that know. And years ago, you wouldn't assume that's a car that would retain or gain in value, but guess what?
Yeah.
They're even holding on to these things. So, and now, in this particular case, he's done some snappy.
Yeah. made the trek down from Queensland. He races at all of our street series, everything, Matt Coates.
I hope he did not drive that thing down, Janie.
No,
I hope he towed it down.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think
Because
so.
if he did not, that's going to be a nice trip out to the wreckers or something today.
Yes, I believe gearbox is no longer in one single piece.
Oh, goodness me.
Yes, so
Not good.
Yes, going to be down for a little bit of a clean-up down there.
Might be a good opportunity to grab something from the Jamboree merchandise tent. We've still got the colouring in contest for the kids. Go to the Jambo tent and see if you can get your colouring in contest stuff for all the kids.
Better get a move on because it's drawn at 3 o'clock this afternoon, it's not too far away.
12:15 already. And, of course, the jumping castle, the chair swing, it's all happening up there as well for the kids. The Shannon Show and Shine, which I think at some stage there's going to be presentations up there, which I'm sure has probably got someone's name on it. That Rusty's already seen that as the allocation. So we're going to clean up this little mess here. No doubt I would assume that with this degree of oil down, we have just got a little bit to clean up there, and who knows, I might crack another one of those balls. And you know what, when I see the distance I had to crack that thing, I know why I missed. I didn't put enough backswing on it, so I'll have to put a little bit on it and crack them across to the fans over there too. So we'll do that again shortly, I would imagine. The small delay as we, and again, we don't normally assume in Street Compact that we're going to have carnage.
No.
But guess what? Carnage comes in all shapes and sizes. After all, it is Jambo. So
we might take a quick break and a couple of words from our sponsors up on the big screen and on the live stream. Give everybody a little bit of a break from our voices, and we'll be back shortly, guys.
Sounds like a good idea. See you soon.
Jamboree, let's go! Lee! What up, G? Never lifts.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree.
13B's out in front, the 20B's coming on strong. Oh, the spot-on boys are turning it on today.
Wow, we've got a good race on our hands here.
Come on, gentlemen.
Okay, that'll do. Oh, Eddie Howard just on a mission.
He's out of here.
600, 244 mile an hour.
That thing is cool.
Yeah, man.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamboree is the winner.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's. Insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Jamboree, let's go!
What up, G? Never lifts.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree.
13B's out in front, the 20B's coming on strong. Oh, the spot on boys are turning it on today.
Wow, we've got a good race on our hands here.
Come on, gentlemen. Okay, that'll do. Oh, Eddie Howard just on a mission.
He is out of here.
244 mile an hour.
That thing is cool.
Yeah, man.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamboree is the winner.
All right, here, well, just this little oil down cleanup, which I didn't think we were going to be taking this much effort, but obviously if it's gearbox oil out of there, we're right into it, and we're just doing the final massaging on there. The girls are doing a great job down there, keeping our crowd entertained at the fence. Sorry I didn't get the racket out this time. I will make sure I'll crack that out before.
It's only because the physio's working on your shoulder at the moment.
Yeah. I can't wait to put my clothes back on too, because it's the air conditioning's a bit cold in here, but
I can tell.
A little bit to the left. There we go. Yes. Maybe if I held the microphone in the other hand, it might be better here on the table. That's better. But I'm glad everyone's getting a stubby cooler, or I think we've got Summit ones there and some Jambo ones. I know we've got some lucky balls to hit out there, but I just knew that we weren't going to be too long there. I was going to put the cry out, the bat signal that we put up when we've got a decent incident we need to clean up. But it's great that you folks are here and be part of our great Jamboree, our first one of the year here in Sydney. Of course, our big one that we do, the 2 days at Willowbank later on in the year, and then we'll be cracking down to the Bend, I believe, before the end of the year. All things going well, but yeah, we give out the odd free thing there. What's wrong with keeping the people entertained in between oil downs? It's about the only motorsport in the world where we kind of have problems like this. F1, I suppose when they bin them, they just close the session off. Wherever you're sitting, viewing, you don't get any more entertainment than that. You've kind of got to sit there and do nothing. At least you're at drag racing. We try and at least keep you entertained when there's nothing on. And we do that not only here with our free giveaways, but, of course, our great kids stuff that we can do up there with the kids' rides and everything like that. I mean, we're spoilt when it all goes well. You know what I mean? You can have a whole day where no one drops an ounce of oil, no one hits a wall, no one blows stuff up. But drag racing is horsepower. And when you put a lot of horsepower into a sticky track, can you please do a lucky ball call, please, so I can throw one? Okay, you want to do one. So have you got she's got a pretty good arm on her here, Leanne. Leanne wants to throw this ball out. Haven't you got the racket? Why don't you hit one with the racket? Don't know where the racket one. But, okay, so we've got a lucky ball here. Leanne's going to chuck it out. So come on, crowd. All the girls are going to do it. Hang on. What are they going to do? You're going to try and kick it? Make some noise.
I think the girls are going to kick it.
Now, remember, you get this lucky ball, you must not keep it. You must take it to the Jamboree merchandise tent and trade that in for a lucky prize, a gift, whatever we give you back. But we're going to kick this ball. I don't know where the racket went. God, that's a bit concerning that the racket's gone missing.
It's being restringed as we speak.
Yeah, well,
you made the demand earlier on.
So make some noise, and we'll try and get that ball booted into the crowd. I don't know how good the arms are on the girls. But you can give it a crack from there, girls, if you can. She's going to chuck it. Oh, not a bad throw.
That was a fair effort.
She's got an arm on her. Absolute arm on her. I wouldn't have chucked it that far.
No.
I did a bit of Did you see that quarterback pass I did before
I did.
there? That's why they're working on the shoulder. It works. Yeah, someone caught it. Someone caught it on the full there, I think. Yeah, I tell you what, I had the idea about hitting balls in here because it is a bit of an amphitheatre. It had a bit of T20, what do they used to call it, big bash feel about it. And if it was cricket season, we could bowl in the middle there and crack it with the tennis, with the cricket bat out to the crowd. But we've done a little bit of entertaining to the people that are being so patient out there, and thank you. And I thought we would just make sure that we get a little bit of free stuff out there. Kids have got some stuff. But remember, if you have caught that lucky ball, you go to the Jamboree merchandise tent and give the ball back. That's how the system normally works. And I can't wait to go down there and crack a few more. I know that when we had the Nerf balls, and I don't know whether maybe there's a tariff on Nerf, maybe we can't get Nerf at the right price anymore.
It's a retaliatory tariff.
It is.
Yes.
But I know when we did those black balls that they do tend to fly because they're light. You can get some air under them, and I love cracking them up onto that shade sail because it does end up rolling. It can't get stuck.
No, it doesn't get stuck.
It can't get stuck.
Now that you've said that,
I'm going to get one stuck today.
100%.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Street Compact second round. Ashley Bagdonis is back. As we said, he had a little boost pipe come off or something. Now, this, I think, is SR powered. Ahmad Hamdan in the R35. Ahmad, he's really got the R35 over a little bit here.
He's taken the long way.
Ash Bagdonis out there now with the S12. There's not many S12 Gazelles around. That is pretty much the original Sylvias. 1077 at 128, no slouch. 1148 at 123 mile an hour there for Ahmad Hamdan. But now that Ashley's down the other end, I know he might watch the stream a little bit later on. But as I said, my brother's got his S12 back. Still one of the quickest S12s in the world. And he's going to come back and try and push that mark down quicker than his 912 that he ran years ago. Elijah Bendevsky, the Sora, 2.5 litre. 1383 previous run. Craig English, RA60s, you just, Mustang backs, you just can't get these things.
This is one of the best examples of these that I've seen for a long time. It is so clean, this thing.
They were an amazing car. And again, they were all underdogs. Like Salika's never had a good rap.
No.
They were known as the hairdresser's car. They were known as just a sporty car with no bite. Of course, they were raced. You know, they eventually got raced at Bathurst even. 11.84 means with that, I think it is a 1J in that. I mean, they're a match made in heaven when you see them. The Engine Bay definitely lends them to that.
Yeah.
And that's not the only Mustang back in Australia with a 1J. I've seen one that does drag and drives, which is very similar combo. Almost looks factory. I tell you what, All Motor must be not too far away. I said All Motor's not too far away. Adam Broomham now and Bradley Halliburton. Adam Broomham had a, well, it says a 3.2 litre Ranger, and I believe him, but apparently he did have another car that he broke. Bradley Halliburton, 10.81 after an earlier 10.77. So there's 2 runs for him in Street Compact within a tenth of each other. All right, All Motor. 18.22 there for the Ranger.
You weren't going to try and talk over the...
No, this is Speedflow All Motor, and 25 years supplying quality hose and fittings to the performance industry. Located in Taree, Australia's #1 choice performance hose and fittings. I know every fitting on my race car is Speedflow, and on my next race car I've got less, and I'm reusing a lot of them.
Taking a long way again for Craig Watson, and still plugging it through the gears down there. Just had a little quiet moment. 9.34 at 148 miles per hour. I think that'll take him to #1 spot in this qualifying list. Sean Majlak goes across the line shortly for a 21-second run. Ran a 14.54 earlier on, so obviously a few problems there. But Craig Watson with that 9.34 takes him to #1 spot by almost 2 seconds, over 2 seconds from the #2 position, Sam Constantinou. Next up it is James Fakinos in the FAC Junior SIC 100 Mazda.
I used to be able to tell a difference between a bridgie and a PP, but it's hard on a high idle what's a bridgie and what's a PP. You've got to listen to them idle. A PP's normally got an irregular heartbeat, so to speak, and the bridgie's always the same, you know. And I do know a lot, look, predominantly, can't hear myself talk, predominantly, the bridgies is what a lot of All Motor stuff is. Very hard with a full PP. Of course, in Puerto Rico, you see full tilt PPs running into the 810A, which is crazy stuff. Sam Constantinou, that little reefing through the gears. It does say it's a 12A, and it ran 11.52 before. So if that's doing it with a 12A, that's pretty stout. 11.71 at 121 mile an hour, 10.98 for James. It is an improvement.
Very happy crew down there. I've got a feeling that might be the first 10-second run.
Tell you what, it was, no offence, it just, I mean, I thought it was faster than that.
Yeah, it looked faster. Fakinos goes to the #2 qualifying spot with that run. And
there's a lot of cars with the SIC 100 on the back in this class.
Yes.
And I'm glad that teams are embracing All Motor and going, you know what, let's fill it full of angry rotors in there. That's what we want All Motor to be. We want cranky rotors, we want cranky triples, we want cranky 6-cylinders, we want cranky 4-cylinders. Here we go, Andrew Pashali, first run for him today, the little R100. Yeah, cranky, I love them. And with the EFI these days, it's even harder to pick a bridgie between a PP.
Oh no! That's a lot of broken bits out the back of Andrew Pascali's car.
What did he put
And
out
I don't know how it's still going down the racetrack, but there was a lot of metal came out the back of the car.
It's probably just rust. They're old cars, you know.
Janie's calling it rust.
Have a look at what they're actually picking up. Like they're picking up chunks of metal off the racetrack. And that still went down the racetrack with a 13-second run.
I don't know what that was, but they're just checking it out. Yeah, you would assume after you're seeing all that metal come out that the thing was going to slow down.
That was bizarre.
But that
was really weird.
I don't know. You know, if you've had the bumpers re-chromed, maybe there's a little bit on the inside of that. I don't know.
Maybe a little bit of sound deadening or something. Maybe it wasn't.
It's almost a nothing to see here. In fact, they're saying bring the next pairing up. yeah, when you drop the pipes on these things. I hope everyone gets a big injection of inspiration and go and start building your all-motor car, because it's our loudest, crankiest class by the look of it.
Can we just finish yours first?
I know,
don't need
I'd
the
love
stuff.
to finish mine.
Yeah.
I won't be the fastest either, because if I can crack an 11 out of mine, I'd be stoked if I can get an 11 out of mine. I've done the subs. If I can get that 190 to the tyres, I've got half a chance. Then when I build a cranky one, well, then we maybe 250, 300 to the tyres. 1292, earlier 1291. So Andrew Stavropoulos has got a good run down both times.
Oh, a bit of chrome strip came off.
Anthony
that time.
Gregoriou, 1329.
It's an extreme approach to weight saving down there. Ripping off chrome strips at half track.
And that's back when cars had chrome strips, you know. There's no such thing anymore as a chrome strip on a new car. You can get a fake chrome strip, but you can't get a real chrome strip. Here we go, another cranky RX2. It almost takes you back to the roots of Jamboree, because before the turbos kicked in, there used to be a lot of Angry Bridge, J-Port,
It was all about the porting.
Yeah, it was all that. 48 mil IDA, 51 mil IDA. Aggie Dasakis and Elias Melke. 1348 previous run for the RX3. RX2 previous run 1228. This third gear there did Elias. I could hear that from here.
Yeah, Dasiakis, we've got no data for him on our screen, so Malecki will go through for a 1267, 108 miles. But yeah, unfortunately, Dasakis just jumped the beam there.
Must have just rolled through the beam and the wrong time, but
It was a clean enough pass. Just
it was not bad. Yes, sir. They do command attention, and I do remember some earlier really angry 13Bs. As you said, we're looking for Matho. We can't see Matho anywhere. But definitely get your attention, these open, exhausted. And I know technically they probably should be muffled, and technically they got to be X amount of decibel, but why discriminate? You're being rotorist, really. You're being rotorist. If you're starting to discriminate against rotaries because of their noise, well, let's start putting mufflers on top fuelers then, I guess. But I don't know why they have to pick on the rotors. I do remember Chainsaw getting banned one year because he didn't have a muffler. For some reason, the rotaries need a muffler over here. I mean, that's just kind of wrong. I can tell you, over in Puerto Rico, there ain't no muffler rule over there, mate. They're loud as hell.
Taz Gregoriou, the Taz Building Solutions RX2 out on track now. Already got a 1286 under his belt. Not going to be a 1286 this time around though. Sounded like he had a few problems finding a gear down there.
It's either falling out of gear or something in the clutch. I don't know, but you could hear that thing a couple of times there, either it's popped out or whatever. But and I don't know what they're running in these cars. 1863 not good. Earlier 1286 was good. The old-fashioned top loader used to be a gearbox they used, but there's a lot of Supra box stuff. Here we go, the next category. That was all motor, round number 2 of quali. No big improvements, some consolidation for Studley. I think 1 or 2 other races there got some good consolidated runs in. But now here we go, Street 289, back into it. And this category always never fails to disappoint. Somewhere along the line, you will see amazing runs when these things I mean, the small tyre, sometimes you think, well, they've just got to either give it hell and spin that little thing, but sometimes that's the wrong thing to do. So you really got to manage it. What are you on the Fisherman's Friend there? Jane got the sore throat. Eric Sliger, earlier 1737, so that is not where he wants to be. I'm trying to remember what happened last run. Oh, that's why, because he had to avoid the RX2 in front of him. That's why
right.
Eric Sliger's got a
That's right.
1737.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, we had our first big off, hopefully our last. Those marks are still there to remind us, actually. He's in the same lane.
Same lane. There's no more repeats of that.
I tell you, look, only for the sake of excitement, I suppose, would be to see if he did have any GoPro on that. That was an epic thing to happen in front of you. Shane Crichton already cream of the crop, number 1 so far, 785, about 1.5 JZ. That Cressida, of course, 6 boost turbo manifolds, MV automatics, CPC manifolds and machining, Microtech, Force Performance, Cisco, he's got them all. Oh, no, you can't have that happen in racing today, Price. We'll throw the red on him. Little pedal. But yeah, Kreitz, that's not something you want to have happen during racing. 777, that's an improvement. That'll put him at number 1 now. But Kreitz, 785 previous run, but that time just a bump infringement there. See that damn bump? That bump box button. Oh, God, it can cause you grief. It can cause you grief. Boy, plenty of smoke down the end as it comes around the bottom loop there, but that seems to be something with that car. It just belts it out. It belts that smoke out. It's a rotary thing, Janie. We know that.
It is.
90% of the time.
Yes.
90.
Rotary turbo problems.
Patrick Long now, the RX-7. Didn't get up to the start line, or got to the start line, but didn't go very far.
He rolled it through.
Round.
Another
That's
one
right.
that, again, it just goes to show, folks, in order to win a billet, Jay, at the end of the day, things like the little things, like staging the car, keeping it in stage, registering the tree, getting an ET, that all matters. Problems for Dymac. He's now leaving the chat.
Yeah.
He's just gone. Steve Dymac's gone. He was in the water. Now he's rolled out, so an issue, and he's decided to take that back to the pits. However, Patrick Long got the track to himself. And, geez, he's already had some issues already with the strut or stub axle or something coming off the car in testing yesterday.
Good to see they got it fixed, actually, because I thought there was a bit of damage done to the guards.
Yeah, it did look like it pumped the guard out a little bit. But here we go.
Nothing a hammer and race tape can't fix.
That's right. All right, so here we go. Going to have a couple here in the 7s for Street 289, no doubt about it. All right, Pat Long's just got to get this thing into stage. He doesn't have to worry about cutting a light right now. He just needs to get the number down. Keep it in long enough to throw the tree. And have everything go right. Hang on a sec. He hasn't moved.
He hasn't moved yet.
He hasn't moved. He can still get an ET here. It's not going to its 2-step or its boost, or it's not making boost or whatever there on the line. Like, we know what it normally sounds like. It starts to pop and bang as the boost comes in. That's just getting an RPM limit there, but that's not getting any boost limit. No, there's a wastegate issue there or something.
Yeah.
There is, you know, what we've heard enough of it. We know what we want to hear there, and that's the popping and the banging of the engine on boost. But that's just chip. That's got no boost on it. All right, so look, we've had someone go to his door. No, that is not making any power like we know it can. So look, he's going to get an ET. The timers have started, so he's going to roll through and get something if he can get to the end right now. But yeah, you heard that about 2 or 3 times when he tried to take that to the 2-step. And I know that sometimes there's switches on clutch pedals that guys use or whatever in order to engage in battle, which is get that boost up on the line. But none of that happened. Oh, Blowy's back.
Blowy's put it on the show.
Blowy never left.
Blowy never left. And this is, again, another thing that we see. These guys, they keep turning up, our Hurstfield towing guys with this RX-7. They have continued to chip away and get this thing into the mid-7-second zone on that small 28.9 tyre. And more often than not at the end of the day, whether it's perfect runs one after the other or spin that tyre out, shift the gears if the thing stays straight. We know Blowy's only got one throttle position after that, and that is through the floor. There's that very flimsy back hatch.
It's like a fan, isn't it?
Very flimsy back hatch.
Piece of plastic, really.
It's literally. And beside him, Dip Tail, earlier run for him, 787.
This is a great looking car, this.
Always was.
Always has been.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
And I'm trying to think, the early days of Pro Turbo I think it was in Pro Turbo with this car for a while, but a 28.9 tyre on it, it just will fit in there nicely. 787, it's like he'd never been away. And here he is, he's back. And as we know, Mohammed Salame, or Blowy as we know, just got to get one down. 27.21 was his ET before, where it just zinged the tyres. These things can also neutralise when you get off the throttle, so sometimes they're hard to get back in gear. Just coast, here we go. Definitely better, 125 at the 60 foot for him. Half track now, he goes 495. He's on a good one here now, Mohammed. 762, that's got to be number one. 791 now for Dib. So there we go, 2 great runs for Dib Tail. He is back, but yeah, so is Moe. Mohammed Salame, 762. Eric Sligar, 777. Shane Crichton, 785. Dib Tail, 787. And Steve Dymack didn't come out that run.
Strong burnout again from Connor Fakinos. From Elwood, just down the road. The Toots Racing, A Civil Motorsports, Stumpy's Burgers.
Yeah, Stumpy's Burgers. Where's Stumpy's Burgers?
I feel like Stumpy's got some good in-house barbecue sauce. It's just a feeling.
Yeah.
Just a feeling I've got.
And then Billet Boss. Imagine if one of the things on Stumpy's burger menu was a billet burger. I'd have a billet burger. A billet patty.
Double patty, double
billet
bacon.
Angus, that's what I want there. I want a double billet Angus with beetroot plates in between. Build your own burger.
Heaps of cheese.
Rusty's now salivating on the bench here. I mean, that was about what we were talking about with kebabs before. Actually, we've got our vouchers.
We do.
Can they cross-pollinate? Can we go down to Stumpy's Burgers and hand in our Jambo food tickets?
I don't know whether they'll let us.
No. That's a joke and a half.
I'll try.
With mayo?
See what I did
you
there?
Didn't even,
I'm better than I
didn't
thought
even
I
realise.
was.
I don't think they let us. I don't want to be shrewd on that. The veggie might come too. All right, so Connor. Everyone's watching Connor here. Got the auto on board, so he's not used to not having the clutch pedal and something. 100, hasn't got some cars in.
I reckon, especially after the success they had in automotive just before.
So who's doing the workshop challenge then? Oh, is she? Okay. Is there a SIG 100 team in there? No. Or do we?
SIG 100.
They do, SIG 100s. I've only got Jimmy in there, but I haven't even seen Jimmy run yet. So anyway, Connor goes down, 15.26. Nothing to write home about this time. Oh, Rashi, Anthony Rochella from South Australia. Loving the live stream. Big shout out to you, Rashi. Rashi and Lawrence, they need a Jambo car in their lives.
Yes.
I know Rashi's got quite the car collection, but I don't see anything metric in his garage. You know what I mean?
There's always room for improvement. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And of course, Pup's watching too. He reckons the Black Bear. Of course, we know the Black Bear. Yes.
Black Bear. We know Black Bear.
Yeah, that's when we road trip down and get here at 6 a.m. in the morning. We go to Black Bear for brekkie. All right, Martin Wheel and Steve McGurn. Here we go. Modified Compact. We are back. And we've got a little bit of unfinished business with some of these guys. Do they improve or not? 920 is a huge improvement for Steve McGurn. 920, 955 for Martin Whelan. That's his first of the day by the look of it.
That's a strong car, isn't it? 152 miles per hour, good speed. Definitely good speed coming out. We see Ben Clark coming out now.
Yeah, good Ford versus Holden battle. It's not often we get to say that too much at Jambo.
No, it's not. But we do see it a little bit in this category, don't we?
Oh, look, absolutely. Yeah, we see a bit there in J275 as well. But here we go, RB30 versus the Barra-powered XD. So, again, people watching on the Real Street live stream, the VL Commodore, of course, 1986, one of the most iconic Commodore shapes. It'll go down in history, I think, the VL. Honestly, it's etched in Australian society, the VL. Randall Graham's black track performance on board. Oh, drive job there for Ben Clark. weaving around there on the launch, but it is now Randall Graham through the other end. 900 to back up his 897 he ran before. 1056 is slower than his 984 before Benny, but he backed off for some reason.
It's interesting. I think we might have got to that point now in the day where the racetrack's gone from being tacky to being a little bit on the greasy side with the heat. When you just see what some of the cars are doing now, they're leaving and they're not shaking the tyres anymore. They're turning the tyres and sort of sashaying their way down the racetrack. So I think we might be past that point in the day where we're coming into the peak heat, the peak UV, and it's just starting to cause a few problems down there.
A few people on the live stream here going, people needs digital boards like Adelaide. Look, folks, the readout boards are working. You just can't see them with the glare.
Trust us.
It gets a bit darker, it'll be working. We'll read out those times.
Scotty Cousins.
Yeah, now this is going to be quicker than a 792 here, Scotty Cousins. 775, I reckon. Oh, 776.
Almost picked up.
179 mile an hour. Now his Evo's looking good to half track. 158 to 60 foot for Ali Batsi. But he has backed off the throttle, but at least that Evo gets an ET, 1091. But yeah, look at that, 123 in the 60 for Scotty Cousins, half track 503, and looks good.
Number 1 qualifier for Scott Cousins.
So yeah, just that answer to someone, XBGT gets on and says, the timing board's working, can't see them on the live stream. They are working it, and we're just going to try and continue to give you the times as they come down, old school. Someone also says here, need smell-o-vision. Oh, they want to smell the action. And another one, Streetcar Garage says Bump City. Yes. Someone also goes, will they be getting a roof over the stands? Probably sometime after we settle all these tariffs out with America.
We're taking your donations, Mark. We'll take your donations.
To GoFundMe. 850 for Andrew Rankin. That's an improvement from his 853. 997 is an improvement for Michael Osborne. So Osborne 997. Would you believe Osborne 997 is 10th?
Wow.
Rankin's 850 is second.
Scotty Cousins is out in front. And second is Daylight. Andrew Rankin is second there. Almost 3/4 of a second behind. So,
well, I think modified compact's one of our dial your owns, like all motor, where you can come in,
which is good.
Yeah, well, I love
great equaliser.
Like dial your own was one of the best inventions to ever come out of any motorsport. Is a handicap system that allows you to race and just still learn how to cut a light, and really it gives you all of the things that we love about drag racing. And if anything, it does encourage you to cut a light, encourage you to be consistent, and allows anyone to win on any given day if you're good enough. So honestly, if you could have that in any other motorsport, it'd be just as tight. But they don't. Basically, quickest wins and most money wins.
The most money, yeah, the richest.
Basically, that's motorsport in general. But here at Jambo and even more drag racing, you can still do it consistently. How's this? I can't believe Marcus Wilson's got this 13B in a BRZ, but there it is. He's from Victoria. An earlier run of 920. Jimmy Pexon, 919 for him, earlier 904 for the Hilux, but there's a 919 and an 884 is an improvement for the BRZ 86 thing. There's got to be a, well...
I think he picked up 4 qualifying spots there too, Dillman, with that 884. Didn't pick up a bunch of time. Picked up a stack of spots in the qualifying list.
Yeah, Jamie will have the tin out at Willowbank next one, Willowbank Roof Fund. And when we get about $10 million in it,
then we'll look for it. We'll do it.
That's a lot of change.
Maybe we're going about this the wrong way. Maybe we need to build the new Olympic stadium for the Olympics at Willowbank. How about that, with an open end, so we can run out down the bottom. But honestly, we just might have, and then we can have drag racing Olympics there and everything. Damon Gard from Mount Pleasant finishing off modified compact session number 2. Earlier 10.13 for him. Nice little deal. 13B turbo auto half track now goes 640.
Nice pass. It's nice and clean.
Yeah, straight. Right down the guts.
Well, 10.15, earlier 10.13, both at 122.
Yeah, good.
That's a great combo. You can race with that.
Yeah.
You can race with that today. All right, modified 10.5. No, there won't be any dial your own, I think, in modified 10.5. I think we're swinging the axe in this one. I still think it's 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout, but I don't think we are on dial your own with those guys. Here he is. Nilsson Popplewell is back from Rosewater.
Potung.
13B. And, of course, yeah, Mr. Potung.
It's a popo.
It's the popo. He's got some trophies from Jamboree, I can tell you that.
He's got plenty of trophies, full stop.
Yeah.
He's won pretty much everything that you could win with this car, and it's had a bit of an evolution over the years. It started out not quite this serious, but it's stepped its way up over the years, and as seen on Street Outlaws, as you said earlier on.
Poe was always much cooler when he ran a Rotary, though. Just saying.
I do remember that.
There's no bias in this commentary box whatsoever.
No. So it looks like the heads up, folks. There's a couple of more runs, and then we're doing a bit of track prep before we send our pro guys down the track. So be prepared. A little bit of track prep, an opportunity for a break, and that'll be a good time for you and I to go get some lunch.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Lord Nelson Popplewell over in the Rocket Industries lane now. Whoa! Wild little launch from Popplewell. Poe Tung's peddling this thing, trying to get it to the finish line. I think he's rolled out of it after about 4 stabs at the throttle. And a 919 gets the win for Popplewell. He'll move up a couple of spots there, and a 1041 for Poe Tung just leaves a little bit on the table.
He's grabbing some gears and steering that thing, Nielsen, but it is. Like he's got to watch out for the best burnout today, old Katie, until Anthony Matuk hears about it, and then Anthony will try and make amends. I don't think Anthony's trying to get himself, make him the undefeated smoking trophy Jamboree clean sweep ever. I think he's going to try and win it nearly forever. Until at such time it's the Anthony Matuk burnout trophy and he can't win it anymore. Can we cancel him after 10 consecutive?
Yeah,
I'll just say,
like that,
here's a new rule. If you win 10 consecutive Jamboree trophies for something in a row, you've got to retire. We put you in the Hall of Fame.
You have to.
And we will name the trophy.
Mandatory.
We will name the trophy after you, though.
Yeah, we'll have to name the trophy. If you could win 10 in a row, we've got to name. Actually, we shouldn't say that in case he has.
No,
he might have already.
He'll have to pay for it as well, the naming rights.
Well,
there you go.
He can get some billing out. Actually, Herman should be making our trophies by now. Because, mate, I like those colours, I tell you. Kareem Amraz now and Rob Cady. So 213Bs on the line. Number 1 qualifier is 817 for the RX2. 6 qualifiers 2102 in this new RX8. But he's getting the hang of it. He's got that clutch pedal both sides. Oh, Katie now out of gears. They get to half track. It was a nice little race to half track. 550 for the RX8. RX2 was already off the throttle. 10.10 there for Kareem. That's still an improvement from his earlier 21. And a 13.12 is nowhere near the 817 that Rob Cady had run before. So, yeah, one more modified 10.5 car, folks, and then it is track prep time. We are going to give this track a little bit of love in one run's time. So just giving you guys all the heads up. In fact, I shouldn't have told you. That way we could get to the lunch queue earlier than everyone.
That's a rookie mistake.
Yeah, that's me. That's me stuffing up. Here's me thinking of our spectators and giving them the heads up. And now we're going to be waiting in line now.
Modified 10.5 brought to us by Mainline Smart Dyno Technology. Been on board with us here at Jambo for a long, long time. And big thank you to them for their support. As we say thank you to all of our bracket sponsors here this weekend: Precision Turbo and Engine, Long Goose Performance Parts, McKernan Associates, Manly Performance Products, Boost Line Connecting Rods, Mainline Smart Dyno Technology, and Speed Flow Products.
Now, don't forget that colouring in competition, kids. Winner drawn at 3 p.m. We've got free activity books there, face painting, the Toddler Jumping Castle, Floor is Lava. I think that's still up there, is it? The Combo Castle. Swinging chairs, I've seen them there. Look at these kids getting that centrifugal force going on there. Now you know what it's like to be inside a turbocharger. There you are. They're up there. There they are. We could turn it up to 160,000 RPM if you like. But then there'll be kids over this side of the track and it wouldn't be a good look. So let's not do that.
Wouldn't be a good look.
But I'd love to, see them turn the boost up on some of these rides. Okay, here we go. A couple of barriers to finish off just for the short term as we get the track prepped a bit. Alex Whitehead and Jason Scott. One from East Moonta in South Australia. How's this? The Falcon with the de-stroked Barra. And one from Richmond in Queensland. I think up north, that is. How's that? EL Falcon. SS this, as we said the plate is. Both sort of bottom 8-second cars when they're hooked up. Let's just see what they do on the 10.5 now. Definitely making an effort to get the Ute into a groove there. Just pushing him over.
Yeah, there's a groove that he's got in mind.
Yeah.
And it is actually quite a narrow groove when you look out down track. It's a little bit wider back here at the start line, but it really narrows up. And if you're wondering what we're talking about with the groove, that's the center of the track that looks a little bit less shiny than the rest of it. That's where you want to be. That's your optimal traction.
Well, ideally, we like to send everyone down the middle, but there's still plenty of traction just off to the fringes there. Carries the EL past 60 foot with the wheel in the air. Little hit of the tyre there for the utility, but he's back on at 8.04 in the head. That is no slouch. 8.04 for Jason Scott. 8.40 still with that tiny pedal, 163 mile an hour. That is putting him at number 1. Rob Cady, number 2. Alex Whitehead now number 3. Potung number 4. Nilsson Popplewell, 9.19. And I know if he ever takes that to the finish line, he's going to get some 8s out of it. And Kareem Amraz, same deal, 10.10. But I'm sure he can get that thing into the 8-second zone, no problem whatsoever. So, folks, this is actually on our schedule. This is a dedicated track prep time. The opportunity for you is to sit and chill, enjoy a tiny bit of breeze I can see there. Thank goodness for the breeze. I know it's hot. Get yourself hydrated. This track prep is going to happen, I think, at least 15, 20. I know that the guys go as quick as they can. Great opportunity to go check out the Shannon Show and Shine. Grab that Jamboree merchandise. Check out the pit. See all our great traders. Some amazing fruit down there. Some great things to buy. And remember, it's not too early to do Christmas shopping. It's only March. But don't wait till November. Don't wait till December. Do your Christmas shopping now. All those great things while we've got this opportunity, because I hope once we get this prep done, we get this next couple of qualies in, and we're just going to go door to door the rest of Jamboree for the rest of the day. So a break and back with more here from commentary. But right now, enjoy this break as we get the track prepped.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Jamboree, let's go!
What up, G? Never lifts.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree.
13B's out in front, the 20B's coming on strong. Oh, the spot-on boys are turning it on today.
Wow, we've got a good race on our hands here.
Come on, gentlemen. Okay, that'll do. Oh, Eddie Howard, just on a mission.
He is out of here.
600, 244 mile an hour.
That thing is cool.
Yeah, man. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamboree is the winner.
rocket actually came off the car down there. I can see it sitting in the middle of the burnout pad. But while we're getting that cleaned up, while we get this track prep finished off, I'll tell you about RealStreetPerformance.com. Real Street Performance is a parts supplier that racers and retailers all over the world count on when they need reliable advice, when they want honest and caring service from someone that takes pride in what they do, and when they need the right parts quickly without unexpected delays or unpleasant surprises. They've got a team of over 30 staff members who are passionate about racing and have experience when advising and supplying parts. Real Street Performance is a 20,000 square foot distribution warehouse in Sanford, Florida, stocking over $3 million worth of parts. Same day shipping to anywhere in the world with competitive international rates as well. Massive thank you to Real Street Performance for coming on board with Jamboree for 2025. We're going to take a few more words from our fantastic partners once we get through this burnout, and we'll be back in a little while once we get this track prep all finished off.
That's it, folks. Give them a clap, cheer and a whistle for that. This is the pretty much the Aussie motorsport. Yes, I'd say as a proud Australian, this is a motorsport derived in Australia. But guess what? We don't mind that the Kiwis know how to do it. And I love that Kiwis can do it with Rotaries especially. So here he is all the way from the land of the long white cloud. Going to try and give you a big white cloud here right now, Mr. Ralph. Give a clap, cheer and a whistle, folks. Get it in. Whip it up, kids. Come on, folks. Clap, cheer and whistle. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Oh, there it is. He's got no tyre left there. Come on, Australia. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle. Mr. Ralph, thank you. Thank you. And you know what? All right, folks. Now, look, we couldn't quite do it because it was just, we just got caught in the moment. And wait for Mr. Ralph to get out of the way for a sec. Now, for all of our kids that are standing down there on the front of the fence there, just a reminder, the next time we have a burnout car come out, we're going to need everyone to not be on the fence, but sort of where the blue chairs are, to be up sort of at that blue chair level. So if we do another burnout out there, we're going to need you guys to be up sort of near the blue chair area, and we'll have to definitely give you a rev if that's going to happen. So Mr. Ralph, being the safe burnout guy that he is, lucky enough didn't cause us too much trouble. But you know what I mean? If that was sort of the other way around and he's flicking stuff off, we just got to make sure we give the extra distance there to make sure that we don't get any debris. Burnout is try not to be a contact sport, the burnout burnout competitions are quite a violent competition. It's mechanical mayhem. There's a lot of destruction, white smoke, tyre destruction, engine revs. It's ridiculous what we can do with burnout cars, but in this particular case, we're lucky. But if we're going to do another one, we're going to ask you people to be up sort of near the blue chair. So we've got that little bit of track prep happening on. Now, of course, you already alluded to this match race that's going to come up shortly, which is between Anthony Matuk and I believe Zoran. Is that right? 2.5K each. No one takes the money. They're going to give it to the Children's Hospital as a charity. So that's a nice little bit of bragging rights. Now, it's interesting because I think both guys got the clutch in them as well. So, I mean, that's quite the equaliser. I think Anthony's got the clutch back in the car. And, of course, Zoran's always had it.
Match race not happening yet.
Just not happening yet. Okay, so it is coming, but not yet. Because I do see VL God, he's in the tunnel. Mm-hmm. So is Eddie Howick. So those guys are getting ready for the next qualifier in Pro Turbo, not too far away. But that is just what's going to happen probably next quali, maybe next quali. Who knows when it might happen? We thought it was going to happen Q2, but I believe maybe it's going to be in the next one. So just not this particular time there. But yes, the burnouts, they come and they go real quick. But that's just one of those things. It's just going to be a drama. Yeah, there we go. So maybe Q3. That's what they're thinking. All right, so we're just getting that pad sorted at one stage. I don't know what they're doing down there. I can see the pack guys down there on their golf buggies waiting around there. A little bit more track prep. Grab that bite to eat. We're doing it right now. A few more ads and back with more here at Jamboree.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Jamboree, let's go! Lee! What up, G? Never lifts.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree.
13B's out in front, the 20B's coming on strong. Oh, the spot-on boys are turning it on today.
Wow, we've got a good race on our hands here.
Come on, gentlemen. Okay, that'll do. Oh, Eddie Howard, just on a mission.
He's out of here.
600, 244 mile an hour.
That thing is cool.
Yeah, man. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamboree is the winner.
Thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become. Eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness. They turned on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness. They turned on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now.
Moving into Pro Turbo now. Welcome back to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Fueltech.
Oh, Rusty, it's so good to be here with Janie and all of you folks putting up with the heat out there. The shade, look, the good news is the shade is getting, like, for the poor people out on the grass side, on the other side below the big screen.
That's the eastern side.
The eastern side.
Yes.
Sorry, mate, I didn't bring me compass.
That's the eastern suburbs. That's the western suburbs.
That's Eastern Creek. That's Western Creek.
That's Western Creek. All right, but all the people that had shade in front of the main screen have lost all the shade. They got no shade there at all, except for the people that brought their own. And you know what? It's no better place to park up there sometimes to watch it all.
Might be a good idea to jump on the swing chairs.
Yeah,
there's some shade up there.
Get some breeze.
But it's good, though. I think everyone should get over to the grandstands because we're going to get more shade as the afternoon goes on. And you know we're going to get better action. I reckon we've had pretty good performances considering the heat already, to be honest.
Agree.
I really do think that we've had... we're exceeding what we thought we were going to get because I know yesterday when I watched a lot of the testing, it turned into one big hot mess because, you know, that UV, that track temp. Actually, I wonder if Dave can hear us out there. If someone can give us a heat gun temp on it now. If anyone can give us that.
I'm guessing it hasn't got any cooler.
No, I know that. I know.
I'm just going to put it out there. Air temp I don't think has gotten anywhere near the peak yet. So
no, really.
It's about 32, 33 out there according to the weather app I'm looking at.
Is that what it said? Is that the weather app?
And it was supposed to be at 36 today or 37. So I think we've still got a little bit left to run in terms of that. I want to say a big thank you to Long Boost Performance for supporting Pro Turbo here today. Eddie Howard, Ben Slaughter. Eddie knocked out a 6:47, which, you know, previously probably would have been pretty happy with, but it's now about 2/10 behind his personal best. Knocked out a 6:24 down in Adelaide a couple of weeks ago. And this car is performing far beyond anything that they ever thought they were ever going to be able to get out of this car.
One thing about Eddie now, and look at this.
That is quite deliberate.
But that's like a little preload, isn't it? That's like adjusting your golf swing for your slice.
That's
right?
like we've run out of preload and we need to put more into it. So,
and there's nothing in the rules to say that you need to stage your car anyway. You can stage your car. I mean, you can't stage it on the back tyres, and you can't stage it with the back end facing down the other end. That's about the only two things. But everything else. Just come around over there. 105, 60 foot, half track, 415. Big number here, 634 in the heat, 224 mile an hour. Benny Slaughter gets one down. It was not a perfect run at all. 882, 174 mile an hour tells me that, look, that's not too bad at all down the end. But how's Eddie?
Yeah, within a tenth of a second of a PB. That's pretty stout. 634 for Eddie Howard. And I'm sorry, what was the run
unfortunately for Slaughter? Yeah, it just bogged off the line there. So, but no doubt, as we said with Slaughter's car, it is in development stage. So he'll be back out for Q3 a little bit later, no doubt, looking just to get that start line issues sorted.
It is VL God now. And I love Anthony Matuka's not a guy who needs any encouragement to do big burnouts. So his crew is standing out there winding him up on the start line. He doesn't need to be wound up to do big skids. He's not that kind of guy.
And as I heard you guys saying, he was meant to do this match race with Zoran Gazdic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I was just down there talking to Anthony. He hadn't, as we saw in Q1, he wasn't able to get VL God down the track. So he wanted to make sure that he can actually get the car down the track before he goes into this match race because, you know, there's things on the line here. It's important stuff.
Well, okay, let's just do a little bit of simulation here, right? And that is that just say Anthony did agree to the match race right now against Zoran. So that's backing himself without having a run in the bank. So let's just see what he does here with no pressure on him. And isn't it funny that and even Anthony, like, you know, he's done a million runs. Honestly, he'd have a record, I reckon, a couple of years ago when he was running the GTRs for his customers and VL God and getting the Dantes. That guy probably did more laps here than anyone else at Sydney Dragway. So it's not like the guy needs a confidence boost, but just in his own mind, he just wants to get back to some sort of baseline. It's making probably more horsepower than it's ever made before at 2,700 to the back hubs. But here he is, he just wants one in the bank here. Remember, I think he's back with the clutch in the car, so a lot of these guys deciding to go away from... Look, the converter was a good idea on paper. You can tune with an auto, apparently, you know, it's infinitely tunable. The clutch is the same. But I notice they all want to go quick. They're getting a clutch back in the car and making the effort to learn the clutch again. So let's just see it go.
God, he's quick on that pedal, wasn't he? Looking good through the finish line. Bits of panel looks like have come off the car, but he still goes on through for a 6:43 at 229 miles an hour.
116 in the 60-foot, didn't quite get his half tracker there. But actually, between the three of us, we've all got to grab an increment each so we can remember
so
it, right?
I think it might have been a side skirt that came off it down there, just as it was coming up to the finish line. It definitely wasn't anything off the back, but it whipped around from the right-hand side of the car. So hopefully it's nothing that's going to keep him out of the action. But a 643 with a big pedal, as you said, that's not too shabby.
Yeah, that guy could literally drive anything, and we've already, with the, as we said, GDR world records, whatever that they've achieved in the past. The guy can pedal whatever it is, and he felt that thing obviously unload or start to spin. My biggest fear was the thing was just going to knock the tyre off it straight off the hit, like we've seen.
It was slipping its way off the start line. Yeah, it was very soft off the hit,
and it lost some of that. Side skirt off the VL, which I'm no doubt they get off the track. Just how much fine debris that they might find off that. But 229 mile an hour. I don't know what VL God's mile an hour record is. I'm sure
that'd be pretty close. That'd be.
You know what? We could be 15 mile an hour off. That thing could have gone 240. We wouldn't have known it. I couldn't remember it, but. I know at one stage he went, well, you shouldn't call it the dark side, but, went and put an auto in the car because it is, as we interviewed George before, you kind of put the transmission cooler on them when you get back to the pit. So that heat exchanger basically brings all your trans temps down. You're not thrashing. In other words, you're not taking the gearbox basically, taking the tail shaft out, dropping the gearbox back, getting the can off it so you can actually set the clutch up again. That's a lot of work between rounds. And honestly, folks, if you want to see some hard yakka, go down and see the guys with these clutches in the cars. You cannot leave that thing for one run. You can't just go, right, well, that worked then. I'm going to go back to the pits, not touch it, and expect any good results after that because you do need to keep setting that clutch back up. And it might be a case of, you know what, right, for me, what he just did then is almost good enough to run you the whole day. But if you want to go quick, he's going to have to get on it. He's going to hope that the track's going to be there later in the day. But there is a lot to be gained in that clutch can.
And the flip side to that as well is it's not just a matter of resetting it a lot of the time. You've actually got to take the clutch plates out, resurface them, take them back to a flat zero so that you're not dealing with any kind of high spots, low spots, mainly for the repeatability and the consistency than anything else. So, a lot of these guys who are back with the clutches, they're going to have a lot of work to do. And I'll tell you, doing a clutch on a day like today is absolutely bloody miserable.
I mean, as if the thing wasn't hot enough coming out of the car. You've got to start with an ambient temp sort of in the mid-30s and then have to deal with that. But and obviously, I'm thinking of the pack team for once. Of course, Pete's got one in the car, and of course, George has got one in there. So Rodney, Uncle Rodney or Brother Rodney, and the team, they're going to be working double duty to keep clutches in both those cars today. Anthony's the same with his. Now, I noticed Rob Marjan still no clutch in that car, the auto deal. But again, he got down with a 34. Obviously managing the power. The theory is that with the auto, you can still, I suppose, control slippage in the converter. You can also take a bit of power out of it. So that, and again, it also depends on the tricky converters. Like if I'm going to use an example this year of some guy that, and probably a lot of people won't know this guy. He won the drag and drive. He won the sick week a couple of weeks ago. Brett Lasala. They call it the snot rocket. Now it's in one of the ads. I think one of the Manly ads that we've seen here. It's a green Mustang. It's got a Coyote in it. Over 5 days of drag and drive, it averaged a 624 and ran a 607. You listen to the torque converter in that car, there's a lot of slippage. Like anything that you can control the slippage in that converter, if once you're on top of that, you can play with the power. I think what helps that car too, it's only 358 cubes. It's not a 500 cube monster. So smaller engine also I think probably helps him control that. But I've never heard a car more together as a combination than that on a converter. And I'm talking on the small tyre, right? Here we go.
All right, Promaz, Simon Ionu in the Aeroflow lane. Beside him will be the Boost Works Marcus Pepe, also running for Microtech EFI. So we saw Pepe come out earlier, really no love for him, a 1571, only 51 miles an hour. I can't remember what happened, but for Ionu it was a 684, so he's our current #1 qualifier in Pro Compact. Of course, big thank you to Damien from McKern Accounting for bringing us Pro Compact here yet again at Jamboree. He's worked hard to build a personable and confident approach to working with their clients. McKern's team is of well over 30 accountants and advisors, are deeply committed to growing in their skills and knowledge so that they can apply this to their clients' businesses. And of course, great to have a chat to Damien a couple of weeks ago about his racing endeavours. So we should see him back out on track at a Jamboree sometime soon.
He had a go at Kenda a few weeks ago in the VL Dragon
VL?
Drive, the Cars and Coffee car.
Yeah.
Ran low fives over the 8th with that car, and it basically said it's an armchair on steroids, that thing. It looks so comfy. It's one of the smickest VL Calais you can ever see. He had a great time. He had, and I know I don't want to. I'm not going to. If I know Damien and Esther and the boys are watching, but I'm not going to bring in his bumping prowess. It was probably, he knows he's got to do something with that bump box. He knows they're evil. All right, here we go. Pro comp back, section number 2. No power out of that car. Just went down on one rotor, or just did not make the power. 117 in the 60, and Simon will not consolidate the 684 at all. However, Marcus still with the beam on. Now turning it off, and the obligatory pop out of the exhaust there. Either pop turning them on or pop turning them off.
It's one way or the other. Pop goes the rotary.
Pop goes the rotor.
Just a reminder as well, guys, we'll be doing the trophy presentation for the Shannon Show and Shine in around about half an hour from now, guys, up at the Shannon's tent up there with the Show and Shine. So if you are part of the Show and Shine today, make sure you do head up there in around about half an hour's time. We'll be getting to hand out some of those fantastic Jambo trophies.
And worthy winners. Anytime that you can get a trophy at a Jamboree, you know you've been judged amongst the peers.
Yes.
And any which day, you just got to keep turning up. I mean, some days you just, there's that many classic, just amazing cars that are in garages. It stuns me to think that, and I don't get to any Cars and Coffee. I don't get to as many things as I know that are out there. And I know you've got them in Sydney, because again, I watch another guy from Sydney, HP Addiction, another YouTuber.
Yep.
He gets out to these car shows. He gets out to these meet and greets, and he'll just film them coming in and coming out. And then, of course, we've got plenty of guys in Queensland that do that as well. Adrian, one of them. Of course, we've got Mick Brennan that does a lot of these sort of cruise time events. Then we've got Joe Steiner. You name it. That car scene is alive and well. And I just don't know where they come from. But they're coming from somewhere. You go talk to the workshop, same deal. They are building cars for people. And as the more and more you'll see at these events, yes, we might take them for granted. Yes, we'll see the odd Commodore. We'll see the Falcons. We see these Mazdas. We see these Toyotas. We see these Nissans. Guess what? They're around forever as long as the owners want to continue to love them, because I know there's a lot of modern cars coming out now that are they're going to be fading from our memory. A lot of them are fading from our memory already.
Yep.
I've already forgotten cars that are 3 years old because they're not important, they're not special.
Yep.
They will never be etched in history like the cars that we're
Tesla?
seeing out
What's
here
a
today.
Tesla?
Here's the prediction. There'll be a bloke in his 57 Chevy in 50 years' time getting his parcel from Amazon, unwrapping it, and the wrapping will be full of recycled Tesla wrapping. That's what it'll be.
Recycled Teslas.
It'll be recycled Teslas as you're wrapping when you undo your Amazon parcel.
Straight from the USSR.
You'll be able to hop in your 57 Chevy and still drive down to the shops. Hopefully, you'll still be able to get fuel for under $10 a litre. But guess what? You'll turn everyone's heads on the way down, on the way back, and look. My son went to his formal last year. One of my workmates had a beautiful HK, and he went in the HK. And you wouldn't even believe how many people giving you thumbs up in traffic, just going, man, that's a cool car. Like, fully appreciating these classic cars. And whether that is old Holdens or Fords or whatever, but even now the mighty VL, anything from the 80s and 90s. That same son now drives his EL wagon to work, and he gets people saying, cool car. And it's like, wow, ELs are cool.
An EL wagon.
Wow, what's the world coming to when your ELs are cool? Well,
if you hold on to any car long enough, it's probably going to be cool to somebody.
That's mate of mine, Trent's in there talking about the bump box. Yeah, look, I'm not going to bring up Damien's bump box prowess. It was the first time the man's using his bump box.
Right.
I think he'd prefer to go back to the clutch pedal, Damien, but he had to get with the cool kids, he said, so he's got his twin turbo LS VL Calais street car.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a full weight car, power windows, air conditioning, you name it. But he can take, the whole family. You can take four in the car, and you can go and cruise in it. But you can also, it's teched and legal to run either in radial, drag and drive, Jambo. He can do anything with it. But yeah, his first effort at Heads Up Pro Tree stuff. The bump box wasn't his best friend that day. He still won he won an award at that there. He won commentator's choice. So I had to give it to him. Well, guess who actually rated? Actually, people were going to call me biased because he's my accountant.
Yeah.
But Mark Allen actually also was helping judge as well, and he put Damien down as one of his favourite cars of the day. So we got
Very
that
good.
award for that. So Damien can't be with us here this weekend, but yeah, I tell you what, he's
knowing
got that.
Damien and the perfectionist he is with his business, he'll be back there in Queensland at the moment perfecting his bump box procedures.
Oh, he's probably got the tree set up in the shed.
Yep.
And he's probably bumping that thing in there. Thanks, Trent, for having listening. Lee Povey, I don't know how far behind. Sorry, Lee, I saw that post there before, but we were
Hour and a
offline.
half.
90 minutes, Lee, but I'm sure that your street car's probably right for the challenge. My wife's asking who you are, Rusty. It's Rusty. Who? She goes, who's that with you in the box? I said, well, that's Jane. You know Jane. This is Rusty. You know Rusty.
She knows Rusty.
Yeah. Everyone knows Rusty.
Jeez, that's a bit hurtful.
I know. I don't
Who's
know.
Rusty? Who's
Nobody.
Rusty?
Rusty is nobody. All right.
Said the new T-shirt.
Yeah.
Where's Rusty?
Hey.
Yeah.
Rusty, we trust
That's
you.
him. No, that's that guy called Wolfman Jack. He's got that on his homepage.
All right, Jurgen Piscopo, the Datto 1200 with the 13B. And beside him, Peter Raham for Pack Performance.
Matty is back in from outside Bump City School. You almost need to go to Bump School.
Yeah, you got to go to Bump City Detention very shortly.
Yeah, here we go. Yatsiel Beretti from Puerto Rico watching. George Curry as well. Just joined. G'day, George Curry. G'day, Nikolai and Mark. Zane as well. It is way too hot, isn't it? But we're okay. Yeah, there we go. So Zane reckons track temp could be around 120. If someone can give us an update on track temp, make sure to send us a message through to us.
Now, look at back performance. They're taking a leaf out of the top fuel deal here. They're pushing the car up to the start line, trying to keep the heat out of that clutch. On a day like today, they're just trying to
That's well spotted, mate.
use the clutch as little as humanly possible.
Absolutely, I would say that's a lot to do with it. And of course, with data logging these days, you can probably measure all that temp there. You'd have a thermocouple there or something that was able to probably help you measure exactly what that temperature can be. Jurgen Piscopo beside him, nudging the 6-second barrier again. That 13B powered Datsun 1200. He didn't get one down today by the look of it. He's not showing up on our screen.
We didn't see him come out in the first session.
He ran close to a 6 yesterday. Here we go. Pro Compact round 2. Kern and Associates. Oh, Piscopo yanks the wheels up after pedalling it. They both hassle the tyre. 724 to a 734. 195
No shoots for Peter.
mile.
Shoots.
195 mile an hour apiece. Raham, El Chebo into the sand. Not too deep, but he's in.
Yep.
He's gone into the gravel, no parachute. So Pete's gone into the gravel. He went straight through. Now, he didn't attempt to try and take the corner, but he did have a bit of speed washed off. I mean, it's still got a good set of picks on it.
Didn't go in too deep. It looked like maybe one of the shroud lines came off the chute because the chute never fully blossomed. It was catching air a little bit on one side, but completely blown out of it on the other. So
what's that? 10 metres in?
Yeah, probably a bit more than that. Probably 20 or so, but obviously nowhere near the net down there. So it's going to be a little bit of a clean-up. They're going to have some work to do when they get it back to the pits, but he did the right thing. He didn't try and fight it, didn't try and make the corner down there, didn't try and do anything silly, just pointed it straight and put it into the gravel trap, and sometimes that's the best option when you're in that situation.
Yeah, you can panic in that situation. You think, I've got to make this loop. You're harder on the picks. You know the things bounce when you do jump on the picks on those things. But no, he just tried to pull it up straight. And look, there's no harm running it into the gravel. It's there for that exact reason. We want to wash off speed. The net's there, as you can see, that big net. There's a couple of nets there to stop you if you really did come down there under not under power. You're normally not going to be under power down through there. But they do pull it up. And, of course, Pete's been hitting the gym. He could probably just lift that thing up and take it out himself.
Just skyhook it out.
Yeah, he's got plenty of muscle on board for him. And I tell you, it's good to see El Chebo. Look, this is probably going to be a snapshot of what it's going to take to win a Jambo J today. And that means that maybe not a perfect run, maybe a bit of wheel spin, maybe a bit of shake. Both guys did the same thing. I didn't quite get the short times on either, but they both spun. They both pedalled. Piscopo, hoiked that thing up, second, third. And this is the best thing about a lot of these smaller engine cars. They dial that boost in normally per gear change. So he had all that stuff. When you watch a lot of the Puerto Rican sport compact stuff, the 13B stuff, same deal. They've got a launch boost, and then second, third, fourth, those things just grow another 500 plus horsepower and just bang it through the gears. So that was a hell of a march for both guys. But what do you think, Jane? It's going to take something like that, isn't it? You just got to be ready. You've got to have that right foot ready to pedal if you want to try and take a win today.
It's going to be a driver's game today. Like, it's not just going to come down to the car. It's going to be on the driver.
And I think that, honestly, I can't remember a time when you haven't had to do that to win one.
Yeah, especially at Jamboree.
Yeah, especially at Jamboree. Honestly, there's only a couple of different ways that you see pure drag racing like this. I mean, heads-up stuff where, I mean, you've got to be... it's good to have the right crew, the right horsepower, billion-dollar car, whatever you need.
Yep.
But that driver's still got to do something.
That's right.
And look, it's hard in motorsport to really get a human element out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even when I watch F1, I'm just watching. It's like, well, okay, there's millions of dollars of engineering going around the track. Are all the drivers different in their abilities? Probably not. So there's no human element to it. That's why they've got to go and do shows like that to try and show a human element to these drivers. Yep. Drag racing, you can see some human input because if the thing's going into a power stand and old mate's pedaling it, well, you know that's an effort. That's an effort.
That's right.
And this is the other thing about it. We don't have a series of drivers here that have come through the old school way. They haven't go-karted all their lives. They haven't ever been bred to do this ultimately. But what they've done is they've chosen a sport. They build a car the way they want it to be built. And they got to drive it. They got to learn how to drive it. There's no... I mean, you can go to a drag racing school. Of course, Ken Lowe used to have one over here in Australia. Frank Hawley still, I think, runs his in the States, doesn't he?
Certainly does.
He's still about the only guy that has a drag racing school that you can go and do. And of course, yeah, unfortunately, Frank Hawley won't live till he's 150. But I hope someone takes on that driving school. I hope he's got, that he's got kids or family that can continue that on, because that guy's put through literally thousands of students that want to learn how to drag race. You can go and literally run an alcohol funny car, literally, if you want to go and learn how to drag race. I mean, I don't know what it's worth now to do that. It's not cheap. But we've had a lot of, if anything, if you compare it to Formula One, where you've come through karts and F2 and everything to be an F1 driver, some of those top fuel drivers were essentially kids. Some of them have come out of Frank Hawley's school to get that good.
Yep.
So I'd love to do something like that. I mean, I know when Ken Lowe was doing that in Brisbane, that was great. He got a lot of people their sort of start in the sport, and those things with the big block dragsters, they were still 7-second dragsters.
Yep.
Like you got to if you hop in a 7-second thing, you'll know about it.
Yeah, that's right. It's not like just driving a street car.
All right. Well, at the moment we're still fishing Pete out. I've been told I'm going to go grab the racket and have a crack. I'm going to go and have a crack.
You're going to go and whack your balls?
Yeah, I think I'm ready. The physio's worked on the shoulder. No more quarterback passes, just some forehands, and I'll go out and play catch with some of these people out there if we got some lucky balls, eh? And yeah, we've got to talk about that too.
I have an idea, but I'll talk to you.
Oh, you got an idea already? Because remember, we've got a few things we've got to judge in racing.
Yes.
Best wheel stand, best burnout, cruise style light of the night. Think of the height, hang and haul for the wheelie. Burnout's cruise style light of the night's going to be hard, but again, during racing. So looks like I'm going to go and try and get the girls. There's the girls. Need the racket. I'll be there in a sec.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Jamboree, let's go!
What up, G? Never lifts.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree.
13B's out in front, the 20B's coming on strong. Oh, the spot-on boys are turning it on today.
Wow, we've got a good race on our hands here.
Come on, gentlemen. Okay, that'll do. Oh, Eddie Howard just on a mission.
He is out of here.
Below 244 mile an hour.
That thing is cool.
Yeah, man. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamboree is the winner.
That's it. Okay. Oh, tennis racket. Oh, all right, we're back on, kids. I'll be back. I'll be back. Stay cool. Oh, sorry. G'day, mate.
Poor Diggles is huffing and puffing down there, isn't he?
Uncle Chris needs to lay down. He's doing God's work out there in the heat at the moment, Mr. Diggles. But it is certainly heating up, and it's heating up on track as well. Anthony DeQuino out there now as we try and complete this qualifying session for Pro Compact. This time around, Pro Compact brought to us, as always, by McKernan Associates. So, Anthony knocked out a 9.13 earlier on today. Fair way off what we've come to expect from this car over the years.
Yeah, rolled off the gas, I think about half track, I think it was. So we'll see what he can lay down in this heat. Track performance supported, of course. Also runs for Fueltech.
Yeah, tricky conditions that we've got right now. The temperature really starting to creep up. We're up to around 33 degrees air temperature. In terms of the track temp at the moment, we haven't had a reading recently, but I'm guessing it's probably well north of 120 degrees as it stands at the moment. Probably creeping up closer to 125, 30, I would say. Track holding up pretty well, though, all things considered. So, in stage now, you'll hear DeQuino bring it up on the revs, roll it in. Pretty clean, all things considered, off the start line. 112 to the 60-foot timers, and he's going to run it out the back door for a 690. 690 at 200 neat. That is a very nice pass for Anthony DeQuino, and I think that will take him not quite to the top, but pretty close to it. I think we saw a 685 earlier on today, but that's a very nice pass. As we will now move into Factory Extreme, presented by Precision Turbo and Engine.
Yeah, Precision Turbo been on board with Jamboree for a long time now. Manufacturers such as General Motors. Precision Turbo's knowledge and friendly staff have nearly over 100 years of combined knowledge of turbocharged engines and are committed to providing full technical support on each and every product sold. Coming out first up in this qualifying session number 2, we've got Georgie Raham, the RX-9, and beside him, Jay Sadek, the RX-8, both pack performance fresh vehicles. Here comes Jay with the burnout.
Fairly short and sharp for a Sadek burnout.
Very business-like, isn't he?
Yeah, that's not the Sadek family ethos, that one. Usually it's a much bigger, smokier burnout. Doesn't matter how sideways you get, as long as you can at least get it to half track.
That's the Sam Sadek ethos.
Well,
the Jay Sadek ethos is a lot more calm, cool, collected.
That is true. That is true. So I thought we were going to see Sam running his quad rotor this weekend, but I haven't seen it come out yet today. I was hoping that we'd see it, because that car is something else.
We did see it come out in testing.
Yep.
I can't even remember how it went.
So George Raham lining up in the Aeroflow lane, the RX-9 as it's been coined. Taking on the RX-8 over in the Rocket Industries lane. So two similar sort of cars there. There you go, Mr. Diggles. He's just having a little breath. No need to jump on, mate. It's all good. Just suck in the big ones. I know the stairs are a killer. So, George Raham, what can he knock out? They're trying some different things with this car. They've got a clutch back in it for this weekend.
Now, I know before Chris Diggles said about this being the world's first RX-9, blah, blah, blah. Did you actually know that back in Greece in the 80s, there was a Mazda that was released, and it was called the RX-9? There we go. Oh, both cars puff it out, but George has got back on the throttle. Nope, now he's off again. They'll just roll on through.
Yeah, 797. That's it's not going to do you too much good, but it is so warm out there at the moment. It's so greasy. It's not really surprising they're having some traction issues getting the car down the racetrack. And it was the same pretty much on both sides of the racetrack there. As we see Jerry Keel rolling up to the line now in his RX-7. And I believe he's going to be taking on Paul Mahayat, by the look of it, in the gas Celica. So just a reminder for everybody, the show and shine presentations will be happening in around about 5 or 10 minutes from now. We're heading up there to the Shannon's tent to hand out some of those fantastic trophies. And if you are entered in the show and shine, make sure you do head up there. Ooh, big out of shape burnout from Jerry. Much straighter and straight down the line for Paul Mahayat there. Knocked out a 641 at 229 miles per hour with a big pedal. So Paul Mahayat, the Gas Racing Precision Turbo Toyota Celica, also racing for Fueltech and Netto. Currently number 3 qualifier, Jerry Keel, only 722 at 189 miles per hour. Plenty left in this one. Notice he was smoking a lot in the first qualifying session, and it looks like it's starting to do that again here. It clears up as soon as he gets on the loud pedal, but just as he's pulling it up to the start line, really, really smoky.
And Jerry's car traditionally has done that as well, so whatever he does, it's
must work.
Doing Jerry things.
It's Jerry doing Jerry things. So straight into stage, he's double bowled here. I don't know whether he meant to do that, but he's gone straight in. Mahayat not too far away. He'll bring on the first light and bring the RPMs up as he goes to bump the car in. Little bit loose, about 330 foot for Paul Mahayat, and he pedals it and goes on through for a 654, 219 miles per hour. So it does not improve. Leaves a little bit on the table there, 654 at 219. But all things being equal, given the conditions, it's probably about where you would expect them to be.
Tell you what, 101 to the 60, 432 to half track, even with the pedal. So you think about that, 432, there was a pedal out there, probably 100, 150 foot out, and still... and Paul, the consummate professional that he was, he saw Jerry double bowled him.
Didn't phase him.
He could get his game together. It was pretty easy to get his game together. So
yep.
We are just checking that out. Great opportunity right now. We've actually got Dan from Sadek Motor Group, and we'll talk to him in a sec if we don't have a delay, because we need a couple of minutes to talk about this. Is very exciting stuff, right? And it's to do with giving away a car. Now, It seems that this is a bit of a trend. I don't know whether we do it all over the world, but we seem to do it really well in Australia. So it's not about, you know, and no one wants a Toyota Camry. You know, no one wants, well, I don't know. You could say if you say it was a Commodore, you might want to win a Commodore, but what we've got to talk about, and we'll get this chance. I'm sure we're just going to get a chance. I just got Dan here in a sec. I thought we were going to clean some stuff up, but we're getting you warmed up. We'll tell you a little bits of information about it. We'll get Dan and I are going to get a bit more aircon on us before we talk about this, because it's some hot news, and we're going to talk about it in a sec, because we've got a bit more Factory Extreme to go. But you want to hear this information, guys. Let me tell you. And of course, we're on the live stream, the Real Street live stream right across the world, as Zoran Gadget skids out in the fantastic BMW. A fifth Mikhail beside him, a fifth this 2022 Toyota Camry. Great match up here. There's Mr. Eric Lazinski down there on the start line. Of course, he's got easy clutches on the entry list here for Zoran Gadget. And of course, Lazinski on this side of the world for one reason and one reason only, trying to get Zoran a 5-second time slip. That's what they want to do. Zoran's driven this BMW for a long time, and when I mean driven if a car had pants,
from one side of the lane to the other side of the lane,
pants off it. I know you can't really. I know you can drive the wheel off, or drive the wheels. That's it. That's the term. Drive the wheels off this thing. He even did that on the first pass today. Drove the wheels off it before he had to just give it up.
How good would it be with Zoran to run his first 5 up against VL God in this match race when VL God also runs his first 5?
I think honestly,
Can you imagine?
I just think
putting that out in the universe.
I just think the J gods have got to be on our side, and it's got to happen
And the RB
tonight.
gods.
It's almost like they've got to make it to the final, because I just don't think our conditions are going to give us fantasy stuff like that. But Janie, thanks for dreaming. Thanks for dreaming, Janie. Thanks for dreaming. But that's great. You know what? And that's the stuff that makes us want to keep coming back.
That's right.
It's just waiting for stuff like the magic to happen, because magic just happens in front of us.
Yeah.
Like already, El Squirrel getting a 7. Like that's happened.
That's amazing.
That's happened. Yeah. Of course, the Fakinos, the first street-driven 10-second rotary streetcar, Aspo. That's pretty good.
Very good.
But here we go. Zoran got the clutch. Afif is going to be bumping that thing in on the converter. 666 at 225 is what he ran before. So this track might be at its greasiest about now. I just think this time of the afternoon, we're now nearly 20 past 2. It can't get any hotter than it is now. So if it's going to be a marginal time, now's the marginal time. Let's just have a look here. To the 60, 104 to the 60. Oh, Afif over the centre line. Afif, he's cleaned up the centre line. 6:37 for Zoran Gadget. Both guys did not want to let up.
They did not lift.
And Afif just goes right down the centre and cleans up every timer. I think Zoran definitely got there first.
Yeah.
So if anything, Afif's 53 is probably. Well, no, Zoran got there first, so it's Afif cleaning up. Sometimes when you're ahead and you clean up the middle, you give the other guy a fast DT.
No. Zoran was there first. 6:37, 228 miles an hour. Afif, what a drive job though. Like 6:53, that's still the right time. It's not going to be legal because he did cross the centre line to achieve it, but a 6:53, 2:15.
That's and again, when that thing's on a march, like you don't want to be making big steering wheel movements there, and I guess you can only fight that thing. So it could still be bobbing the wheels up. You don't know. Like that thing, maybe why that thing did not want to respond.
Yeah.
And he's had to do it there. So a few guys getting the
definitely turned that timing block into confetti, hasn't he?
It absolutely has smashed the pants off that timing block. Now look, here's the opportunity. We've got a captive audience. We're going to talk to him right now. We've got Dan from Sadek Motor Group. I was going to just interview him with the microphone, but you can put that on him. Oh, well, let's do it this way. We might that way. Now, Dan, Sadek Motor Group. Now, this is interesting. Car giveaways. We've heard about a few, but this is another opportunity that's coming up from Sadek Motor Group. What does this entail? What are we talking about here? Are you guys going to give away maybe the car of your dreams by the sound of it? What does that entail? What does it involve?
So, other giveaways do all sorts of cars, houses, and stuff like that. But because Sam has always raced rotaries, specifically pack performance rotaries, we'll be giving away a pack performance built Mazda RX4 wagon with a 20B PP, or 100 grand cash. And that will be given away on the 26th of April. That's when it will be drawn. And it is also available to people in New Zealand.
Right, okay.
Yes.
So can you just tell me that car again? So listen to this, folks. This is your opportunity to not just win a, GD replica or a Monaro or something like that. Tell us that again.
So it's a pack performance built Mazda RX4 wagon with a 20B PP.
Now, hands up for the people out there, the crowd that can get into. Is that your sort of giveaway car or 100 grand? I tell you what, there'd be a few people probably thinking, you know what? I think I'm better off with the RX4 wagon, because I think before too long that stuff's got to be 100 grand worth of car easy.
That's it, definitely. And today at Jamboree, what we're doing is any merch we sell for $49.99, you'll get 20 entries into win the car.
So okay. Or 100 grand. So Jane's already just leaving to go down to the Sadek's pit. So that's down in his pit area. So
it's down the bottom of the stairs, just near the bathrooms.
Okay, yes. So if you're up here in the grandstands, down the stairs and right near the bathrooms, they've got that giveaway. Now, has he got his car down there?
He does. He has the 26B Camaro down there. That's right.
So, okay, it's on display down there. I call it Quadzilla, that car. I love it, Quadzilla. And, of course, Sadek Motor Group, I was just asking, you said, I think you'd have a few hundred cars undercover in the big shed, but you said it's 500.
Yes, 500 cars for sale at Sadek Motor Group at Camden Valley Way, and sadekmotorgroup.com.au. But the giveaway is on sadekracing.com.au.
All right, so sadekracing.com.au. fueltech.com.au, or, as you said, you go buy merchandise today, 20 tickets in that draw for that RX4 with a 20B wagon or 100 grand cash.
That's right, exactly.
And drawn on the 26th of April. I'm going to write a few of these things down. Like, people are probably messaging me already saying, I want in. They want in. But this is great to see. I mean, I already knew we lived in the best country in the world, and I haven't seen every other country, but I'm quite happy to stay here in a land where you can, and again, for, effectively, it's like a raffle or like an art union. It's kind of what it is, isn't it?
That's right. You also get access to our partners. With our partners, you get discounts. So you can become a member, you can buy merch, or you can just buy bonus entries as you like.
Right, so you can get bonus entries, so get onto that Sedek Racing and get them that way, or get down and get that merch. I suppose if Sam's around, he'll autograph stuff, hopefully.
Yeah, him and Jay. So they've got a Salupa shirt and a Godfather shirt, so we'll see who sells the most.
I tell you what, I like the Salupa idea. Of course, the Salupa's been the big catch cry for a couple of years now, so you can get the Salupa shirt or the Godfather shirt down there and get those bonus tickets in that draw. April.
20 entries into the draw for the Pack Performance Built Mazda RX4 wagon with a 20B PP or 100 grand cash.
And look, it's built by Pack, so you know that it's. And sometimes I look at some of these cars and it's like, well, I mean, whose car was it before? Who was this? Who was that? And you see all these things and you see all these giveaways, and sometimes you just don't quite see it because not a lot of the time you see a build. Like, sometimes I like to see a build before it goes, because then you get to see it going together. So then you know you can win it. And sometimes I think you can keep them waiting longer if you just go, guess what? Here's the next thing to come. And I'm sure Pack's got photos on the way through, which I'm sure maybe as an idea to those guys, if they've got some of those photos on the lead up, that they might be able to put that up on the website to be able to show some of the build. But I mean, Pack they leave no stone unturned. And I know I watched a video the other day, Georgie doing one of the RX3 restores where it's on the rotisserie. Essentially, when you get a car from Pack, a lot of times it kind of starts on the rotisserie, doesn't it?
That's right. Very much does so.
So Pack prepped, and again, it's not just any old RX4 wagon. It's a Pack prepped. So Pack prepped car, Pack built 20B.
Yep.
RX4 wagon. I keep saying it. Wow, that just sounds so amazing. 20 bonus, 20 entries in if you buy any of our Sedek merchandise here today, or get onto that Sedek Racing. Is it .com.au?
Yep, sedekracing.com.au. And the more that we can do this, we want to be able to give out a Pack-built car every month.
Oh my God.
If everyone gets around it and we can make it a success, this isn't going to stop. We'll just keep doing it.
Oh, I love that. I tell you what, Colin just sort of pulled me out on the side there as I just finished that last sort of setup. We go, listen, this is the thing we're going to talk about, and what a great time to do it at Jamboree. And obviously April 26th, before you know it, I mean, what's it, just a month and a bit away, 5 weeks probably?
43 days from today.
Dan's already done the counting. 43 days from today, you could be winning that RX4 wagon with a Pack 20B. Oh my God, you will be the envy of any cars and coffee with a Pack built RX4 wagon. All you got to do is grab that merch, get those points. Dan, thanks very much. I'm going to write all those notes down while I remember them, and that's a fantastic way to go. Janie had already gone to get it, and I tell you what, the Salupa shirt, what a great idea. And of course, Christmas not too far away. Grab a Salupa shirt, grab that Sedek shirt, the Godfather shirt, get those bonus entries in. You can give the shirt for Christmas. Don't tell them that you've won the RX4, but I know sometimes people will need the 100 grand as well. I understand that, but honestly, you're not going to build a car from scratch for that these days, especially, I mean, not that I'm saying Pack's dear, but if you want elite quality, you know that 100 grand won't scratch the surface.
That's it, especially when it's built by the best.
Yeah. There you go. Well, thank you, Dan, from Sedek Motor Group. Did you know
Easter eggs are out. Sedek shirts are in this Easter.
Sedek shirts are in this Easter. RX4 20B wagon as well. I tell you what, the next time I don't know where I'll be, and you don't know where that'll go. That's the thing about this. This is, as you said, Australia, New Zealand. It could go to the land of the long white cloud if they buy enough tickets.
That's right. They're just going to get on the website, which is sedekracing.com.au, and just buy those tickets and merch.
Sweet.
It still might be going to NZ yet, but again, just get in and buy plenty of tickets here locally and keep that car in Aussie. But thanks for that, Dan. What a great idea. What a great concept. And I'm going to write some notes down so I can never forget that today.
Would you like me to do it for you? Well, you can call this
You
race.
can write it, Jane. You can write it, Dan. You're good at writing and stuff.
We'll use Rusty's envelope.
I'm good at talking. He's good at writing. So that is great. We are the land of the giveaway here, the great Aussie giveaway. And everyone in the world might go, what is it about that? I don't know. We're giving away cars. Like, honestly, when you look at sort of the different ones that are going, I look at those things myself and I go, no, I could take it or leave it. It's like sometimes it's like, do I really need an X-White GT? Or do I really need a bombed-out Commodore? Do I need that? Mind you, you think HK Monaros and you think, well, maybe, but no one's giving away HK Monaros. That's a bit too sort of out of this world. But just as we just heard, a 20B pack prepped RX4 wagon. I used to get taken to school in a 929 wagon, which is essentially that same shape. But imagine RX4 wagon. I mean, that's... You're taking the kids where we want them going everywhere. Oh, here we go. Nathan Hagenson. It came out of the hole. It went 102 in the 60 foot, 317 to 330. But the thing is out of the throttle big time. I don't know what happened to Georgie either. Like Georgie Jezewski was out of there as well. So just a few little gremlins creeping into some of our combos. But a lot of the numbers are down. It's sharp at the deep end. Marjan, 634. Jezewski, 635. Gadget, 637. Mahayat, 641. Mikhail, 653. Probably won't count. Jay Sadek in there as well. Thank you. Thanks, Janie. And that's April. It's Sadek Racing. SadekRacing.com.au. April 26th, the first draw. Someone's going to win that RX4 wagon with a 20B in it. You make sure you got yourself every opportunity, folks. Did you hear us out there? Go and get that stuff. What a great giveaway. What a great giveaway. And I can't believe Dan said that. I almost got to watch the tape back every month. Hello. Mate, next thing you know, Australian roads will have more rotaries than ever. All of a sudden, we've got a million giveaway rotors. We know how hard it is to get good rotors on the road.
Even just to get an old Mazda without a rotary, you know. Let alone this is a great opportunity.
Yeah, let alone a pack prep one either. Look at these boys. This is almost the match race in itself. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you love Thatcher Extreme, you should be putting your hands together. If you love the Nissan RB engine, well, you need to clap a little harder as well. This is two of the, the two quickest RB-powered cars in the world. I'm going to say that because I know Rob Marjan's into the 560s, Anthony into the 570s.
Not that car in America? I was joking.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, Johnny. Yeah, I forgot about that. There we go. So, yes, we have given away HK Monaro. I'm sorry, I'm not the car giveaway historian that I thought I was, but I've just been gently reminded that, yes, maybe, yes, a HK Monaro was given away. I'm sorry, I obviously need to buy more tickets. I just need to buy more tickets.
Well, you can do it online as well, you know.
Big shout out to Johnny Ricker watching on the live stream. You are a legend, Johnny. Anyone that can go and get to the final of an RVW and then next weekend
turn it around the following weekend,
qualify in Pro Mod the next weekend, take a radial car and then Pro Mod turn into a radial car and also be one of the fastest, the fastest screw blowing car in the world and give away HK Monaro all in the 1 year. That's a pretty big year for you, Johnny. And yeah, sorry, mate, my memory's not as good. I can't remember every car that's given away. But I know about this latest one, I can tell you. RX4 wagon, 20B.
20B.
Pack prepped. That's a hell of a way to start your giveaway, the giveaway career, I tell you. All right, Anthony Matuk, Rob Marjan. Look at this double RB bump in. Oh, almost... Oh, they don't want to give it up. So he does not want to give it up. Anthony Matuk and Rob Marjan off the line. Anthony off the button, 027. Marjan 110. And look, 60 foot, little softer for Rob. You saw he definitely had some power out of it. Anthony attacked it a little bit harder.
And Tiggle's just having a momentary lapse of battery in his microphone. But Robert Marjan, 634, 240 miles an hour, new #1 qualifier in Factory Extreme. How good is that? All thanks to Precision Turbo and Engine.
Geez, us Queenslanders are hard on equipment there. Janie's just blown the button out. I've just melted a mic.
Melted a microphone.
I didn't mean. That's how.
We're going home.
That's how hot the news was coming from Dan there.
We're just too excited.
Yeah, that was it. Oh, a big shout out to Tim Davey as well for Citizens of Bump City. It's good to have you guys there, and good to hear you listening to us there. Aussie drag racing legend Johnny Ricker.
Johnny Ricker.
He's done so much in his drag racing career, more than some of what I would call our traditional heroes that did it all in one country, didn't go and do it in the States. Proud as punch. America's Cup moment a few times this year. Him and Grantley Schloss.
I still think it's pretty cool that the guys at Kenda the other week were still up at 4:30 in the morning watching Johnny Ricker on the big screen at Willowbank Raceway.
Well, no thanks to you, Janie, that decided to plug in that live stream so we could watch radio racing until the sun came up. But that's what we were watching. We were watching lights out until the sun came up, waiting for Johnny to come round. I did that the night before, me and O'Carroll. 4 o'clock in the morning waiting for Johnny to come up, and I had to go to bed. I nearly fell over. But yes, Johnny, HK's been given away in the past. We just live in the best country in the world when we've got some of the best drag racing products and some of the best car giveaways.
And the best people.
And that'll be nearly one of the first rotors that we've ever heard about getting given away. Because they're rare. They're pretty rare too. All right, here we go. 2 V8s out there in Pro Mod, and this is going to be interesting. Bump City! Yeah, that's Bump City.
That's Bump City. Steve Smith Bump too far.
Smithy, nothing. Oh, look, Corner Ciabatta. He knows how to stage. He knows how to run. He's not the quickest guy out there. He's trying to get a 6 out of it. 7:07 with a 7. He ran an earlier 7:06 with a 6. How good's that? 7:07 with a 7, 7:06 with a 6. Both at 198.7 and 198.8. Smithy just bumps through. That was a bump infringement.
It was. Paul Ciabatta, he's like saying, heat? What heat? I went 7:06 earlier, 7:07 now. Consistency is key.
Yeah.
Well done.
That's a good couple of runs there from Paul Ciabatta, and as we said before, he can be that guy, and it doesn't matter where it's him in Pro Mod or any of our other guys in any other category.
Yep.
We've proven that, quickest all day doesn't always necessarily mean you win.
Yep.
It just means that...
you're quick.
Well, sometimes you need that little bit of luck. Drag racing's always got a degree of luck. Very rarely do you ever see pure skill dominate all day. Not anymore. Doesn't matter. And as the horsepower goes up, that's more luck. You need more luck.
Yep.
Thank you. That's working now. All right. And Johnny Ricker, he said he was amazed about how much local support he got. And you know what? It needed more local Aussie press to blow up about that.
Would have been good, wouldn't it?
Because back in the day, before we had these other forms of racing, if you heard of an Aussie go overseas and do well, it'd be all over the magazines, but we don't have drag racing magazines in Australia, so we don't know. Yeah, Ronnie Palumbo, that little short burnout, just starting that early. Starting that late, so not rolling through the water and letting it all rip there. He just did it there. All right, we need to let Rusty in upstairs somehow. Rusty's locked himself out. Well, I shouldn't say Rusty's locked himself out. He's been locked out.
Someone locked in Rusty out.
It is not intentional. He's accidentally been locked out.
Rusty has left the building.
Rusty wants back in the building because outside is a hot molten planet, and he wants back into planet air. No, well, we'll get you there.
So Craig Burns didn't have the best of passes in Q1 at 11:40.
Yeah, but
Mustang.
It went 9.68 in the short time.
It was good at the start.
So the start line was no such problem. I'm sure if they're checking track temp, no one's given us the update on track temp.
Slackers.
I've got a bad memory. I didn't remember when the HK Monaro got given away. I didn't remember. You know why I didn't remember? I didn't get the email to say I won it.
Yeah, me either.
Here comes Anthony Matuk. Wasn't it funny? Him and Rob Marjones almost simultaneous shake. They almost did exactly the same thing together. Now, how it must he be trying to turn the Don around and VL Don around?
Must have a pretty good crew behind him.
He's got he'll say one of the best crews around. Yeah. Okay, Burnsy and Ronnie Palumbo, they're going to let the button go here in Pro Mod.
Great new sponsorship deal on board with Llewellyn Motors for the Palumbo Fabietti Cup. And look at this, great pass both sides of the racetrack. Palumbo's just out in front. He'll go on through for a 581, 247 miles an hour. And for Burnsy, it's a 592 at 240 miles.
013 off the button for Burnsy. I didn't quite get Ronnie's, but Ronnie's was a good 0.0 as well. Side by side, 5-second runs. Our first 5 of the day. I know yesterday, I think Hagenson someone got a 5 yesterday. It might have been a 5th, I can't remember. But yeah, there was a 5 in Factory Extreme yesterday, but 2 5s there with Pro Mods. And Burnsy's, how Burnsy's thing off the line, like it hits that short time hard.
His car is just so cool
And do you see
to
it all
watch.
torqued up though?
Yeah, torqued up, but it just goes. It's
Yep.
it's smooth torque. It's not none of this up and down, round and round. It's nice and smooth.
But you watch any of those cars like Natty Racing in the States, 550s, 560s, any Factory Extreme car, even any turbo import car, the car is on the way down. When they're locked, they're half, they look like they're loose, but they're not. The whole car is torqued up. If the front wheels are on the ground and the back wheels are on the ground, that thing is literally nearly sprung in its own torque delivery.
592.
92, and Ronnie went 81. Yeah. You can have this headset back, Rusty. I melted the cordless just temporarily. I mean, it melted with all that news about Sedek Motor Group with that Sedek Racing
20B.
20B RX4 wagon.
And we all know wagons are the coolest cars ever.
Oh, well, as I said, my parents had a 929 wagon, so basically that same RX4 shape. Imagine going to a Cars and Coffee with a picnic basket in the back. Yeah, the family in the RX4 rolling up at a Cars and Coffee with a 20B pack in it. Yeah, plenty of that. That'd be nuts, wouldn't it? And honestly,
go to the drive-in. You can open up the back of the.
So yeah, that's
everything.
It's that or 100 grand. Honestly, when you do the values on that, it's pretty much nearly. It's not like either of those you lose out of. I do, however, think that once you get your 100 grand, unless you invest that in something, yes, you can make more than 100. But when you've got an RX4 with a 20B in it,
you're going to enjoy it so much more than 100 grand.
And it's pack build. I think there's definitely going to be some value held there. All right,
absolutely.
Kid Hunter by himself, boosted small block on board.
785 in Q1. Let's see what this Commodore can do.
It did a real slow spin of the tyre right off the hip, but he grabbed it. It's going to cost him 740 at 193 mile an hour. But yeah, that 6132 kind of just did that slow little turn.
Yep.
Didn't carry on after that. But yeah, like again, he's another one like Paulie. They're going to be in the bottom of the field. They're Smithy's already got one down, but as far as the turbo team, what have we got? 7 cars, 3 turbos, 4 blowers.
Yep.
So there is a chance for the turbo brigade, but the Black Belt Army is here, and who knows?
Who knows? That has brought a close to Manly Pro Mod qualifying session number 2. We're going to kick back into a bit of street compact racing now. Elijah Bendevsky in the Sora. He's coming into the aeroflow lane. Beside him will be Craig English in the Celica. So I love this Celica. Bit of a sleeper look to it. An 1184 already on the boards, 128 miles an hour. Bendevsky, a 1383 for the Sora. Old school Toyota taking on new school Toyota. I don't know if this Sora's actually new school anymore though. No. 91 was only 10 years ago. What are you talking about? Stop. Just 10 years ago, deals. Here we go. Craig English goes on through an 11.78, so he's found a couple of tenths of a second there. 126 miles. Bendevsky at 14.08. I just realised what you said. Steve Smith just coming back up the return road now in this wild-looking Corvette.
Look, I'm not upset.
Doing it for the Turbo Brigade.
If 91 was 24 years ago, that means I'm only 30, not 40. So I'm down with that, all right?
Maths. Let's go maths.
2 Fs.
Oh. 26, he ran it earlier, 18.25 and an 18.22. So strap that goalie on. That's the end of Q3, round 3 of street.
Yes, must be.
Yeah. I've got to ask, what was the Sedek announcement that I missed?
Oh,
I was up there, I couldn't hear.
We wrote it on your food vouchers.
Oh, rock and roll.
Last qualifier for Arno Head there, Michael Crouch.
Number 1 qualifier street compact will be Bradley Halliburton, followed by Bagdonis and Hampton in third. So
that is correct. Yeah, that's a big prize, or 100 grand. You know what? That's almost worth it. That I am very tempted because they got cool merch as well.
yeah. As well as Australia's fastest street-driven, naturally aspirated Rotary, and the first one into the 10 is James Fekino, so I don't think they'll do it on this pass. At the start, you reckon? Still nice and consistent, has, you know, picked up a couple of degrees in heat there. The naturally aspirated cars don't usually like that too much.
That's pretty special. That's essentially 13cc. That's pretty stout. Jason Stokely, Sam, amazing. Again,
The wagon.
That's pretty impressive. Still with that Aspo Barra, just does it so well. And it's already a lot too Terry Darling, he's leading all up in the line, and Street Series champion,
Cuddle does in 019 on this occasion, and it's only just qualifying. Look at Constantino though, trucking on down with that wagon. The little rotor that could, he goes on through for an 11.29 at 122 miles an hour, so he's found 0.3 of a second.
That's a stout little
Jason
car.
Studley at a 12.07.
That is a seriously stout little car. I'm impressed by that. That could be my pick of the day. All right, Anthony Gregorio taking on Taz Gregorio. Now, Taz Brisbane Solutions taking on Jet Stone Mason. I like that. Jet Stone Mason. Gregorio, the 73 RX4 up against the RX2. Looks like the RX2 is going to get the win this time around, although it is a red light. It is a red light out in front, and 13.05 to a 13.38. As we welcome back Mr. Diggles after a quick pit stop, change of battery, and he's good to go again.
Sorry to all Diggles fans out there, he did have a momentary lapse of battery issues.
I've got the ball coming back on, so I can't hear, and it's like, well, a lot of people aren't complaining, you notice? Big shout out to everyone watching and listening on the live stream and here.
Connor Webb, one of the up-and-comers in radio racing.
Connor Webby Webb is on there, Andrew Pascali and Andrew Stavropoulos. Predominantly riders, not even one VW in all motors. It's normally a Queensland thing.
I don't think we have any V-dubs
at all
today.
Yeah, no, not a single
That'd be
V-dub.
almost a first for Jambo.
I know that we talk about quota hiring, and you know, when you're in quota employment, we've got to at least reserve it for some V-dubs. 13.20 for Andrew. That's his slowest so far.
13.64 into the aeroflow lane.
They may be essentially ET-wise, some of our slowest competitors, but geez, they make up for the noise. Don't they make up for the noise here?
Yeah,
I
some of the most
absolutely
exciting.
love it. Absolutely love it. Up the sheriff, there we go. Sicko Miko, up the sheriff. Oh yeah, the digs, we're back. All right, there we go.
A lot of these small tyre cars really struggle to hook up now. As this sun comes out, it's getting warmer and warmer out there. A little bit of smoke out of the car of Aggie DeSarkis there, the RX3 Coupe.
That's driven all the way to the end. That's the best for Elias today, 12.23. 13.14, the best there for Aggie as well. How's that for a stonemason business? Get stonemason.
Cracker,
love that. When you ring up, you've got to ring him 5 times before he answers the phone. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Invoices payable with a packet of chips.
I'm just down at Macca's, man. I'll be over soon. But I noticed his brother is racing. His brother, he's in the building game as well, Taz Building Solutions. And this is what I've said before. 80% of all of our Jambo guys seem to be in the construction game. How's Eric Sligar there from Orange in New South Wales? He's back. Steve Dymek is back. he self-retired the car last round. He literally backed it out and drove it back to the pits. This time he's back for the last run. The RX2 13B turbo on board. We are into Street 289.
Yep. Jamboree's Street 289. Eric Slogard almost needed to change undies earlier on today after Tony Curry had that big hit into the wall right in front of him. And when we say right in front, we're not exaggerating. We're talking well less than a metre, probably less than half a metre in front of him. He crossed. It was only good fortune and good driving that really avoided a really nasty situation there. And Sligar has bounced back with a 777. Currently sits number 2 in the qualifying list. Stephen Dimmick, 885, 152, sits 5th in the list as it stands right now. Final qualifying session on track.
So as we've already alluded to this week, because the guys had talked about it, the 6100 racing team, that this thing went 727 or 729 in testing. As far as a Street 289 car is concerned, that's sort of new territory for a car on this size tyre, especially in Jambo. I'd actually love to see a whole lot of cars on a 289, V8, 6 cylinders, whatever. Love to see that one time. But here we go.
Justin Simpson, if you're still listening online.
He's got a Bunnings. I've already heard.
I tell you what, it would be, yeah, get some of those little trailer tyres there. 804 with a big pedal, and 887 at 156 there for Dymick. But just that, so we went an earlier 885, so there's an 887. So that RX2 is pretty well dialed in there for today. But normally in Street 289, we would normally run them against each other on a full tree. But, geez, even when you add up what we've got today, even in all motor, like the amount of pure street-driven, street-registered RX2s, RX3s, R100s, like dollar-wise, these things aren't cheap cars to own now these days. They are all going up in value. Every time you see them, every Jambo you come to, they've probably gone up another $1,000 nearly every time. And as I said before, and this is why I think it's more important in the future, as they continue to try and push us into more modern cars, is that the old cars are just going to get cooler and cooler and cooler. They're turning heads already, no matter what they are. I mean, I remember when you could buy, and this is the thing we talked about a few weeks ago, we're crying, when you could get a Gemini for $400 or a 120Y for $200, or you could get a car for free. You can't get that anymore. All of that stuff's worth something, ridiculous prices, and it's only going to get worse for anyone wanting a cool car in the future. So maybe the best thing you can do is go to Sedec Racing. If you want to get into that market, get yourself that RX4 wagon with a 20B in it. They pretty well nearly set yourself up. You know, whatever you need, like in the future, just say to win a car like that, it's like, you know what, enjoy that thing, enjoy the lifestyle, own it for X amount of time. Then maybe if you need to go buy a house or something, that thing's going to be worth something.
You've got an investment.
You can definitely sell it off. Or you can keep the 100 and put it into crypto. And I don't know, is there any money in crypto these days?
There might be in a couple of months' time once it bounces back up.
Yeah, well, you never know. Like, the world's so unstable.
There also might not be.
Well, that's right. There could be tariffs on crypto. You never know. We don't know
Can
what.
you put a tariff on something that doesn't actually exist?
I know, that's right. It's just not there, is it? It's funny money. It's funny money. I'd rather invest in chrome bumper bar automobiles than crypto, because I can go out and polish my chrome bumper bar automobile. I can't polish my crypto.
You can enjoy it.
Now, look, Crichton's ready. We're waiting for Patrick Long. Got Kyle out the front. Is that Kyle out the front?
Yeah,
Six
it's
boost.
Kyle.
It's either him or Jason Statham. I can never see which one it is.
You can tell by the quads.
Oh, you can tell by the quads. You can tell by the... he's got the quads on him. Yeah, Kyle's a solid nugget. And that's another one of the many success stories we have in Australian performance manufacturing. Of course, Six Boost, he produces, not only sells them right across the country, exports them right around the world. There's, of course, one on Crichton's car. That's the 1.5 JZ Cressida. Number 3 qualifier, was number 1 straight off the bat in Street 289 with a 785. But since then, we've seen, of course, the RX3 go 770.
And Blowy, I think, is number 1 at the moment.
And Blowy with a 66, I think, from memory. So we had a 766 and a 777 and then a 785. So here we go, Shane Crichton, his third run of the day.
Unfortunately, Patrick Long's been shut off and is pushing back, which is disappointing for him because he actually hasn't got off the start line on any passes here today.
Hasn't been a good day so far, has it?
No.
The wheel came off yesterday. It's just sometimes it's those weekends where you just got to look back and go, well, you'd hate to say that's racing. And
yep, let's go to the pub.
Let's go to the pub.
Let's go home and get ready for Brisbane Jamboree in August.
Today's probably exactly that. Let's go to the pub weather.
That's exactly right.
That's if, of course, the pub that you go to has got good air as well. Just goes on days like this, just makes you remember just how important air conditioning is, and there's no better aircon than Mitsubishi Electric. So they're the aircon of choice, and one day I might actually have that on my car as sponsorship. But you definitely don't settle for less, get the best. Conditions apply, see in store for details. So all I know is I'm happy putting them in, mate.
Hey, I like it. I like it.
Oh, off there, just that's it. That's going to be our hottest part of the day right now. And for a car like that, with all the smarts, of course, Kyle and all the boys there, they know how to set that car up. He's definitely making the shock absorbers work in that car because it almost left like a radial car the other run. You saw it get up on the shock. So they are definitely making that car work, but just not this time. That 28.9 is not having any part of it. And back to what we said before, auto-equipped cars, if you do zing, it's for some reason they just are a harder thing to hook back up.
Yep.
For manual cars, you can either drive through that wheel, spin one little pedal, and you can get back on that. Autos tend to multiply the torque a little bit too much. Look at him go. They are, you know what, and sometimes you can never be famous immediately. It's hard to come in and achieve instant fame in anything.
No.
These guys have risen over the years, and they've been doing it for a fair few years now. They've had their ups and downs. I remember for a long time, they were like the bad boys on the start line. Like they'd been cranky on the start line before, but now they're all angels
Life
and
is good.
saints. They are the nicest people. They
Life
are
is
the
good.
nicest. They've all learnt the hard way that if you want to keep going racing, you've all got to be nice to each other. And the boys have gone from one reputation to this now where they are. There's nothing is too much trouble for these guys. Honestly, when I put the shout out the other day, can someone take me from the airport to the track? They were the first guys to offer. They were the first guys to offer. Blowy's, hey, I'll pick you up. So, well, pick me up in the RX-7. That'd be great. But
you get there quick.
We were going to get there quick. I was expecting a tilt tray to turn up or something. We'll just have a
Hurstville towing tilt tray.
Just have a Hurstville towing tilt tray.
Strapped eagles on the back.
Just put me on the back. I don't mind. And then we went through all the new M8 and all that stuff through
It's
there.
good, isn't it?
Oh, man, half an hour we were here.
It's good.
Don't. If I was to come down on my own now, I would not be able to find my way into them tunnels. I literally, unless we took the wrong way, but
it's easier than Brisbane. I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest. I've been to Willowbank, I reckon, conservatively 50, 60 times. I've never taken the same way to the track twice.
That's me going back to the airport here. Yeah, I'm about the same. But once you get into the vibe, and don't take the first. When they tell you to go the Logan motorway, don't take that Logan motorway. Keep going.
That's where I always have the trouble.
Yeah, Legacy
because then
way.
you end up going all the surface roads through the city.
You need to come nearly all the way in and go through Legacy. All right, here we go. Street 289, Dib at Mohammed. There you go. First, second, third, he almost Look, honestly, if we were in a race situation there, you know what Blowy would do. He would have kept pedaling it through those gears. We've seen that happen before on the small tyre. He'll zing that tyre, shift the gears again. And sometimes the thing hooks up and it goes into a wheelie. But I know when it comes to racing, he would treat that differently. He'd drive a bit more of that. And I know, folks, just when you think you've seen enough in qualifying, you wait till they start to race for round wins. The driving will go up a level, and they're gonna. It's like Hunger Games. It's like it is full on drive. You talk about drive to survive. This is the real drive job. These will be the real drive jobs. If you want to get through to the final of any of these events, winning a Billet J is nearly harder than winning a Formula One World Championship. It really is. Because you just don't know. You can have the best team in your corner, and then for one reason or another, too much horsepower, whatever, you got to do a lot of the driving yourself. You want to get that round win, keep it in the lane. It's up to you, the driver. It's always been a driver's win, never the team. Even though they must thank the team, of course, at the end of the day, because it is it's the teams that kind of make these guys ultimately look good. But in this particular case, it's just going to be driver's job all the way to the end. So that's Street 289. We're just having a look there. We've got a few more coming up. I think we've got modified compact not too far away. We're just getting a little bit of fatigue kick in with everyone. I mean, it's easy for us. We got an easy job. We're sitting in a bit of aircon. We are telling you everything that's going on. Yes, I go out and we give a few things away to the kids and everything like that. It's hot out there. But keep in mind, and everyone in Spectator Land, of course, now you've all got a bit of shade. We have lost a bit of breeze. We've still got some. But you spare a thought for all of our teams racing here today.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than trying to race and enjoy yourself, and it's hot.
And working on hot race cars as well, you know, where everything you touch is hot.
Yeah.
And there's no getting away from it. It is a very steamy day, very muggy outside. The humidity is absolutely horrible. And big thank you to the crowd for coming out as well today, because we do have a good crowd, despite what some people are pointing out on the stream. There's just nobody sitting out in the sun. There's plenty of people sitting out in the shade at the moment, so you might not see it in the cauldron, so to speak, sitting on the bare concrete. That's because it's about 36 degrees today. It is very, very warm, so there's plenty of people sitting in the shade, and yeah.
Well, we hope you're enjoying. We are moving into modified compact action now. We've got the El Rona up against the El Dado. Scott Cousins in the Datsun, running, of course, for Gas Motorsports, and Andrew Rankin in the Corona.
Yeah, Rankin, another one of our Queenslanders that's towed down, and look at that, 850 with an 8, 850 with a 1, and 853 with a 9. You talk about a combo that is sorted, street-driven, 3RZ-powered Corona in brown, and it runs within half a tenth over 3 runs in the heat.
That is good.
That is sorted, and I can't help but think that E85, that's got to be on E85, that really helps in weather like this. It really does help. To keep the cars a little bit cooler, but that's just fantastic. He might end up being one of my hot tips for modified compact tonight if he can keep this up. We're going to start. We can almost come up with some hot tips by now.
I reckon we probably can.
Another Rusty's hot tip. Well, that's Diggs's hot tip of the day. Rankin, have a look to him near the pointy end. I'll tell you right now. Even Blowy, hot tip to be there. And there we go. And look, we've got black track car out there right now, Martin Whelan. But Justin Gregory thought he'd just take this opportunity right now to say happy anniversary, 22 years with Renee. So happy anniversary to you, Renee. Love, Justin.
Oh, happy anniversary. We do wish the RX-7 was here racing, but we understand anniversaries are important too.
Yeah, we had another anniversary to go out there too. I saw that. I don't know how that came down. That's right, it came down here. A big shout out to Kari Medjlak, and it's 11th wedding anniversary, her and Sean. So we've got a 22nd wedding anniversary, and we've got an 11th wedding anniversary, Kari Medjlak. Carly and Sean. So no better romantic way to spend your anniversary than at a drag strip.
Look at you go.
It was like the night I proposed to my wife at the Winter Nationals. You know what I mean?
My wedding anniversary usually falls on the winter's warm up.
Well, there we go. Adam, if we were to do the sums, I reckon one of my children was probably conceived at a Winter Nationals as well. I've never done the maths.
That's why that grandstand's a bit squeaky.
I am going to go back. I wish I kept diaries back in the early days just to work out when conception actually happened. All right, Michael Osborne, another 3RZ product, 997 and a 1018 from the Hilux. Big pedal from Martin Whelan. A 981 is an improvement. There you go. Someone improved in the heat.
Yeah, Luxo.
Yeah, Luxo. 154 in the 60. And a 977 there. Not the best one there for Martin this time. But happy anniversary anyway. Yeah, so happy anniversary, Renee, from Justin. I don't know whether Renee's down there right now, but I know Justin's mate took the opportunity. And you know what? It's better than buying flowers, getting a shout out over the PA. So guys, just in future, remember, don't need to buy flowers. We'll do the shout out. Don't have to buy flowers. You're guaranteed, let me tell you. Randall Graham and Ben Clark, again, Ford versus Holden. Have a look how big the XD looks to the VL.
I mean, it does look wide, doesn't it?
XDs look like tanks, you know what I mean?
I like it.
Benny and Randall. Now went 897 in the XD, 984 for Ben. There we go, 883, 958. The best for both guys today. Best for both guys today. So hey, some guys are improving. Wait till it gets cool.
Still some more left in it for some of these guys. Seems like the bigger tyres have got a little bit more chance of getting down there. That seems to be the takeaway from it. The guys that are on the small tyres really struggling. Steve McGurr and Jimmy Pexton coming up now. McGurr out of Oak Flats in New South Wales. The Oak Flats Muffler Man, Cruise Fabrication. RX-7 taking on the Just Engine Management Hilux. I don't like calling it a dirty farm truck, but it is such a cool looking thing. And it goes quick, 9.0s.
82, I'm trying to think what RN model that is from the early days. All the Toyota nuts will know every single model from the beginning to end. I know it's an RN if it had an 18R in it back in the day, which it would have. So we know it was an 18R. It's now, of course, a 3RZ.
And it's got speed holes in the back.
Speed holes work.
Speed holes.
Speed holes work. And I love it. And this is our second 3RZ powered Hilux in this class. And that's gone 919 and 904. That's mad. But here's Rankin back with a couple of 850s and an 860. That's very impressive. License plates on the car as well. It's nuts what we can do in Aussie street cars these days. Aussie four-cylinder street cars. And while we're doing wedding anniversaries, I've got another one to do here. They're all coming through. You've tuned into the wedding anniversary hotline. As soon as guys worked out that you don't have to buy flowers when you give us a wrap. 984 for Jimmy Peskin in the Hilux after an earlier 904, and Steve McGurr's 902. So Darren Hunter, 11-year married and been together 36 years. Oh. Wow. So Norel and Darren been together 36 years, but tomorrow 11 years married. So we've got 2 at 11 years. So how's that tomorrow? So 2 guys got married. So that was 11 years on the same day. So we've had 2 people have nearly the same wedding day 11 years ago.
11 years ago, that'd be 1991 by your maths, wouldn't it?
No, that's 21 years ago. I mean, 31 years ago. All right, where are we? Modified Compact, Damon Guard and Ali Batsi. Okay, come on, Evo. Let's get a good one in here. 2.3 stroker on board for this thing. Now, only Evo of the group.
Going to have to hurry up here.
Yeah, 7 seconds, isn't it? 7 seconds no matter what. 7 seconds no matter what. Normally, that's been more than 7 seconds. Come on. There you go. Timed out, do it. And you can't cry unfair. It's just going to be the lights. There you go. Off you go, Evo. Anytime, Ali, you can go. One of these moments, one of these moments where we can make an example out of someone. Oh, go for it, son. Ali.
Have a crack.
Have a crack, Ali Batsi. Yeah, so just a rule there, folks. We mentioned it earlier on today. There is a 7-second rule on CompuLink timing systems. And again, it's, well, you can set anything you want, but 7's kind of our internationally accepted rule. I've watched timeouts in the States happen as well.
Yep.
It's a 7-second thing. I mean, it's not 7.5 seconds.
It's bang on 7.
Because I've counted timeouts before. And literally that, you're nearly counting the first second almost immediately. So it's nearly even technically 6-second timeout.
By the time your brain thinks about it.
So how many times have you seen a timeout situation where you start counting, you can't count 1 second as soon as you see the beam come on. It's literally, you better say nearly 2 after you say 1, it's already there.
Absolutely. We've got the winner of the colouring in competition.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Congratulations, Chris Diggles. I mean,
yay!
Winner of the colouring in competition. Congratulations to Ava Whelan. Ava Whelan. And she's done a very, very nice.
That's sick.
That's much better than you could have done, Diggles.
Well, I mean, she's done some pretty good shading there. She's actually done some shading. I noticed that she does do the perimeters very nicely.
Yeah, there's some light and dark, and she even put some number plates on there as well. I like it.
I like it, the bad boy VL.
Oh,
that's pretty cool.
She's put her own plates on it. Now, that's a little different.
That's a touch.
Congratulations, Ava Whelan. Oh, here we go. Modified Compact. Marcus Dillman, and we, of course, our gentleman from South Australia. And again, he hasn't quite taken it all the way out the back door all day, and he didn't get an ET this time. 865 for Marcus Dillman. That's best one for him. But no, I'm not seeing our R100 there anymore on that list.
Yeah,
he's gone. Whoever for whoever it was, and I've got his name here. It was Nilson Popplewell. Oh, there we go. Oh, he was in modified 10.5. That's why.
Wrong
Nilson's
class.
normally in modified 10.5. He just popped up in modified compact by the look of that.
Right.
So Ava Whelan, if you are listening, make sure you head over to the merchandise tent to collect your prize as well.
Well, I don't know how many other kids would have, because that blank area on the license plate is blank. I wonder how many kids have actually taken the extra step and put their own plates on it. Yeah, there we go. So, but tell you what, now that I know what the competition's like, I'll get better at colouring in. I'll get a little bit
more
better.
Practice. More
You're going to have to. If you want to win, you're going to have to.
I
mean,
know.
I've seen what these kids are capable of.
I like to know actually how old she is too, because you know, if that could be an 8-year-old doing that. It could be a 15-year-old.
36.
36.
What,
it could
52
be
now you are?
Could be a 54-year-old's colouring in. I do, like in future, I'm actually going to bring my own pens. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring my own setup. So maybe next Jambo, kids, if you're going to come to the next Jambo, BYO colouring in.
Is it pencils only, or are you allowed to use textures?
Well, I'd love to use textures. I've been using every Sharpie colour under the sun that you can get.
Or do you take it a step further and go charcoal and go?
I'm not that clever.
You're not that good?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not Mel Black good. I'm not as good as Mel is. One of our best car drawers that I've ever seen around the place. And does it freehand too, which is weird. Isn't it amazing to be able to...
Which is weird.
Well, not weird, but just the ability to draw.
Yeah.
Like if you've seen enough of the one car and you're obsessed with the one shape of car, that you know how to draw one. So from your brain, what you remember, or even looking at a photo, to then draw that freehand is really quite a skill. And of course, they do talk about different parts of your brain that you use when you're doing stuff like that, when you're drawing. And I've only been doing that recently because, again, I'm not geared up with enough IT stuff at home to do any good graphics. I could probably ask a lot of other people to help me, but, you know, I still get out the pens and paper and have a go myself. Oh, Kerry was amazing. Kerry Digney was amazing as well. Kerry was very good at doing all that. And the late, great Kerry Digney's artwork, there's still plenty of that around. I know he did some early shirt designs in the early days that were just amazing. That Kerry was very good on that. All right, Alex White. It's you know what, and that's going to be a lost start. That stuff, another lost start gone.
Yep.
All right, here we go. All the barrowheads out there. A few barrows in the field today. Oh yeah, Rolf was good. Rolf was good. I never saw him draw any cars though. Not bad for a bloke with 3 legs. Jason Scott and Alex Whitehead. All right, Jason Scott and Alex Whitehead. We are having an absolutely fantastic time. I'll have to tie Rusty down, sport. Jason Scott, Alex Whitehead, 840 to an 804. Hopefully these barrows can tame their torque down here on the line.
You promise?
Double barrow bump in. Says the EL, it just gets up and goes half track, 525 to a 531. The Ute just in front, the South Australian Ute, 803. He went earlier, 840, so better for him. 814, slower for him, but still number 1 and number 2, Alex Whitehead and Jason Scott. And you know what? There's a few other names in there in modified 10.5 that on paper should be a little quicker, but they're not. But again, we've still got a fair amount of the day left. Someone's going to win these Billet J trophies tonight for good racing prowess over 3 rounds. This is Q3 for all of our categories at the moment. So we're doing not too bad for it. And now, thank goodness, we've got quite a bit of shade for the fans out there.
Yeah.
And the heat is just, ridiculous. But as we knew when we heard about the weather forecast, and it's like, wow, it's going to be hot. And I said, damn, not good for...
It's better than the alternative. Which we've had plenty of here over the years.
I'd rather have the 3-letter word, H-O-T, than that 4-letter word starting with R.
Yes.
Yeah, because we had that. We nearly floated away here one year, didn't we? Yeah, Rolf. Rhymes with pain. Yeah, just that. And remember when that thing came through, that was literally, it wasn't raining 5 minutes away from us, but it hit us right in the, punched us right between the eyes.
Have a look at the weight on the back of the wheelie bar for Ho Tum.
Now, Poe's gone to his, because there's something called the MPRA now in Australia, the No Prep Races Association. So he might have gone to his no prep setup. He's thinking, you know what, hot track, small tyre. I'm going to try the no prep setup. Now, I'm sure he did not have that on the back.
No,
the
he
last
didn't.
2 runs.
We would have noticed it.
So he's got the world's heaviest set of wheelie bars.
And the wheelie bars are very high in the air as well.
Have you heard of that no prep car in the States called the Beta Bomb? Which is a Mustang with a huge...
And it's got that big, long duver out the back.
And you can stand on it and make the car wheelie now.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. So Poe's got himself some weights on the back of the wheelie bars, and that is his try to get down at all costs weight.
It's an interesting concept. And I don't know whether it works or not. I guess it's just all about getting it transferred onto the rear end.
There's nothing in the rules to say you can't have that.
As long as it's secured ballast, really. That's all it comes back to.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't say where you can mount it.
All right, Kareem Amraz beside him. First choice civil group sponsor for him. Both guys in the construction game. Poe's been a builder for as long as I've known him. And tell you what, you got to have that day job. We can't all race for a living, not in this country. You've got to have a 9 to 5, or a 6 till 2, or a 24/7, whatever you've got to afford your weapon of choice. Is what it takes. These boys during the week on site. Here they are, their favourite location, the top bowl. All right, boys. Modified 10.5 Q3. Tell you what, both guys finally getting their gear together after having troubles early in the day. 5.20 to a 5.04 and a 7.56 for Poe and a 7.91 there for Kareem. So that'll be number 1, I think, for Poe. 7.91 for number 2 for Kareem Amraz. Both hitting their straps. And even with Poe, that thing wasn't ideal off the line, but it was enough. There's enough weight over the back of it that time.
You could see it actually sort of bouncing its way down the racetrack.
Definitely hassled the shock a little bit more than what he probably thought. But got that down nicely, and Poe probably where he needs to be. The opposition needs to be wary about this time of the day for guys like Poe. When you just start to work it out and you just start to find it, you lose all that track tempo, even though it's still going to be warm tonight and when we get into the afternoon. But it's times like this when guys start to hit their straps that you know that they're on a trajectory that might just get him to the winner's circle.
Especially someone like Poe, because once he's on it, and he usually stays on it as well. He's worked his, well, I shouldn't say he's worked his way up. I mean, he was sort of in the old Pro Turbo days, went Rotor, then he went 2J. 289.
And then he's had that Super he's had for a long time. He's had it on 28.9s, he's had it on the 10.5 before. He even tried the old Street Outlaws when he was over here. Yep. Of course, made himself extra famous by following him to. He did Sydney here. And honestly, if you ever watched that show, Sydney, I reckon, was the best representation for the Aussies. We had all of those big steel roof and quarter cars down here in New South Wales, like Huey and the Devil's Taxi. And then all the import guys were really giving them all hell. And, of course, then Poe went the next week to Calder and tried again. And then he put the thing into the wall, I think. So sometimes your baptism of fire takes a couple of different times to do it, and he's done it there. But got it all back together. And again, you can say now, a representative of his country, any of those guys that ran in that Street Outlaws effectively represented Australia.
All deserved Australian jerseys.
And it's not often that you get to say that. And look, that was kind of good for those guys because they didn't have to leave the country to do it. But guys like Johnny Ricker not only represented Australia here, both in Sydney and in Victoria, but also gone to the other side of the world and then done that with their new cars over in the States. Other guys like former Jamboree racers, of course, with Andrew Zada, did the same thing with his new Pro Mod. That's over in the States. Yep. Dan Zabolik. Zabolik's the same thing. Ran Radial over here. His new Pro Mod's in the States and doing some testing over there. I not that I've heard confirmed, but I understood that he did have a little meeting with the wall over there with the car, which was another baptism of fire, because they'll be fixing that over there. Of course, Johnny Ricker with his Pro Mod over there with that screw blow and combo. And, of course, a guy that I don't think even ran at a Jambo yet. He might have actually run at last year's Jambo, Grantley Schloss, in the he had a hatchback Tirana in J275. He might have run there. He bought a He bought a Nova in the States with the Pro Charger on it there, and tested the car. Thought he'd enter, one of the bigger radial events over there.
Took it
Not
right through
only
to the
qualified,
final.
but beat them all. Beat the baddest guys in the world on a 275.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden we had this international sensation, an Aussie that beat them all at their own game. He then went over again, travelled back over to America, proved it wasn't a fluke.
Yep.
Did it again, beat them all again.
Yep.
And then at the last lights out event over there, proved it not only qualified but got to the final. So, I mean, he's leading the points in that championship over there, and he's going to pursue that, I think, the next 2 rounds. And imagine if we had an Aussie 275 radial champion that went over there and whipped them. And again, I can't think in any short term or long term that we've ever had another Australian drag racer actually achieve that against world-class competition.
And again, it's a team effort as well for him as well. The guys from Spot On right behind Grant Lishlosh, and it's just been great.
It's been fantastic to see. We've got a little bit more of that small tyre action coming up shortly. J275, not too far away. A break and back with more here at Sydney Jamboree.
Well, that was a Ray Hadley call, that one.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Jamboree, let's go! What up, G? Never lifts.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree.
13B's out in front, the 20B's coming on strong. Oh, the spot-on boys are turning it on today.
Wow, we've got a good race on our hands here.
Come on, gentlemen. Okay, that'll do. Oh, Eddie Howard, just on a mission.
He's out of here.
600, 244 mile an hour.
That thing is cool.
Yeah, man. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamboree is the winner.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Jamboree, let's go! Lee! What up, G? Never lifts.
Welcome to the Brisbane Jamboree.
13B's out in front, the 20B's coming on strong. Oh, the spot-on boys are turning it on today.
Wow, we've got a good race on our hands here.
Come on, gentlemen. Okay, that'll do. Oh, Eddie Howard, just on a mission.
He is out of here.
244 mile an hour.
That thing is cool.
Yeah, man.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamboree is the winner.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Founded on a passion for motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Welcome back to the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree presented by Fueltech. We are moving into J275 action now. It is the third and final round of qualifying for these guys, and it is one of our most hotly contested categories. We've got Danny Busbridge, currently number 6 qualifier, 718, 710 for Danny Lansdowne. Here's your number 2 qualifier at 196 miles per hour. If you are watching on the live stream presented by Real Street Performance, hope you're enjoying it first of all. Second of all, we will be cutting to a new feed once we go into racing this afternoon. So we're going to finish our qualifying here. We've probably got around about half an hour, 40 minutes, I would say, of qualifying action left. Once we do finish up with qualifying, we will be starting a new stream this afternoon on the same channel. So just keep that in mind, guys. We don't want anybody to miss out. Danny Busbridge on a nice launch. Gets over near the centre line, but he pulls it back in quite nicely. Good side-by-side pass and a 721 to a 715. Neither guy improves, but still 721 and a 715 in these conditions. That's pretty stout. That's pretty impressive, Mr. Diggles.
That is the Danny show.
And Miss Smith, I should say.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
No, just call me Diggles. I don't mind.
Miss Diggles. No, there's already a Mrs. Diggles.
There already is Mrs. Diggles.
That was a double,
we love Liz.
That was a double Danny bump in, and I love it. I love when I see new things. A double Danny bump in, and Danny, congratulations to him. All right.
Danny.
Yeah, Danny. Danny.
We've got all the Dannies. You want a Danny? We can sell you a Danny.
I can tell you, Paulo. I could turn you into a star. Just got to triple your name, and you're right. Lee Povey, of course, from Mount Isa. I was down there saying, "How's this winter weather, eh?"
It's
funny. Lee and Anna, of course. Lee and Anna Povey. They've got a big auto centre out in the middle of Mount Isa, and don't they do some travelling? They're over there helping Grantley over there at Lights Out. They've got this beautiful VL Calais LS on board. It's what Mrs. Povey's car is going to be. That'll blow your mind next year, or maybe late this year. Her VL wagon, and it's right up her alley. Let me tell you. You wait till you see what's coming out of the Povey workshop and the Spot On workshop by the end of the year. Wait till you see Anna's VL wagon. Paolo Tottorello out there. Well, two runs in a row. 7:59, 7:53. Lee's gone 7:46 in the Jekyll Hyde LS Calais. Oh, look, it just carried him. It went 134 in the 60. Paolo half track 487. Good run. If we keep an eye out for this, 52. So it goes 7:52, 7:53, 7:59. Three really good runs for him. 0.25 off the button. That might be the sort of stuff that gets you a couple of wins here this afternoon and this evening.
I think consistency is what's going to get you wins. Consistency is going to win you one of those billet J's today.
And that's the difference. Like you see how Lee knocked the tyre off there. That early in the run, if you are running against a mid to high 7-second car even, you're going to find it hard to peg those guys back, especially if you spend a lot longer trying to get the thing to hook back up again. It just might end up costing you a round win. Of course, this is the Chicago Shootout category, where basically they get 3 hits at it. This is their Q3, their final qualifier today in J275. Ivan Turkovic, 8:51, 8:7. I had the international tennis player, Ivan Turkovic, it's Ivan in Australia. Anthony Korovsky in his VK Commodore LS 427 on board for him. So, yeah, look, already, if you haven't already seen stuff you haven't seen before, 2Js and VLs or, billet RBs, what about V10 Vipers in Dado 1200? Jet, can't say that you can go home saying that you've seen that before. Tell you what, it gets out and goes all right. She may be a stock sort of Viper V10, but it does all right for itself. And how's Anthony? 780, so earlier 727 at only 142. 780 at 179 for the Street VK. Hello. We have got some amazingly quick street cars. And when I mean street cars, streetable cars. Race cars today, they can be street cars tonight. You know what I mean? Like they're registered, they're engineered. Some of them are wilder than others. Brent Cole's Bad Temper. LSA powered RX-8. Built, of course, in the Spot On workshop. Have a look at this. Keith Hards now does the burnout. Look at him roll sideways. He's done that before. I saw him doing that at that Tailem Bend last year at the Kenda. Does the burnout, rolls himself out of the groove. So it's almost like he's got the hot tyre and he's gone out looking for a bit more sticky. And he's gone outside the groove. So, I mean, it shouldn't be a groove, but there is. Because, look, odds are cars are going down mostly down the middle of the racetrack. So that's where all the rubber seems to be laid. There is some gold just offline. Keith went looking for gold after the burnout. He went out towards the sort of the centre and then back. Now, Brent did that on the way back too. He backed the RX-8 sort of back into it. So at this time of day, it is good to maybe get yourself... And what he's trying to do there is not grab more rubber, but just grab some of that glue, because we did do a little spray there. So what you're trying to do is grab some glue on the way back. So you might have enough rubber, but it's about rolling into some fresh areas where the glue's just gone down and never been picked back up again. And unfortunately, in the next hour or two, whatever glue we sprayed there outside the perimeter is going to be picked up by the shoes of all the crew that are out there, as you'll see them lose them normally. Keith Hards, Brent Coles, Hardsy already 790 and 781. One out the back at 191 mile an hour. Let's just see how he goes. You can normally judge his car by 660. Bumps that thing in, 448 cubes. Soft, 139, 132. Now he starts to wind the power in. Half track, 531, 139 mile an hour. Big top end, 820. Well, not a big top end this time. 823, 159 mile an hour. That is that ain't a percentage run. Frankie's going to be shaking his head there about that because that was not one.
There's a bit of head scratching going on down there.
Yeah. That's. Not that you'd ever think that you'd throw a time slip away, but sometimes I think you've got to throw the odd time slip away, not keep them all. Because that'll be one that you'll say, well, that was a pure mystery, down on power, boost control related or whatever. But, you know, sometimes all your tuning can come through boost control. Maybe didn't pick the boost back up there. The second half of the track, the big end, not the power. All right, here we go. Disco Dean. Now, he reckons he's changed his bump a little bit, so he doesn't so much bump in, he creeps in.
It's just a...
Creep City.
Would you say he dances in?
No, well, he normally bumps it in, but now he's softened the bump up. So there are guys that can bump in, which is more of a roll. More of a roll. There we go. So the weather says 35.9.
I think we can round that to 36, don't you?
Yeah, I'd say it feels like 36. Now, that was Keith Hards and Brett Coles. It's now Disco Dean and our RX-8. 20B on board. They're going to go to Bump City, both these guys. Here we go. Oh, beautiful, gentlemen, beautiful.
Oh.
And Disco out.
Good light. I thought he actually rolled the beams. It was a good light. Didn't even see the tree come down.
Oh, 45.
Whoa.
Here he is. I was talking to him downstairs with Colesy, and he said, oh, I just think I'll sit this one out. I've only been like 7.8, 7.7. Then it goes 7.45. And I tell you what, it's not Brent Coles that ran that time. Hopefully they flicked that over. They certainly kept the same names here, but they definitely were not them. So if we do check that list, that might be a misrepresentation. They'll get a time slip for it, but it might be a misrepresentation because it did come up as Colesy and Keith again, which they didn't have to. All right, so you can see Andrew Coles, of course, Brent's brother, the co-proprietor of Spot On Performance. I call it the Dream Factory. When you turn up at their workshop, you look at people's dreams in there, like just amazing cars, getting amazing things done to them. You go up into their office, they've got a big whiteboard there, like a big teacher's whiteboard.
Yep.
It is full of projects for this month, this month, this month. And in on the bottom there, Oliver Diggles, my son's little Ford Escort's going to go in there, get his 13B and his 5-speed and his high ace, a Hilux diff put in it. It's actually he's on the whiteboard. Gordito's off the whiteboard.
Gordito's been bumped.
Yeah, Gordito's been bumped off the whiteboard. But Oliver has got his Ford Escort on the Spot On whiteboard, which is full, absolutely full of stuff, cars to be done, and as I said. Anna Povey's VL wagon is down there with the most amazing engine combination that we have never seen in this country or the world. Well, I've seen it. There's a few in the world, but there's not that I've seen in this country. Put it this way, you can turn up at a diesel assault. Put it that way. All right, it's still saying, well, it's saying Andrew Coles now in here, A and set and A. So two of our higher qualified guys going to Bump City again. Just trying to hold that tie down, Colesy. Trying to hold it down. It's got all the power of the world with that Noonan Hemi on board, and it just tiptoes down to a 7.42 at 149. Not much to write home about both sides, really.
More importantly, the chutes came out this time.
That's good. He got that pulled up. 4.56 to half track, 166 mile an hour. Still keeps number one spot. But, yeah, just got to put that settler down. And Andy was offering out the free advice there before. One of the other competitors sort of said, is it worth running this round if we've got Chicago Shootout? And he says, mate, you know, he said, I've got basically a new car I'm trying to sort out, and that means I'm going to lap it as many times as I can while I've got the opportunity.
Any track time is good time.
That's right, and recommended that he do the same thing. As much as it's hot, much as it's inconvenient and hard work, you're not here for a holiday. Even though these guys treat it as this
is what they do for fun.
It's a working holiday.
But, I mean, all things being equal, at some point, if you race for long enough, you're going to end up racing in these conditions again.
You got to.
So you may as well figure out how to get down there.
Yeah.
You may as well make as many runs as you can, put it in your data book, and then come back and figure out, okay, well, we did this before, but now we know what to do.
That's right. All right, here we go. Peter Bajewski, first run for him today. Matt Whiting beside him. Already won an 8.11 and an 8.34. Zings the VL Calais about 500 times before the 60.
That's a whole box of zings there.
But he's going to get a quali here at least. Anyway, so here he goes. The timers are working. Half track 8:34, full quarter 11:69. He's got one. He goes up wide. Goes for a little walk there on the gear change. Half track 5:11, 143. Full track 7:85. Better for him into the sevens. He went 8:34, 8:11, and now a 7:85. Puts him 14th. That's how good the J275 field is. 14th is a 7:85.
That's insane.
That is, isn't it?
So it's 14 cars in the sevens.
Yes, considering. You know what? There's one that's maybe scratched. I know it says Brent Cole 7:45. It's not. It's our friend in the RX8 with the 20B.
Right.
But we haven't seen Danny Howe back with that XE first run today. Remember he pushed out the oil second run in?
Yeah.
He has not come back, so he'd be a late scratching unless they're trying to get the thing back. But yeah, sometimes when that happens, you either see him again after a couple of hours of thrash, or they're gone. All right, Buddy Nasser, first run today, 8:62, then an 8:45. Isn't that little 5.3, little 5.3 LS? Down it goes, 8.99. Yeah, so that's the slowest of his three today. Super soft in the 60, 1.77 in the 60, no good. Here's the only guy in Outlaw 315 or J315. But hey, it's still worth coming out every run. He wants to get a good run here.
How good is the Whipple?
Yeah,
with the injector head built into the top of the case.
Well, that was that model Whipple that came. Remember, I think Garrett Phillips had one of the first in Australia. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually the blower, because not too many.
There wasn't many of them.
No,
there wasn't many of them. They had the big scoop. I think Zapier had one as well at one point.
I think they were the hot blower at that stage. You know what I mean? And the Whipple, apparently it punched out more than a PSI. It's still a screw blower. In other words, the rotors aren't lobed; they're helical.
Yep.
He's got EFI, I believe it is EFI, so it's still got that lump about it, but I think he's actually got to half tweak that into it to make it idle that way, because with EFI you can keep them so clean.
They did have a tendency, though, when you sneeze the blower off them, they made a big mess with these Whipples.
Oh, trouble here, trouble. The Benz has stopped. That is not.
It's been a tough day for those guys.
Oh boy, that thing's been up till now pretty much on a good streak this year.
That is a damn cool car, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Like,
it's one of those cars we've really enjoyed watching the evolution of it over the years. Like, it's just gone from being almost like a street car to what it is today.
It's gangster spec. It is such a cool looking thing, and it's got all the original chrome trims on it, all the molds. It's just, mint. Absolute credit to them.
And you know what? From the early days, blown injected or methanol like it was to now, he just could have not gone and got a monster Whipple for it, but decided a monster Whipple is needed.
It's cool.
EFI was needed.
A monster Whipple is never needed, but it's warranted.
It's warranted that car. Like, honestly, if you were to pick, honestly, this would be a hard thing, and maybe one year we could do it. I don't know for any other reason other than like a people's choice, and basically said, right, here's a little card. Go and pick 5 of your favourite Jambo cars and put them in a little drawer.
Yep.
And not only would, like, if I suppose people have got to count that. That's the other thing. It's like whether we've got staff to count that.
Or maybe have a selection. We could look at the list beforehand, the entry list beforehand, have a selection and do like a survey monkey or something.
Yeah, Step Brothers.
Do you know what everyone could vote then and there on the day?
Yeah, well, I do like the idea of that because, where would you pick? Like, a lot of people might see that Mercedes-Benz and go, oh, yeah, that Benz is my favourite sort of car.
Or they might see the 89 Super of Ben Slaughter, as we're going to say, ooh, I like that sort of car. That tickles my fancy.
Yeah, that's a wild car as well for people that may or may not remember that MA70 Super Shape from 1989.
So 23 years ago?
Something like that.
22 years ago?
It's not that long ago anyway. It's relatively new.
36-year-old Supra, I think, if I do my thumbs correctly.
They've aged well, haven't they?
They
have aged well.
Well, over time, more and more shape. Like some people think that that last Supra before the BMW one, right?
Yes,
was the iconic Supra shape, and that earlier one was kind of a style at the time, But I still think that it was because there was another one after that one, which ended up it did end up in Group A.
Oh, look, Ben's going to put on a Burnout show for us.
Oh, imagine that. Imagine if we just started cutting hoops out there.
He's just
now.
posing for just Dave.
Get your photos of that as it comes around, folks. Hey, you can't tell me, like, if we had a little J card there and you had to pick a top 5 favourite things of today.
We just had Andy Coles go past as well. He could be another one in the top 5.
Oh, he could, absolutely.
Public enemy.
Public enemy. But yeah, that Benz, I think, gets a lot of people's attention just because you just don't expect an old Benz to be so cranky. But, you know, in Australia, we'd put a blower on anything. You know, got to be blown to be known. That's what I say every day. Got to be blown to be known. So Benny, now he needs one here. Now, look, he has not left under any horsepower. The first run was a 1244. The second run was 882. He has had a top speed of 174, so we know he's had it out the back. But it's just about getting that start line solved.
It
but
just sort of hops out and bogs, and then
it's almost like it's not enough power out of the hole.
Yeah.
Or you got too tight a clutch share gap, because I do think Benny runs the Liberty in it with a clutch or a Lenko. I think it's Liberty.
Yeah, I think it's Liberty.
It's just not happy
It's
on
not
that.
up on the revs.
It's just no power out of that hole there. It's now the timers have started, so look, if they do take that back, Ben will not get another ET.
Yeah.
He's gone 9.2 in the 60 foot. But, yeah, that just came out of the hole with 0 power.
Not 0.92, 9.2.
No, 9.2 seconds. I'm pretty confident to say that I could get to the 60 foot quicker than 9.2.
I'm not that confident, but I'll back
you.
you.
Reckon?
I'll back you.
I mean, Janie may not be that quick in the short distance, but if it was at the end of 4Ks and that last 60 foot, she'd probably beat us.
I've got that stamina.
Jane actually will throw out the challenge to anyone else out here that wants to do a 4K park run in the morning.
5K park run.
No, I'm doing the 4K.
No, we're doing the running festival at the water park down the road tomorrow morning.
Is that what you...
You and I are going to come knock on your door.
I'll do the OK, see you later.
I've already got a note from my doctor, so I won't be there. It's also allowed me to sleep in. So I am not doing that, you overachiever.
You mean you're going to sleep tonight?
I am
That's a
going
Jamboree first.
Well, I went to sleep last night quite early. Not before I saw the Penny Panthers get dusted, so that was good.
Can we move on?
Yeah, poor Rusty. Change the subject.
But the good thing is we won Jersey Flag today, 38-10 or something. So I'll take that over the Roosters.
Yeah. That matters. That matters.
I don't know what that is.
Jersey Flag. It's kind of like Queensland Cup. Only better.
Yeah.
I mean, only worse.
Only boringer.
Better.
Anyway, Eddie Howack is the next on our list here to come through for his last qualifier in Pro Turbo, brought to us by Long Boost. It's whatever he's been doing has been working for him. 634, 647, staging the car on a 12-degree angle. I didn't quite bring my protractor today to quite measure that, but I
think it's more than 12 degrees, if I'm being honest.
He sets that thing up I can't believe how much he's setting that up slightly on the crooked. But I remember Jambo Brisbane, where, I mean, he was staging it straight, and the thing kind of wants to drive to the left-hand wall, and, you know, he's carrying the wheel. I don't know, did we give Eddie sky's the limit? I don't forget who we gave the wheel stand for there at Brisbane Jamboree. It may have been Eddie or someone. It was height, hang and haul we were looking for.
I'm trying to think. For some reason, an orange car pops into my head.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that'll narrow it down. We'll have to go back through the specs.
I can picture it in my mind.
I wasn't in a Jamboree shirt then, so I don't know.
So, yeah,
Colin might know.
JD turned up. Who won wheel stand at Brisbane Jamboree last year? See, he's not going to remember that.
He's going to turn around and walk out. Okay,
he can't remember that. I mean, that'd blow me away. Oh, disco. Dave Reed says disco. Orange car.
Disco, orange car.
Orange
there you
car.
go.
Thank you. I'm taking full credit for that one.
Thank you, Dave Reed,
Thank you, Dave.
Bringing that up. Disco won it. Disco, can you text us to confirm that you did win it, including a photograph of the actual
and
trophy?
A video if you really want.
Knowing Dave, he's probably got it. Dave would have a photo of it somewhere.
He'll rifle through that and find that. But here we go. So Benny's going to do the little loop here, I think, to tow back. That is an absolute tribute to him and his team. Very professional, and just needs that bit of a break, doesn't it? Just needs that break. It needs everything to go right, and sometimes you just can't get it all done in the one go. But I know that thing's got sixes written all over it once it's sorted.
Yeah, it'll run some numbers once I get it. Once I get it sorted.
But it is a great combo that just needs more track time.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Eddie go a little bit quicker than that 6:34 in this session. I didn't expect to see a 30 out of him in that last session because the day was getting hotter and hotter. He went 6:47 Q1, 6:34 in Q2. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 20 come out of him this time around.
Well, if you said he did a PB down at the Bend,
yep.
And that was still probably a warmish day, was it there? Or?
It was, high 20s, low 30s, somewhere around there.
Nice.
But even that in
winter.
South Australia, that's and I know what it's like down there in that sort of time of year.
More importantly, there was no wind.
Yeah, well, I've been there when it blows a gale there too. It's not friendly, but I suppose 28 down there. The as you said, close to sea level, very dry air. Very good horsepower weather, so I can see why he got that PB down there. But that's the third track he's run on in the last 12 months, being Willowbank, the Bend in Sydney. It's good to see that when the bug bites these guys, that the travel just becomes. It is a huge inconvenience. Honestly, like you guys road trip from Brisbane to be here, and that's not bad. You just hit the road, especially when you can ditch the kids, which you did. Like you're at that age now.
Shout out to my daughters listening online, watching online.
Yeah, hi girls, love you.
Mum and Dad miss you dearly. Not. I've heard them say, "Thank God these kids aren't here." Yeah. I miss my kids dearly. I miss them when I'm away. I'd love them to be a part of this, and as I know in the future, Jambos, that we will be back. I'll be back with an all-motor car sometime before the Olympics in 2032.
That's a big call. Are you sure you can commit to that?
I reckon I can get the car ready by then. That's
great. A lot of Gordito Tuesdays, I'm just saying.
Well, look, I hope the car initially will be reliable enough that, when we do get to sort of delays like this where we do need to get out to the crowd to do some oil down tennis balls, that I'll drive Gordito out to the line here and hit the balls out of the back of Gordito and maybe offer someone a passenger ride down and back. Because it is getting built with a passenger seat. It's not just a race car for me. It's got a passenger seat. That'd be fantastic to be able to do that. But of course, my nephews and my brother getting the old Gazelle back.
Gazelle, that's exciting.
So in the future, whether or not they go straight back into street compact, I think it might be a bit too quick for street compact. He's aiming conservatively for 800 to 1,000 if it's turned up. I'll let you in on a little secret there. It won't have the FJ20 in anymore, but it's going to have a very serious Honda K-Series in it. He's gone, I shouldn't say to the dark side. Anyone that wants to K-swap, that's one engine we have not seen here either today. We ain't seen any Hondas either. So we haven't seen any V-dubs. We haven't seen any Hondas. No. We've seen one Evo. We've seen a bunch of 2J and Rotor stuff. But isn't it just funny? The trends, they just come up and they go. And we know that, next time we come to Sydney Jambo, there'll be V-dubs back. It's just whatever people have got ready. And that's the thing. Remember, we talked about it before. This is a recreation. Yep. So sometimes there's family things that happen on your days that you could be recreating, like today. Just to some people, they have more in their lives than just this.
Even
and you're the same with your damn park runs.
Look at Factory Extreme even. We're missing quite a few names. And I said to Jason Boss, I said, where are you? Yeah, he sent me a photo. He's on the building site. He's working.
So he's got to work.
He's got to work.
And you know what? That's a very common thread for people that where this is their recreational vehicle, that work will always take priority over play.
Yep.
And you know what? That's how they got to have the cars they've got, is work must prioritise play.
Right. You've got to make the money to spend the money.
That's exactly right. You've got to pay for the toys.
You've got to pay for the toys, and the bigger the toys, the harder you got to work. And unless you've found some magical way to make millions of dollars without doing anything.
Yep.
Like all those other people we see on YouTube and Facebook and everything like that. Honestly, I wish...
OnlyFans hasn't worked for me yet.
No, neither for me. But even like when we haven't talked about the guy, and I keep asking people, some people know him, some people don't. But, Cletus McFarlane, as far as rev heads, and I remember reading an article just recently saying that at the moment he's one of the most influential people to the automotive aftermarket on YouTube. That what he is doing with his, I don't know, is he up to 4 million followers yet? I don't know how many he's got. But how's this? This just goes to show how out of the loop I am. And I think Cletus is amazing. I think any guy that wants to go drag racing like he does and bring a lot of people with him to watch, all of a sudden, when you couple what I suppose the old 405's done with Street Outlaws and drag racing, that's another way that more eyes have been on the sport. You throw Cletus in there with what he wants to do at things like World Cup finals or TXK25 or Sick Week or whatever he's doing. He's kind of bringing every form of drag racing up a level because he's competing.
Not just drag racing. He raced in the ARCA support series
well,
for the
don't-
Daytona 500 as
Mate,
well.
There's nothing that he can't do, old Cletus. I just hope he doesn't forget what made him famous, and that's the drag racing part of it. Honestly.
If you want to listen to something really interesting, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has a podcast, the Dale Jr.
Interviewing
Download.
Cletus, yep.
And he had an interview with Cletus, went for about an hour and a half. Really, really interesting. And it gives you a bit of an insight into the background as to how he got to where he is and how he built the channel and all the rest of it. And most of it is just from being authentic. It's from being himself.
Genuine.
It's not because he's putting on an act or anything like that. It is literally just him being him, doing what he wants to do, and having a good time doing it. People resonate with that.
And there's some guys that have made themselves obviously famous by, and again, fame is now actually measured by how many subscribers you have. That's basically how you probably know. That's your new currency. Followers is your currency. This is the worldwide currency, unfortunately, right? In some ways, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But one thing about him, he doesn't sugarcoat the victories or the defeats. He'll show you everything. He'll blow these things up. He'll burn these things up.
Yep.
And he'll just say, oh, I've blown another one up.
Yep.
But I can't forget, and Colin would remember, World Cup finals last year, he had the Phoenix, which I think's his grey Camaro Pro Mod, which is one of the most nicest things you'll see. And from what I understand, they're trying to turn three cars around between between rounds. And I think they forgot to set the lash. Not forgot, had no time to set the lash.
Yep.
They went up to race Natty Racing in that next round.
Yep.
And look, Cletus treed him. And he is gone. And here's all the domestic guys in the crowd ready to wave their American flag. Natty Racing zings the tyres at 60 foot. He pedals that thing back out, and the import comes past him at 270-something mile an hour, and it was almost like you've just heard that Puerto Rico had won the World Cup in soccer or something. The crowd went nuts. The biggest Puerto Rican flags in the world come out then, and just for the one moment, Cletus got beat. But look, as much as Americans go, damn it, Cletus lost, it's all the Puerto Rican fans that said, well, Natty took one for the imports over domestic.
Yeah.
And that gets stronger every year. Just having guys like him in there having a go, wanting to be at those events. Now, the next goal is to try and catch Cletus down here and down under. We're going to get Cletus down under. Trouble is, it's going to get hard to get him into anything other than a domestic V8 thing. That's the problem with him.
Yep.
He needs to get himself a billet RB. Jesus, do
Well,
people
he'd probably
do
do
billet
it.
RBs? Oh, Cole's going to put Cletus in the four-banger. Cole's talking to me. Imagine that. Well, no, we wouldn't have. He wouldn't have been quicker. And the trouble is with Cletus is he can drive anything. Now,
Yeah,
I've seen the captain steer that thing.
He's a wheelman.
I would hate to see Cletus come in and say, Cole, back him down a bit, mate. Don't let him run a 5. You got to run the 5 in that thing. Don't let Cletus do it. It'll be, okay, Blaze, back it all down. Let's try this thing. And next, Cletus goes 99. Captain won't offer that again if that happened. Mind you, he's too big, isn't he? Oh, good. Well, good. Well, that's not going to happen then. But he is that sort of currency that's doing the world wonders when it comes to the sport of drag racing. And and considering how many million, and really, I thought he was a big thing until someone showed me Mr. Beast, right? And now that guy's got how many? 60 million followers or something?
Yeah,
the guy's literally printing money. Just must come out of his modem every 4 weeks from YouTube. As far as, all right, here's a couple more million. What are you going to do with that? And isn't it amazing that you can rise to that just through popularity and viewership? When back in the old days you had to be famous on television. Remember those 4 channels we talked about at the beginning of the day? Just how easy it is for people to achieve. In the car racing world, it's still only about this big in the real world. But I tell you, it is just, that community is tighter than ever thanks to our social media and thanks to YouTube. I don't know what the next big thing's going to be. I think YouTube's pretty damn impressive. As I said, I can sit there and watch Pal February TV, Mark 1 Kieran, Sea West Garage. I go get my drag racing anywhere in the world if I want. And if you want to come down and see it here, of course, we've got our official Jamboree live stream thanks to Real Street. And, of course, Real Street, we can relate to them because we've seen what they've achieved over there at the very pointy end of drag racing and continue to do so. They have got the parts, the knowledge and the know-how, and isn't it amazing that they can even make they can make a lot of the Australian guys, look like, well, hang on, I got stuff from America quicker than I can get it sometimes down under. That's funny, isn't it? But just one of our amazing list of fantastic sponsors that can give you the stuff that you need, whether or not it is in the racing industry or whatever. It's just great to have us. Of course, our Shannon Show and Shine, great trophies that we had up there. We've ticked off a few winners here already. So we've had our Show and Shine winners. We've had our colouring in contest winners.
Rusty, what was your pick of the Show and Shine?
Look, it's hard to say because there's so many quality cars up there.
The Rotina?
The what, sorry?
The Rotina.
The Rotina.
Did you see that one?
I had a quick walk around. I don't know if I saw that one.
Mark II Cortina with the Rotary.
Oh, yes. Yes,
green
actually. I take that back. The green one?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
I didn't see
yes,
It's an
I did
old,
see
old
that
car.
one. Yeah.
Great to see it back out.
Yeah, awesome. There's some killer cars, and you know that's the beauty of it. You get to give away some of those billet J's to the Show and Shine guys who may not ever get the chance to win one on the racetrack. They get to walk away with one from the Show and Shine. So that's absolutely killer. Love giving away the trophies up there, and a big thank you to the guys from Shannon's Insurance who helped present it as well. Dave took all the photos, so I'm sure we'll see the photos up on the Jamboree social media in the coming days and weeks after the event. So big thank you to those guys.
Of course, that DB drag racing's been going on up there as well. The sound off, the base races, and everything else they have up there. Of course, when I was down there hitting some balls out there earlier on, you could hear some of the guys just pumping the bass out of there. So that was just crazy to hear those guys do it. It's just insane. And it's good to see that there's still that industry for sound systems. Just crazy about sound systems and that guys that still want to put the big subwoofers in the cars.
Get the bass going.
Oh, I just couldn't believe it.
Find that bass line.
And here I am thinking, can you even buy a stereo head unit anymore? Or can you just buy the speakers and then
sure
use
you
your
could.
Bluetooth and that's all you need? Like, how do you do it these days? Remember, you could spend, honestly, you could save for 6 weeks or 6 months to buy that stereo head unit of your choice back in the day. Now you don't need any of that. There you go, here we go. Oh. Screaming six bangers both sides of the racetrack.
Matuk's just getting warmed up for the best burnout competition.
Yeah. Because you've got to remember, it's got to be in racing.
Yep, big
Can't
things
be in
coming.
qualifying. There's no point in laying your best one down in quali.
It might be good just to run this by the big kahuna while he's in here. Like, it would just say you won 10 burnout trophies in a row. That shouldn't we make that can we just turn that into the Anthony Matuk commemorative burnout trophy from there and say, no more, Anthony, you can't win anymore? Or do you just let him go 15 years straight? Yeah. Well, but the
He's got one of those old head units in the car and he's listening to this.
Yeah, someone's got to try and beat him somewhere. The trouble is
in a little R100 or something.
Yeah. Shots fired.
Yes.
But the only trouble is this is the one thing about wanting to win the award. The only thing about wanting to win the award is that he does continue to keep coming up and asking, have I got the burnout comp? And we've got to say, oh, maybe, Anthony. Is that what we've got to do? Maybe we've got to start humouring him. Not quite yet, Anthony.
So, there was a young guy who got it, I reckon. That's what you tell him. You bait him.
And then he's going to go, who? Which car? And next thing you know, he's going to...
You just do it anyway. He'll just take the car and have an engine out just to beat them.
Yeah, no, that's it. I think you've just about summed him up completely there. And as you are right, Cole, after a few years of doing this, it does age us all, doesn't it? Now, this is the Eddie Hawak preload. This is the pre. He's done that for 3 runs in a row. Well, let's see. Let's just see.
They've run out of rear steer and preload, and now they're just staging it crooked.
The crew chief's probably said, you know what, Eddie, let's give it 5 more degrees stagger on the launch.
That's a lot more pronounced than it has been, though. I will say that.
Eddie. It went 105 in the 60-foot, probably on the back tyres. Matuk, a big zing of the tyres, goes 678, 224 mile an hour. And you know what? If we were in a simulated race situation, you won't back off. You've got to get it to the other end.
100%.
But did you see that preload? Hey,
Yeah.
Tell you what, keep that angle.
3 wheels on the ground for most of the run.
You would never think you could stage a car that crooked and let it swing back like that. It's like, as I said, trying to play golf, knowing that you're going to slice it and just aim towards the bunker.
I think next time they need to maybe just shift it over about half a car width over to the other side of the lane. Because that was getting a little bit close to the tree out there. Next up it is Anthony DeQuino and Marcus Pepe.
Pro compact time, all thanks to McKern.
Now, this is interesting because I'm just having a bit of a look through now. Now, I don't know whether or not, some of our guys have just, made their first runs, decided to just regroup and regather. And look, that's I suppose, the joys of our Chicago shootout with some of these categories. You can either get a quali down, get on the list, turn up and try and give it 3 rounds. And, I know it's hot, it's hard to turn them around. Or, it gives you an opportunity if you choose to drop a quali just to fix something to come back. Yep. These guys just don't give up on billet J's that easy. So they're probably going to try their hardest. That's why we're not seeing them all turn up, because I know on the list we've got 8 or so, but they're not all here. So I can only assume they're either saving their bacon for round 1 or they've heard something. And I'm just seeing there's a lady coming back with a tray full of food. I didn't know you could get food delivery to the start line, but
Uber Eats, mate, they're very efficient.
Unbelievable delivery.
I know.
This is only at Jambo. Just bringing the food out. How good's that? Marcus Pepe now and Anthony DeQuino. Look, I said to Anthony this morning, even though Anthony looks as ageless as he always does, I said, mate, all you got to do is randomly put on an old Jambo DVD, and if you're on it, you're an OG. If you're still turning up now, if you're on a DVD platform, you're now an OG by turning up now. So he's one of our Jambo OGs.
Yeah.
You almost need to start...
There's got to be a patch or something.
We've got to start doing some OG somethings, I reckon. And I don't know, the Hall of Fame, the Jambo Hall of Fame, you'll already get mine, mate. Pepe, he'll get there one day, I'll tell you. Here we go. Oh, boy. 100 to the 60-foot for Marcus. He's given it up at DeQuino. 6.99 with a 9. Yep. Goes with the earlier 6.90. 200 mile an hour earlier. 199.82 that time. But, hey, Marcus, when he gets the second half of that run sorted, the 10060s, that's going to be that 50 or 40 even in that car. We know that's the potential.
Seems like the car just jumps to the left. Every time it launches, it just goes straight for the centre line. So maybe he needs to borrow some of the Eddie Harwatch preload.
Put it this way, I don't think you don't need to write a book on it, mate. It's there, don't you? Here we go. The squirrel, he is back.
L Squirrel.
L Squirrel. L Squirrel. 7-second Tony. No matter what happens by the end of the day, that guy is turning up as much as he can with that car, and it just goes to prove you don't have to be the quickest, you just have to be there. That's all you got to do.
As long as you're out there having fun and you're kicking your own goals and achieving what you set out to achieve.
He is.
Yeah.
That's what he's done, and who knows, by the end of the night, Tony could be somewhere in the mix if our little attrition rate continues as it is. I can't see... Well, I can see a yellow golf buggy there, but I don't know whether El Chepo's in the tunnel or not. Simon Ionu, of course, Pro Maz, he's got that 13B ready to go. Number 1 qualifier still with a 684. The rest of the team, the rest of the field were breathing down his neck at that pointy end. Tony Gooderham, 795, just a couple of breaths away. Effectively, the difference between a 684 and a 795 on the tree is only 2.5 lights on the tree, if you want to put it that way.
But in saying that, you would also say this weekend, today, particularly for Tony, has been a big success, getting out there and actually running his first 7-second pass.
Yeah, it's already been a good day.
That's right.
And he's come from Toowoomba to do it, and hats off to all of our travellers from South Australia.
And when you can
Victoria.
bring your car in a box trailer, it makes it easy.
Exactly.
When you can put the car on the roof racks, it's
Swap
good.
it out for your lawnmower when you need to. It's great.
Similar noise. All right, so... I hope Ionu's going to put one in the bank here. I hope he's just going to bank this one and put it down big time. 10060-foot last run. McKernan Associates Pro Combat Q3 gets out of the hole. Look, 114 wasn't the perfect run. In fact, I don't think it's still running perfect. El Squirrel, 150 in the 60-foot, bumps it through. And again, just... where our performances have just gone somewhere. They're ETs that we can't hide right now.
Yeah.
But hey, DeQuino number 2, Ionu number 1, Gooderham number 7, Pepe number 8. And we have not seen Sup G back, which of course, that's a hell of a lot of car. When you don't see it, you're missing it.
You miss
right?
it.
So unless he's just working on it, ready back for round 1. But he's going to have a crack here, Jurgen. And Pete is here.
So he's got it back after putting it in the gravel last time out. I'm pretty sure he was taking on Jurgen last time around as well. So.
Yep. And remember that run, they sort of hassled the tyre a bit. Jurgen then pedalled it, and then Power stood second and third. So ran it down into the bottom 7s, as did Pete. But yeah, no shoot. or didn't blossom out. And then it just, he's trying this lane. Now, normally he's not this lane sort of guy. He's not normally this lane.
No.
I can only ever remember him in this left lane. It seems to be, because, you know, George normally takes this lane.
Yeah.
Like, you never quite see him in that other lane.
A lot of it can just be, you know, psychological. Gets in your head. You have a lane that you think you prefer. I know the left lane was always preferred back before we redid the track here at Sydney Dragway, because there did used to be a bit of a dip down the racetrack, but obviously that's out now that it's all concrete. But that's still in some guys' heads. Some guys still prefer that left lane.
All right, so Pete Rahayam, number 3. So 7:08, 7:24, the 2 runs there for him. So that 24 must have been that last run where he went for a... No, I think 24 first run, the 08 last run.
08 last run.
Because him and Jürgen were bottom 7s last run. Jürgen, 7:34 was, I think, beside his 24 from memory. I can't remember. But I know on that run he went deep. All right, here we go. Q3 for these guys. Oh, deep.
Oh, look at all the gravel that came out of the hit for Peter Ray and
Jürgen way over near the centre line there. Pulls it back through, though. Goes on down for a 7.07, 200 miles an hour. So his best pass of the day.
Yeah, great one there for Jürgen. But, yeah, Pete, just that little bit of hassle of the tyre and a fair bit of gravel still out of the car. But we'll return that back to its original place down at the end there.
Look, I've heard the term getting it down a dirt road before, but you don't need to turn it into a dirt road.
You don't need to bring the dirt road with you.
No.
So just coming off the side there. That's a good one there for Jürgen. So that just puts him in 3rd now. So that's the way that's finished up was Simon 684, Anthony 690, Jürgen 707, Peter 708. That's pretty tight top 4.
Pretty tight top 4, yeah. Yep. Top half of the field is pretty much right on it. 2 cars in the 200 mile an hour mark as well, but Simon Owana very, very close as well at 198.5. So there's plenty left in some of those cars, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some good racing once we roll into racing a little bit later on this afternoon. And speaking of racing, we will be moving across to the racing feed very, very shortly. Of course, with the qualifying coming to a close in the not too distant future, we will be moving across to the race feed on the Jamboree page. So everybody who's watching on the realstreetperformance.com live stream, please make sure that you do come across to the racing feed. Once we do kick it off, we will give you notice before we switch it. In fact, qualifying has just finished. That was the final pass in qualifying. So we'll be restarting the feed very, very shortly, guys. Everybody watching on the realstreetperformance.com live feed, we'll be restarting the feed very shortly for racing, just to make sure that we can bring you all the way through to the conclusion of racing later on tonight. Like, subscribe, hit the bell, do everything that you need to do, then you'll get notified that the new stream is up. So there you go, problem solved.